Polly and Pokey are definitely an issue as well. Enzo conflicts to so many different vanguards as well for that dive to come on through, but the Captain America and the Psylocke together cannot make it out of this draft.
All right, playing for some plane tickets and the tickets of a grand finals against Rad Esports. EMEA's Losers Finals starts right now.
Both of the Lokis going to be removed, Saipei and Ken not going to be able to get their premier strategists. And that's also going to mean that Dive is going to find so much more value. These Psylocks are going to be salivating at the prospect of utilizing Dance of the Butterflies. As poor Phi, well, the Human Torch has already had a fire extinguisher taken to him, as Berber Patapim will not allow him through the ban system.
Trying to constrain the hero pool of Thigh. And we have seen these Human Torch players occasionally get targeted out. That was what happened versus Zero Tenacity yesterday. Smash Nez having their hero pool minimized constantly. It's going to be a protector of Captain America here. And this might actually force out a Psylocke ban from the side of Virtus Pro. They don't want to go up against the Polly-Pokey duo. This addition of Polly and Pokey really was what elevated the former OG roster from a second place, always the bridesmaid, into competing to be the bride.
Yeah, Virtus Pro are probably going to want to prioritize having some form of a shield Vanguard too next to that ammo, although they have liked putting Nevix onto the Hulk, though Tanuki does like to flex over to the Star-Lord as of late, so having Meteor M in the mix would definitely make it a lot easier to deal with the Galactic Legend as Berber Patapim. Remember that Virtus Pro like targeting out that Cloak and Dagger, and they'll grab them for themselves instead. Virtus Pro and Berber Patapim notably are yet to touch the Punisher, either to ban or to block.
All right, now decisions for Virtus Pro. Do you want to ban the Magneto? Do you want to ban the Psylocke? Could counter-ban the Human Torch here. A lot of options open. And it does seem like Virtus Pro might have access to Magneto themselves, but I don't know if they're going to be too keen on running it when we've seen so much value come from Nevix playing the Hulk recently. Going to protect the Psylocke here to make sure that it cannot be target banned. And having a Psylocke often is the greatest answer for the enemy team having a fantastic Psylocke player like Pokey. Just mark that with Spark, who's always happy to take that duel.
There's got to be a Luna ban now from Berber Patapim, though. Because they've been able to remove the Captain America, but you absolutely do not allow Sparker access to a Psylocke with an idle aura attached to it. But no, it's going to be the Star-Lord ban. So Virtus Pro get both the Magneto and the Emma and the Luna and the Psylocke. They're very much getting a premier composition coming all through, but it does deviate drastically to the last time these two matched up onto Krakoa, as Virtus Pro's entire composition was based around Torch.
Yeah, the entire thing based around Phi getting value on the Torch, but for those of you who don't know Phi's history in competitive hero shooters, used to be a little bit of a hit scan aimer, a sniper enthusiast. We haven't seen much Black Widow, of course, as she does require that Mantis pocket to really get a huge amount of value. Does have a new team up with the Punisher, but we yet to really see both of those get drawn out. Krakoa is where we are going to start our lower bracket finals here. And it feels like both of our teams are going to be sitting at full strength even after the ban phase.
Yeah, Rescomp made it through as well, even though the Star-Lord did not manage to make it through. Adam and Mantis were left untouched. That's a potential avenue of pivot for one of these teams to come on out. But it definitely feels like we're going to be seeing Virtus Pro try to establish this win condition, the final judgment on that Punisher, to potentially play havoc into Berber Patapim when they want to try and play aggressive, although it's going to be up now to Enzo with the reaction check of that Meteor M to shut it down entirely.
All right, speedy rollouts from everybody. We are going to see Ken rolling through on that Invisible Woman as well. We won't have a team up, but we'll be able to potentially use Force Physics to create some unpleasant scenarios in conjunction with the Feral Leap of Tanuki.
Not just that, but having Guardian Shield to be able to block the Meteor M if it comes towards Spy, as well as Drydro when they're in their animations of their ultimates, as Virtus Pro take the high ground. They know that Tanuki is going to be on Wolverine, Polly and Pokey on the Captain America and the Psylocke, and they don't want to leave one of that backline vulnerable, so stack up it is.
All right, backline already assaulted, but Polly forced to go elsewhere by the culling turret. For now, Berber Patapim, they're just really focusing in on getting control of this objective as early as possible. Still, a little bit of tip-tap-toe coming through from the Virtus Pro Vanguard line. Oh, that's going to be a big grab there. Nevix actually instantly uses their sonic projection to try and peel for themselves midway through that leap, and it seems to have worked for now. Enzo's fallen on the other side. Fire's just pumping out the damage with the assault rifle, and it seems like Virtus Pro, their more patient playstyle, going for the high ground control here, possibly possibly has paid dividends. Still Berber Patapim, even down there Magneto, yet to give away that much invisible boundary drawn up in relation to the incoming damage. And Fincy on the other side might well have got inside the invisible boundary, could have been healed up. And Berber Patapim, now it's time to try and use the Eternal Bond. It's an attempt to shut it down, coming through from 5, focusing in with this final judgment to get as much damage as possible over onto Alex, using the physical cover, and a quick hop into the Dark Force dimension is all that they need. Extra damage coming through from the Dance of the Butterflies. That's going to be Pokey picking up 3 final hits, and Berber Patapim with early control.
So much went on to fight and make sure that he survived that ultimate. Coming on out, the Bulwark from the Magneto, which meant that it wasn't up and available for when Dance of the Butterflies comes through. Fight gets a little bit too uncomfortable, tries to shotgun plus jump out of it, but that just means one less body to absorb, and Pokey gets all of the value. And Berber Patapim are going to be able to pick up first point cap. Now we're going to see the pivot, fires over onto the Namor Nevix, the Hulk, so that they can have the Gamma team up. But when the Wolverine, the Psylocke, and the Captain America try to show up, they've got that immediate burst down with the Gamma Monstro. And that's going to allow the space for Sparker to start getting a little bit more aggressive and force Tanuki back further.
Yeah, making inroads into the back, Polly falling low as well. I believe a passive of Tanuki has been burned. Freedom Charge going to give her that over health. And that's going to be a big pull there. The Force Physics onto Virtus Pro, grabbing them off the high ground. An excellent play by Ken as Enzo floats above it all. And that's a nice right click into the Dark Dimension to dodge the incoming Meteor M. Tanuki stabbed in the back of the head there by Sparker. Going to need a moment to recover off the back of the healing factor for that one. And now it's a Sonic Seduction from Virtus Pro. Should be able to quickly turn this one around, but now using the Dance of the Butterflies. Ken's fallen down, Enzo the same. Alex remains, and this is a very ambitious usage here of the Eternal Bond. Target focus could be everything, grabbing Alex in, and there it is. The Eternal Bond flown away. Big grab by Fincy. Virtus Pro finally flip, or at least they should do. There's one last player remaining. That's going to be Pokey and Polly. That's going to be the flip.
I don't know if Enzo actually started using the Strange Teleport, though. He swapped over to the Doctor Strange, but the Doctor's not in, he's out. And that means that Berber Patapim might not have that one for a couple of fights to go. But with 90% on the point, you have to be more than pleased with the progress you've been able to find. You're going to have a last stand, a Dance of the Butterflies as well, when Virtus Pro's 2 strategists are both down their defensives, which means that everyone has to play Giga stacked up, which feeds into Tanuki's potential with the last stand. The more players that are grouped up, the better the Wolverine gets.
Looking to build up that rage first, of course, and you can get it for free off of these squids if you do allow them to hit you. The approach coming through, they really want to get down on Sparker. Pokey, a little bit unideal when it comes to a disengagement. Oh, that could be a quick smash there onto Ken as well. Tanuki might well be overwhelmed. A big spit coming through. A large grab, though. Oh, and the last stand as well. They start to cut through real quick, but you have made Nevix angry. Still, Nevix's anger can't save Saipe, can't save Tridro. Sparker doing their best now to try and chase down Pokey. Uses a dash, but the rotations are good. Oh, the cover is broken. Still, though, the remainder of Virtus Pro are nowhere to be seen. Sparker needs to try and find a health pack. I don't know if we've got time to come back with the TP. It's going to be by the edge of their seat when it comes to this roll through. The 100% comes before the portal can be opened. And Berber Patapim start off strong on Krakoa.
Berber Patapim really showing that the Human Torch target ban paid off dividends. The second that they can get that first point cap, they can literally just have the Captain America, the Psylocke, and the Wolverine, the threat of all 3 of them, forcing Virtus Pro into having to clear their angles, take much slower rotations, as well as sending Sparker to try and duel out the Captain America, which frees up Ken and Alex. Look at the difference in terms of visits to the spawn room. Ken and Alex, 1 apiece. Judo and Saipe, 2 and 3. The backline has been severely targeted, and it means when Berber Patapim have offensive ultimates and abilities, Virtus Pro don't have the defensives to stand up to them.
I think we heard from Fate the other day in the post-match interview, in his opinion, that Berber Patapim are the best Psy Cap team in the world. Polly and Pokey, the new additions to what was formerly the OG core. We heard from Enzo that these guys were picked up because they grind so bloody hard, and it matches the work ethic of the rest of Berber Patapim. And that might take them all the way to China.
Yeah, Polly's going to have Freedom Charge as well, potentially 10% away from it, so that you can give extra health bar and a new breakpoint to survive Dance of the Butterflies. That does mean that he's potentially going to have to be playing a little bit closer to his team, though. But given the positioning, we can see that definitely trying to check out where Sparker is going to show up from, so they can try and absorb all of the damage coming on through. Dance of the Butterflies finds his target, but no one goes down.
Softened up. Enzo only manages to hit a Vanguard there with the Meteor Realm. Now Sparker wants to punish them for potentially being out of position. Plenty of extra HP though. That was given over by the Freedom Charge of Polly. Tanuki starting to deliver here behind the Guardian shield. Dridger had nowhere to go. The Dark Force couldn't grasp at the Mutant. And now Nevic's going to be next up on the docket, trying to shut down Fincy before being mind controlled. Manages to avoid the incoming damage while Alex comes in from another angle and takes down the Vanguard Virtus Pro despite claiming the initiative with that Dancer of Butterflies. Seem to have worked out well.
Yeah, Tanuki even just utilizing the Feral Leap there so he can dive back into Alex's Eternal Bond. So if he does start getting snared up by the ammo, he's got that immediate heal of 250 per second. Nevix is going to be coming out of spawn onto the Hulk, but doesn't have the Wall Breaker form just yet. And Saipe, the hand was forced. We've already burned Fate of Beaufort, so we don't have the lineup to amplify Fi's damage with the Horn of Proteus.
Eternal Bond can be matched here by the Invisible Boundary as well. The Invisible Boundary does last a little bit less time, though, and already we can see Tanuki has been split off. There we go. It's a low-rage usage of the last stand, and the punishment comes through in the form of the Horn of Proteus. A Terror Cape onto Ken. Look at that absolute perfect target focus from Virtus Pro. The trackers knew exactly what the counterplay was going to be, and he gets shut down in an instant. And now it's into the stalling mode. A big investment here from Pokey. The cross-healing should be strong between these strategists, and Virtus Pro are back in control.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro don't really exhaust all of their ultimates for the cost of that Dance of the Butterflies either. Very much playing the bait and switch game, walking out knowing that Tanuki's last stand wouldn't be able to take one of them down permanently, and it allowed them to mark out the Wolverine's position for the Horn of Proteus to just catch him into that earthbound state. And so it's going to have the Meteor, and the Dridger is already out of that Eternal Bond. Saipe is going to be the target of choice for that Magneto, but you can get shielded by the Hulk as Dance of the Butterflies comes on through and stalls that Berber Patapim's approach once more. That's Nevix's bubble though, burned.
Fresh dance just dropped. No need for bubbles now. Time to get violent as the rage consumes Nevix. The Swede is drawn into the backline, and the Eternal Bond will buy some space for Berber Patapim as they try to take themselves over to a point. Instantly grabbed by the Wolverine. Percentage damage, cares little for a 1.5k health pool. And that's good value there from the side of Tanuki. An instant popping of the Fate of Both Worlds means that Enzo gets very little off the back of the Meteor Realm. Actually going to be taken down potentially off the back of a Terror Cape. Incoming from the back. Multiple stuns, but the Freedom Charge means that everyone can survive the Horn of Proteus as it rolls on through. Virtus Pro still in control, but Polly in the back is an absolute menace to deal with. Into the Eternal Bond. It deals with the meager damage of the Captain America, and the Sonic Seduction could be everything here to try and isolate a player who's out of position. Outside of that invisible boundary, though, it seems like most of Berber Patapim have survived the onslaught. Fire in the back taken down. The Monstro spawns banished, and Sparker has to try and make something work here as Polly continues to harass and harangue the backside. Oh, Ken, the perfect push stops Spark from delivering the damage off the back of that, but Tanuki's got no such issues, staying on target all the time. A quick X across and crosses out Sparker, exiled momentarily, but Berber Patapim reclaim control.
It's a long fight though. One that Berber Patapim, if they lose one more fight, they're not going to have the opportunity. If they go down staggered, one of them can Strange Portal, but if it's a full team wipe, then we go next round over towards Carousel. Fi's gonna actually swap over to the Wolverine himself just to play counter grab for when Polly tries to jump on through and create the space for Pokey to come on out with the Dance of the Butterflies. As Virtus Pro, they know they don't have the ultimates right now to go toe-to-toe with their opponents. Nevix even onto the Thing too. We're gonna be playing full damage reduction.
Fastball special, good to go as well. Or a cosmic fastball, I believe, and it's the Thing who's throwing. Virtus Pro, they've got to burn through quite a bank of ultimates here from the side of Berber Patapim.
This is going to be a lengthy time bank too. By going for the ultimate poke charge, they're allowing the point percentage to creep closer. Dance of the Butterflies is the first to come out. Enzo trying to catch the tail end of it with the Meteor M is not able to find the pick though. Pokey survives and Polly is still holding on to the Freedom Charge. Berber Patapim are going to be able to sustain the next 13 seconds with Eternal Bond and outlive and out-sustain Virtus Pro side.
Oh, no, let's take down Polly before the Freedom Charge comes through. Indeed, there's no time to hit the Q here, but Nevix has been traded out on the other side. Sonic Seduction, Fincy just cannot find the value right now. Tanuki down to a singular little flick of HP that remains. Enzo going to be the main target here. Big grab onto Pokey. Oh, even with the Feral Charge itself around the Guardian Shield, the damage is not going to be fatal when Sparker starts to deliver that Dance Macabre. But for Virtus Pro, it's all hands on deck. Every gun firing. Send everything. Send everyone. 100% almost about to be ticked on over, and Polly cannot hit the deck before it becomes 1-1. This is going the distance.
Brilliant coverage of the Eternal Bond coming on through from Dridro just to permanently invade into the backline of Berber Patapim. So even if it does go to a brawl on the point itself, no strategists can help out the side of their team, and Virtus Pro will just be able to live and see themselves over towards Carousel. We talked about the fact that this could potentially go the distance, and it absolutely is. Navix is going to be sticking with the thing, it appears, as well, as they might have been able to crack how to deal with this Captain America, with this Psylocke, remove the movement abilities. If the Yancey Street Charge comes on through, that puddle that gets left on the ground itself, that denies any movement.
A puddle of fear for anyone who relies on that for an escape. A Captain America, a Wolverine, potentially a Psylocke, most definitely. And Nevix was one of the first thing merchants we saw after his release. We saw Virtus Pro pivoting to a group ban meta back then, and really exploiting what the thing could do in the front line.
And exploiting as well the fact that Enz is going to be on this range, so that all of your damage goes directly through the shield, directly through the portal. Berber, Patapim, go. Polly's got Freedom Charge. They want to just start it out with Brawl because they know they've got the upper hand.
Yeah, unbelievable Terror Kit value. I think it hit 4 or 5 members of Virtus Pro off the back of that. Great coordination between Enzo and Alex. And Alex is definitely a member of Berber Patapim that deserves so much love, but often doesn't get it because we're just focusing in on how effective the Vanguard players and the duelists are.
Watch out for the Eye of Agamotto followed up by that last stand, or even the Dance of the Butterflies. Virtus Pro now have 2 worries that they have to deal with, and both of them require different solutions. Stack for the Psylocke, split for the Strange.
All right, Dance of the Butterflies channeled here by Pokey. Seems like it's going to require a big response in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds. Enzo, overwhelmed, had started off on that more vulnerable Doctor Strange to begin with. Tanuki might well be grabbed off the point here. The extra jump pack from the rocket being put to good use. Doesn't want to use for teleport, is able to get into the Eternal Bond that was laying down. That's a 4-person last stand, I believe, coming through from Tanuki. Oh, what a great start there from Berber Patapim.
Enzo is off of the Strange onto the Magneto. Knew that he wouldn't be able to pull off the Eye of Agamotto with Finzi on the Emma and Carbon Crush. A constant worry for you to contest with, as Berber Patapim are still in control of this point, but Virtus Pro are coming in with their ultimates, and they can potentially decide to cash all of them in just to grab the flip.
Yeah. Big danger here for Ken and Alex. Going to be looking towards that right click from Alex to try and shield people away. Fi now rolling inside of the Eternal Bond. Tanuki forced to back off and now does have that secondary life from the regenerative healing factor. Big last stand. Oh, Sparker picks up 3 on the follow through. And while it was both of their duelist ultimates and an Eternal Bond, Virtus Pro walk away with control.
Yeah, they've got Clobbering Time and Psionic Seduction too, so those can be used together pretty brutally. As without the Doctor Strange, there is no one from Berber Patapim other than Alex getting a good Dark Teleportation off that can survive getting hit by those. Polly and Pokey, though, going to be building up to the ultimates so that they can hit into the backline and try and turn Virtus Pro's heads to split the attention too many ways that they can't take advantage of all of the angles of contest.
Polly just making some pokes in here early, heads over towards the back line, but going to 5. That's not the ideal customer you want as a Captain America. He'll carve through you real quick. Vibranium rarely beats Adamantium. And Sparker just working the margins, building up towards another ultimate super quickly. Yancey Street Charge comes on through. Clobbering Time gets both Ken and Alex. The invisible boundary can't be brought up now as Ken's already fallen on down. Pokey falling low in their own right. Nevix has to disengage to try and get away from all the damage. Up, over, and that's going to be Saipan found by Enzo. An unbelievable clutch. Fincy taken out midway through their Psionic Seduction. Despite the early loss of Ken, Berber Patapim seem to be turning this one around. And now Sparker's the last to fall.
Enzo really utilizing the CC immunity frames on the Meteor M to huge value to dodge out of Finzy's psionic seduction and then track down where Saipe was hiding, trying to build up the fate of both worlds so that Virtus.pro could continue holding onto that point as long as they possibly could. They're going to have fate of both worlds now, as well as that Eternal Bond to try and aggressively make a play, as Fi is over towards the Iron Fist to try and deal with the Captain America this time.
The Iron Fist is a rarity, recently kind of nerfed to heck and back. Fincy utilized for Diamond Form, not too much gained off the back of a Carbon Crush. Sparker not getting too much value off the Dance of the Butterflies either, and now harassed by the Captain America. All eyes on Tanuki. The last stands ready to go. Fi's in their berserk state, laying out so much damage after using their own block. Nearly at the living Chi as well. Inside the invisible boundary, it's fairly safe. The remainder of Berbert Patapim, and there's still all eyes on Tanuki. One ultimate here. Oh, and it's beautiful. Sparker and Saipan burn before the rage of the Wolverine, and you're unable to get that much off the back of it. Virtus.pro are wiped off the board, and Berbert Patapim start their journey to China strong.
And the two duelists, both Pokey and Tanuki, burn their ultimates at the same time because they know if they get a full team wipe, Virtus.pro don't have the time to swap someone over to Strange and teleport back in. It is go big or, well, lose the map potentially to the fight that comes afterwards. Wonderful game sense to understand that in that fight, you really can't afford to just cash it all out.
All right, quick MVP coming through for Alex on the Cloak and Dagger. Looking in on our stats right now, 40k healing for Alex. But wowee, so much damage from Pokey here, playing just the raw Psylocke. Both of our Psylocks are at the top of their game right now, putting out 26 and 28k respectively. Damn.
Yeah, but the difference is that Sparker on the Psylocke, a lot of his time, we're even going to see it here, is trying to chase down either the Wolverines so that you can find the pickoff of a really nice Carbon Crush coming out that from Finzy, or you're trying to chase the Captain America away from your back line, as you really do have to worry about the follow-up that Polly will be bringing with him. If the Captain America shows up, the Psylocke or a Wolverine are sure to follow shortly after.
Down a map, Virtus.pro coming in to ignite. Everybody had them a tier above. They hadn't lost a single series in an official. And now with their life and their land ticket on the line, they've lost the first map. It's a best of 5. There's breathing room here. And, well, I did have my complaints before that maybe domination isn't their best mode. They really need to get some big value out of Convoy and Convergence.
It felt as well like they were trying to run through so many potential solutions to the same comp that Berbert Patapim were running the entire round, as opposed to Berbert Patapim, who stuck with what they knew. And even if they lost a couple of fights, they knew that they'd be able to win one important one and then retain that space afterwards. And it meant that we saw the Thing come out from Nevix, we saw the Hulk as well, we saw a little bit of the Gamma team up coming on through with the Namor, trying to utilize the Horn of Proteus to put a stop to the movements that Tanuki was able to find. And it felt like they would win maybe one fight and it would work for a little bit, and then Berbert Patapim would just adjust how they played into it entirely, and Virtus.pro would have to go back to the drawing board, which means that if you're constantly swapping heroes, yeah, it shows how flexible your hero pools are, but it means your ultimate charges are being reset to a maximum of 50% every time.
I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a new play, but like if you're going up against the best Psylocke Cap team in the world and they protect Cap, maybe we gotta ban that Psylocke. I mean, Spark is always down for a Psylocke duel and was getting one over on Pokey quite a few times, but just the combined pressure that Polly Pokey put out is sublime. We'll see if the solution can be found by Virtus.pro after this break.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Berber Patapim get to start our series showing off their best looks. Polly and Pokey on the Captain America and Psylocke. You couldn't ask for more, Mox.
Yeah, and we're asking potentially for a Psylocke ban, but Harry, here's the troubling thing about the last time these two teams matched up. It went 5 maps. Not a single time did Virtus.pro actually ban out the Psylocke. They went for the Captain America, but they left the Psylocke on the plate permanently.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, Polly is just very annoying and very hard to get rid of on that Captain America, and maybe they feel that it's a lot easier to get rid of Pokey on the Psylocke because they can just Sparker go frag, you know? Send Sparker to try and take that 1v1, and Sparker often wins those, as we saw towards the tail end of the Grove. But we'll have to see as we go into map number 2, which is going to be VP's choice, what the adjustment is going to be.
Yeah, I wonder if they take us to Araco. There has been the place that we've seen Tanuki's Panther come through the most, but it's actually going to be Convoy of Midtown that they decide to take us to. Even though the last time we did see them being able to hold Araco and it being one of their favorite maps that they themselves have talked about, as Berber Patapim continue to show that they are going to target out Fi's Torch over and over and over. It really looks like Berber Patapim came to the conclusion that Fi's Torch was the thing that stopped them from being able to win maps.
Seems like the prevailing theory is thick thigh and lives. And indeed, he do sometimes. And there's the early protect, of course, onto Captain America. Now Virtus.pro in a little bit of a sticky situation. Maybe they could go for an early protect here. They usually go for an early protect onto the EMEA. They do have a way to steal away something like a Loki. Could be.
Yeah, maybe that's how you deal with the Psylocke. You let the Psylocke through, but you save the Loki so you can have both the doppelgangers as well as the regeneration domain, a cooldown which is just as, if not better, than a whole strategist ultimate, given the fact that it prevents the one-shot capacity from coming on through things like a Magneto. As Berber Patapim see that it's been a strategist save and immediately swipe away a Vanguard.
Okay, now the question is, do you ban EMEA again? Or do you allow for the EMEA mag to go through? You can invest both your bans towards that, but then you're going up against the Loki Luna backline, which can be undesirable. Cloak and Dagger ban potentially incoming here from Virtus.pro. Interesting. Maybe
they thought about it. That was serious debate.
This could be where you like try and force the protect on the Invisible Woman from Berber Patapim.
Maybe, yeah, so that Virtus.pro, they're really heavily going after the strategist. We heard from Nazareno in the interview that he thinks it's not really worth going for the Vanguard bans coming on out, purely off of how flexible a lot of these tank players are coming on through, as Virtus.pro will be saving the Ammo Frost, so even though they're not going to be able to get the Magneto potentially, unless Berber want to remove something that would maybe make it a little bit harder for a dive to come out, and indeed they go after the Star-Lord coming on.
Why not see the Hulk ban here?
I thought we would potentially see the Hulk ban too, so that you couldn't have the Gamma synergy team up with the Namor, especially since Virtus.pro, it feels like their default composition as of late has been EMEA Hulk as their Vanguard lineup.
And they're like, this is the adaptation we saw last time. Like, Virtus.pro, I think they went for the Mantis ban instead of the Adam ban, similar to their previous ban phase against Berber on Hell's Heaven, where they went for all the strategists. Okay, so now the Mantis might be a little bit less playable unless you're going to go for like a Mantis Ultron Invisible Woman.
Yeah, I feel like Berber Patapim are going to be able to go for, Mantis, Ultron, Invis. So this torch of Tanuki is going to be incredibly pocketed. And yeah, this was sort of a prevailing theory coming on through that maybe some of these teams would pick up inspiration coming on through from the Asia region, which has loved dive compositions as well as pocket picks with Captain America, Ultron, and Torch coming on through. And Berber Patapim definitely feel the closest in identity to one of those teams. So it's not surprising that would be a pivot, given the fact that Virtus.pro immediately removed the Adam Warlock, having probably horrible flashbacks to the last time they played them on this very map.
Yeah. Let's see if they've been watching their Gen G or Reject mods, picking up some tricks here and there, but feels like Berber Patapim probably are our strongest, like, core identity team in EMEA. They really do love their go fast dives. And we'll have to see how the Mantis is going to play into that. Allowing you to 2-tap on Ultron is not to be underestimated. We know that Pokey's a very accurate player. But it's going to be Tanuki who's actually going to be picking up the Ultron here.
Yeah, I think you do have to worry, though, from a Flyer's perspective, that both the Punisher and the Winter Soldier made it through in terms of duelist potentials. But then again, Tanuki will be shielded both by Imperative Firewall and that Guardian Shield, as we can actually see Sparker starting off on the Winter Soldier so that he has the Bionic Hook, as well as Tainted Voltage to potentially clip a wing from that Flyer coming on through. But first, he has to win the lane duel between Pokey on the Psylocke.
Just keeping Pokey at bay here could be everything. Just buying that space for Druidro and Saipair. You can see already the regeneration domain seems to have been used here. Oh, Kensman never extended though. Nevix managed to find the back of that one, and Nevix, what a mechanically gifted Vanguard player. You know he's going to be absolutely pouring out damage on this Magneto.
Saipair too. All of this spam damage has been coming out from the Flyers. Has been able to channel it into God of Mischief charge. We're 9% away from the first ultimate. It feels like Virtus Pro only just started the map.
Shades of the old metas here from Virtus Pro, and to be fair, maybe the old meta is a bit of comfort for Virtus Pro. This was where they were essentially undefeated, except now they have a little bit of additional frontline power in the form of the Fincy Emma Frost.
Tanuki is going to have Rage of Ultron, but you don't want to use that alone. Maybe it's just to force out that God of Mischief coming on through. That's Regen Domain and God of Mischief all at the same time. Saipair utilizes the shift into the Lunar Snow, gets a huge ice arts off inside a small room, and Berber Patapim, more than satisfied with the ultimate that they've been able to bait out, are just going to hold themselves back.
Yeah, just having to use that Fate of Both Worlds towards the end, because otherwise it would have been lost as Saipair's cloning went to bed. Of course, there's a lot of value just in the vanilla clone of the Emma Frost. Of the Lunar Snow, rather, as she does have great vanilla gameplay without any ultimate. Using the Aegis shield here just to try and protect everybody from the incoming Sonic Seduction. This is a dangerous time to be Sparker. Kicked into the wall, the second Fate of Both Worlds now coming forth. Oh, it's like the times of old. Jude actually focusing on allowing damage here as Fire's up at maximum rage. Big dunk coming through. Alex's invisible boundary shut on down. Ken's not going to be long for this. Well, the Trooper's fist is what finishes this song as Sparker just pumps his fist to the beat, and Virtus Pro holding strong.
There was a little bit of a min-max coming on through from Berber, though. Pokey started off on the Psylocke, has actually now swapped over to the Ultron, retained 50% charge. It has another Rage of Ultron. Tanuki, who was on the Ultron, is now on the Torch. He's going to get the Supernova, and Rage of Ultron has CC immunity, but not if you get grabbed out by Fire. The cast of it! Pokey loses the ult!
Unbelievable value there from Fire, showing they're not just a Human Torch player. Another big grab coming through. Man, Alex has been so on top of it with his force physics when it comes to peeling, even if it did not save the ultimate of the Ultron. Tanuki feeling rather unbothered here. No pokes are really going to be coming his way as he rains down fire from above, raising the temperature for Virtus Pro. Polly's approach has been noted here by the Wolverine, and Sparker looking to see what they can do with a Tainted Voltage. Knock someone out of the sky, put them into the waiting arms to the remainder of the Polar Bears. Saipair instantly has to use the God of Mischief, popping out the Fate of Both Worlds. Enzo overwhelmed. Now Berber Patapim, they only have 50 seconds remaining. Pokey finally popped out the Rage of Ultron, but already the damage had been done. Ken's been overwhelmed. Polly can't stand up to the damage that Fire's bringing to the table, and Pokey, the disengage here is going to be very perilous. Tanuki's come through on the Black Panther. The emergency button's been pressed.
It's time. Can even is swapping over to the rocket so that we've got the BRV station. If we lose one of our players, we can just bring them back immediately, potentially get distance on the payload just by overwhelming Virtus Pro with numbers, but Virtus Pro have the overwhelming lead in terms of ultimates, and Tanuki's Black Panther loses one of its 9 lives to the Meteor.
A second life. Now on to those. The BRB is used. Enzo doesn't get too much off the back of a Sonic Seduction here. A quick grab onto Nevik, shielding them off from the healing, grabbing the Sentience as well, but from the back it's the last stand that doesn't seem to do that much damage. Now it's time for Tanuki to feast. So many Vibranium marks. It's all that you could ask for when it comes to resetting that Spirit Rend. Gets quickly mind controlled, and Spark is there for the execution at the end. Pokey with the culling turrets laying down so much damage, but now we're into overtime, and Virtus Pro still are doing so much damage. Enzo's already down. Pokey has to stand against the Tide alone, and while they will get Sparker, there's no more than that to be claimed by Berber Patapim. Additional damage from the Fate of Both Worlds. The second world has come on through. Tanuki is going to come on through with Spirit Rends, reset after reset, moving quickly with Blast Descent. All they can take out for now, though, is a couple of clones, a couple of doppelgangers, and they're rewarded for their absolute intractability by the Fincy grab, beaming down the Seer, the only thing remaining. And while it is a spirited attempt at the end from Berber Patapim, they've managed to find Droidro, they've managed to find Saipair. Berber Patapim, unbelievable clutches.
Just overwhelm them with numbers and numbers alone. The respawns are right there. Pick a hero who can move into a fight fast, grab a rocket, so if one player falls prematurely, they're immediately back into the mix. And now Berber Patapim have been able to pick up distance. They've got the Feast of the Abyss. They're not going to have any way of amplifying that damage to have it have the potential of a pick, but maybe they can use it to take out some of Saipei's doppelgangers coming on through. As Fire with the Last Stand is something that Berber Patapim have to contest with. If they all get grabbed off of the objective, the map ends now.
Spirit Ren still off of cooldown. Fi taken down as they place themselves on the point. You can see the Sentience grab right there. Fi still down. Fate of Both Worlds rolling through. Saipei not going to be taken down by the Feast of the Abyss. Enzo can't quite get the value off the back of it, but can still try and make the engagement happen. Pokey moves on forward. The Final Judgment could be what saves them here. And then Nevix, they can't get the value off the Meteor Ram. It must have been a Guardian Shield that got in the way. A second Fate of Both Worlds. All in here for Virtus Pro. They want to stop this defense here and now. But Berber Patapim, they're not feeling overly threatened. The damage isn't there. Sonic Seduction could be the turnaround. A culling turret once again dragged forth by Pokey. But now it's shades of the old world that are once again flashing before my eyes. The culling aura, it needs to be finished. The resets aren't there. It's Polly in the back, dodging the bionic hook as it comes on through. And Saipei's been taken down. Tanuki, it's always Tanuki. When Berber Patapim demand a hero, the Black Panther shows his face and attempted a chase down from Sparker. The healing's coming through, but there's no one to contest. Berber Patapim, stay alive.
Okay, heroes of the hour. Alex, Guardian Shield, blocking Meteor M for Pokey on the Punisher Cuddling Tower. Absolutely huge. Being able to get the Invis boundary too over the objective so that Berber Patapim can keep matching wits, and Ken's BRB station brings Tanuki back once more. We talked about 9 lives. It's being a little bit literal in the case of the rocket roundabout now, as Virtus Pro must be tearing their hair out. They thought that they took away the potential of a sustained composition with res bands, but no, Berber Patapim have found a way. Beast of the Abyss gets grabbed by the bionic hook from Sparker and sent packing all the way back to spawn. And Berber Patapim, though, still keeping the payload moving, safe behind the Punisher turret with that Guardian Shield. And Tanuki is just being the frontline core that Virtus Pro have to turn their attention to deal with first.
Oh, and there's so little time. Only a minute and a half remain because of how long it took to get through first here. Fire just trying to make sure that any poly engages heavily taxed. Invisible Boundary and the Metallic Bulwark come on out. The MVP treatment from Berber Patapim to try and keep their Captain America alive and punching. Just dodging in and out now. The regeneration domains have already been burned from the side of Virtus Pro. But they still have a Kraken Impact in the back pocket. Poly in towards the back. Can escape from a Kraken Impact if it is sent his way. I believe that's a big grab coming through from Tanuki onto Nevix. Enzo's there with a final hit that was needed to try and put Magneto to bed, but Polly's traded out on the other side. Still, the cart's been moving this entire time.
They've been balling as well. Ultimates to pocket the Final Judgment, and now out it comes. Out goes the Bulwark. There's the Seer, amplifying all of that damage. The regeneration domain comes on through from Saipei, so they can aggressively try and jump upon this Punisher once that ultimate's removed. Enzo with the Meteor M tries to hold the space and absorb all of the damage coming Pokey's way, and Berber Patapim have been able to live, but it's temporary. But Tanuki, he's in the back, he's off the Panther, he's got the Lunar Snow. Trigger almost goes down, but the peel is there.
Oh, Pokey gets resurrected by the BRB as well. This could be a little bit of a stagger. Towards the end, you can see Nevix just slowly rolling up until the Iron Volley grabs him. They got a TP.
They've got a TP. They can go all the way behind. This is what they did the last time that Virtus Pro tried to hold a defense of Midtown, and they're going to just try and jump potentially on one of those strategists. Saipei and Trigger both don't have their ultimates. They're trying to find a pick as immediately Polly comes out with the Freedom Charge, aggressively claiming so much space.
Sparker isolated, needs to be given the Metallic Bulwark. Meteor around, where do you put it? There are so many shields in the way, sending it towards the Rocket Raccoon, who takes to the skies to avoid the incoming spicy meatball. Tanuki in the back, super low, I believe does not have their passive to try and play with, but Pokey's got themselves a shooting gallery now with the culling turret. Finty might find themselves overwhelmed. It's down to Fi now with the last stand. Surely no more chokes from the side of Virtus Pro. All he needs is one good ultimate to shut this down first. Polly's already down. Fi to only have a couple of moments of HP. Enzo has been taken down as well. Berber Patapim, their front line has been demolished, but a new new front line has been gained in the form of Pokey. Tainted voltage racks through his veins. He's shocked in place. The remainder of Berber Patapim have got to be on this cart at all times. Tanuki hit with the culling aura. There's no passive to play off. Only the heals can try and sustain them. Sparker reigns over it. He's a magnanimous king. But in the end, the demand for blood and execution gets past any local ordinance. A hold in the underground, but Berber Patapim are going to be thanking their lucky stars for this.
I mean, they got so much distance. So much distance. It really did feel like it was going to be a spawn hold. But even that last fight, there's so much intelligence that goes into how they played it. Tanuki, all the way out on third, was just playing bait to draw Sparker away so that the Tainted Voltage couldn't actually connect onto the core of players from Berber Patapim, since he was so close to the Kraken Impact. And Kraken Impact is not an ultimate you want to go against in overtime, when all you have is an invis boundary and a Sia coming on from your Rocket and your Susan Storm. And even then, Alex is able to get the invisible boundary up. They try to make a play. Pokey goes on through with the final judgment, with the window of grace that Tanuki had provided, free from the attention of the Winter Soldier, but it is not to be. No picks come on through. A huge last stand as well, coming out from 5, being able to grab the Doctor Strange of Enzo, and even the Guardian Shield coming through from Alex isn't enough to keep the Vanguard up.
I believe Cypher is currently on track for about 50k heals per 10. A little bit ludicrous right now, the stat lines. Admittedly for Pokey, 16 and 6 currently. Getting a lot of A13.
Harry,
which is pretty strong.
I believe that's a Jeff silhouette outside the door. I'm pretty sure that Berber Patapim's backline is currently both the Jeff and the Rocket coming in for, and indeed, there it is. We're going for a close hold. We're going for as much delay as possible. Virtus Pro do have Sparker out on the Moon Knight already, though, so there's going to be a lot of Ankh bounces inside that small room.
25 more HP, baby. He's super playable now. Out goes the Crescent Blade. Alex falls down. Remember the AoE off the back of those iron volleys as well. It's not to be underestimated. First Resurrection comes on through. Tanuki and Enzo not going to be quite so lucky as Fi starts to erode the space with the Adamantium Claw strikes.
Yeah, Ken on this Rocket Raccoon isn't really getting the value of heals they're looking for, given the fact that Fi is quite literally grabbing players from Berber Patapim and escorting them off of the premises of the AoE heals. However, Berber Patapim do have Enzo on the Strange, so they're going to be looking for that Doctor Strange teleport to come on through. Virtus Pro, they're wise to it, though. They're going to be anticipating, and indeed, there it is. The immediate reaction, no one goes down early.
Tanuki's already had to use everything. Fi managed to get a grab there. Onto Polly. Seems like Polly's mostly going to be surviving. They have to be careful with how they're playing around this portal, as it is going to soon close and cut off the remainder of Berber Patapim. A big attempted grab. I think that it may have actually set Enzo on the other side of it for now. Out come the regeneration domains for additional survivability, but none are going to be onto Finsu. Gets grabbed out by Tanuki. Kraken Impact still available if you want to invest it here. Pokey's putting out so much damage, though. All in onto the backline. Polly was shielded, however, so isn't afflicted with the culling aura. No reset here for Sparker. Tanuki's just going to put their life on the line for even more damage, and you can see the damage boost comes through as well. Cyper's just nasty with it, man.
Well, no Strange teleport, but still one last Okava contest, but oh, that is a brutal stagger, given the fact that Pokey has the ultimate. Berber Patapim were relying on being able to pair up with that invisible boundary. Virtus Pro now have a huge window that they can get this payload through without any contest, as Berber Patapim know that they can't afford to have that invis boundary burned out until Pokey is back in the battlefield.
Nevix poking away. Meteor Ram in the back pocket. You need to use to try and shut down that final judgment, but you know that there is going to be a Guardian Shield available. Where's the follow-up? Oh, Nevix just gets the Meteor Ram just gets blown up, and Pokey grabs him thereafter. Virtus Pro have already had to call this one. It's unwinnable without your mag.
No invis boundary needed either. That's huge for Alex, who's going to be able to save it to match wits with either Dredge or his fate of both worlds, or potentially cover the team in terms of sustainability and survival against the Psionic Seduction coming on through from Finzi. Spark is going to have a Kraken impact too, but with a minute and a half left on the clock, Virtus Pro could very well see that time bank diminished all the way to overtime if they don't pull off this push.
Nervous plays here. Sonic Seduction already used. Guardian Shield in front of a culling turret is going to be what Vince is taking a lot of damage in return for this ultimate, and that's going to be the fate of both worlds as well. Virtus.pro all-inning on this fight. If they don't win it, they could be cooked on this offense. Pokey falling low, gets the bulwark coming through from Enzo, who still has their Meteor M if it's going to be needed. Here it comes. Maybe an attempt to try and shut down one of these strategists already taken away. Good use of the Aegis. Enzo dragged away, and there's no chance to save that Magneto. Now for Sparker with the Kraken impact. What do you invest upon? Tanuki looking in towards the back. Sparker's invested here, but there's going to be so much damage coming through from a final judgment. Pokey could be everything. Fires down. Sparker 2. Nevix joins them soon. Virtus.pro, after big investment, are rebuffed by Burbo Patapim.
The suppressing fire of the final judgment holds Virtus.pro's momentum, as well as finding the picks that Burbo Patapim were looking for. Fi and Sparker now not going to have their ultimates. Nevix so close to a Meteor M. Finzi as well, almost going to have one, but do they get you the opportunity to use it? As Polly on the Captain America can potentially just stop them from getting to push. It's overtime. The Vanguards are still going to have to keep a presence on cut. That frees up the backline to get looked at.
Polly runs the interference. There are no ults on the board. It's going to come down to raw mechanical know-how. And Fi starting off with the culling turret's already down. Tanuki falling low. Still has the passive to try and work with, and the healer's attention is good for the moment. Fincy might be overwhelmed. There's Vasily is built up so quickly. The regeneration remains nowhere near at the moment. Nevix had to use his bubble for himself. Oh, Luna can't keep up. The Vanguards of Virtus.pro are down. They looked so good to begin with here on Midtown, but now they're going to have to do it by the skin of their teeth. Fi's already down, and look who's got yet another ultimate. It's always Pokey rolling through, delivering justice and delivering supremacy for Burr Patapim.
Burr Patapim getting the better of Midtown yet again. Even though the first original stagger hold was broken in Spawn by the Moon Knight coming on through, the Strange Teleport was also broken immediately, but it bought them so much time off of the clock. 3 fights minimum is all that you need. It's not about quality of fights on the defense, it's about quantity of them until you get to that last fight over the overtime contest coming on through on the last. And unfortunately for Virtus.pro, they just weren't able to. Like you said, Dridro comes on through with the fate of both worlds, but the payload, actually the LOS, blocks it from being able to apply over after Tanuki had been able to find the grab and carry them deep to enemy territory. Even the Loki regeneration domains aren't enough to give Virtus.pro any form of hold over the space when Burr Patapim are in full control.
And let that be a notice to you. Don't flame the Rocket players in your games, because if Ken can do it, you can do it too, right? And this is the same fix they had on Hell's Heaven against Virtus.pro last time when we saw this full strategist ban strategy. They had Ken go over onto the Rocket Raccoon, pumping out so many heals for Sia. It works so well in conjunction with the final judgment, because how can you shoot them both at once? It's such an aggro draw that it just provides extra survivability to Pokey as well as the extra damage output.
Yeah, and Virtus.pro, like, they were trying so hard on their attack, especially when we went to those last couple of fights, to just force out the invisible boundary coming on through from Alex, and Alex just holds on to it. They know that Virtus.pro still have the Kraken impact coming through. Then finally the Invis boundary gets forced. But because we'd had that stalemate for so long, Pokey with the culling turret had been able to build up another final judgment. And the second that the Kraken impact comes on through, all of a sudden you've got a Punisher ult sounding off on the main road, and Virtus.pro can't give any of the resources that Sparker would require to convert that Kraken impact into a first point take. And Virtus.pro, like, they tried so hard, they knew if they just threw their ultimates into one specific fight, they would still be able to have so much momentum to push forward into second that they'd be able to build those back. And Burr Patapim just did such a good job of absorbing all of the pressure and still holding onto resources for the fight that came afterwards.
Unbelievable fight planning and mechanical excellence from the side of Burr Patapim. They are one map, Mox, from not only going to China but knocking out Virtus.pro. The team everyone said going into this tournament was the best in the world. Can they Burr make it all the way? Find out after this break.
I'll shoot.
Tanuki Glazer Nation, how we feeling right now? The Berber Panopim heads are rising up, and so too are the team 2-0 here. For Virtus Promox, it's reverse sweep or fall.
I mean, you say Tanuki, but I mean, come on, we have to give Ken the flowers too.
Oh, yeah.
That Rocket Raccoon, I lost track of the amount of right backs Tanuki was taking on. Every single time Virtus Pro finally managed to bring the Panther down, he just got right back up again. And like, the thing about Rocket Raccoon's BRB Station 2, you can instantly reset the cooldown if your Rocket actually throws themselves into a team fight and takes a bullet to revisit the spawn room faster.
Yeah, the resetting cooldown on that certainly does have some value. Pokey as well, getting unbelievable value out of the out of a Punisher. I think we saw like 3 final judgments in like 2.5 minutes, which is uncanny. I mean, that's the other side to pumping out as much healing as a Luna and Loki do. Yeah, that translates into a lot of damage done on the other side.
Yeah, and I mean, Pokey's culling turrets as well, just really giving Virtus Pro pause to stop, which then fed into what Tanuki was able to pull off too. Because if everyone's having to hide away from a Punisher in very small spaces, well, Panthers, if I fits, I sits. That's exactly what Tanuki is thinking. Instead of I sits, I spear throw, I get all of my resets, and I get to dash through every single one of your team.
It's got to be a reflective moment here for VP. They had such an indomitable throne in EMEA, perhaps in the world. Everyone considered this team unchallengeable. They were immitigably overlording the scene. But it feels like Berber Panopim kind of are their kryptonite, and Berber Panopim are playing so well. Virtus Pro, the world where they don't make it to the first LAN in Marvel Rivals is one that I never would have predicted.
Agreed. You know, if we were Doctor Strange right now when we were looking through all of the potential realities, I don't think anyone would have looked through one and said that Virtus.pro wouldn't qualify for the first international event, given how much we hear from all of the players, we hear from coaches, we hear from everyone on our interview segments too. They say that Virtus.pro is the best team. Virtus.pro is still the best team. But right now, Virtus.pro have to prove themselves not mechanically as the best team, mentally as the best team. That's their biggest challenge. You have to look at the scoreline and just full reset. You can't think, okay, we're one map away from just going home out of stage one. You've got to think, okay, we can reverse sweep this.
Yeah. Like, you can't let the fear grip you. You've got to let ambition carry you forward. For Virtus.pro, they get to pick the next map. Their fate is still in their hands. At the end of the day, the only person behind the mouse and keyboard, or controller if you're Enzo, is you. And every match is winnable, especially if you're as talented as Virtus.pro. You're going up against the talent of Berber Padapim, so it's never going to be easy. You need
and it has to be a convergence
determination.
Map. Two is the worry. It has to be a convergence map, since we're still in our first 3 map cycle. We've had domination, we've had convoy. You've got to now take us to a convergence, and that means, you know, if you win this one, Berber can choose to take us to domination next. It's going to be a really uphill battle. We cannot undersell enough how hard it's going to be. As Virtus.pro decide to take us to Hall of Dajalia, I'm not at all surprised to see Symbiotic Surface avoided like the plague, given the fact that Tanuki's Panther has run amok in those particular corridors of second. As I'm also not surprised to see that Fai's Torch has just been permanently put on exhaust duty. He's never getting to see it through, as Berber Padapim again insta-ban Johnny Storm.
Yeah. Have Berber Padapim solved it? An early ban potentially on the Psylocke here. This could be nifty. Are they going to go for a save on Saipe's Loki though?
This is new. This is the first time that they've ever bent the knee and banned the Psylocke against Berber Padapim.
I mean, it's what we suggested after map number 1. When you're going up against the best Psylocke cap team in the world, it might be time to ban the Psylocke if the cap is the first protect.
Yeah, because like the cap you don't really have to worry about as long as Finzi is able to secure the Emma Frost, right? What you have to worry about is if you burn your Carbon Crush cooldown on the Captain America, and then Psylocke is able to slip through the net entirely free, as Wolverine is going to be the next thing to go. So Virtus.pro actually target banning out both of the duelists, Pokey and Tanuki, going to be coming under fire, as Berber Padapim are going to make sure that Psylocke's not one-sided. Sparker's not going to be able to play her either.
It's worth noting that even though we haven't been able to see it so many times, it's often target banned. Ken is a fantastic Loki for later in the series. Was one of the most notable Lokis. Oh, a Protect here. A Protect on the Vestala would be interesting, because it might force out a counter Adam ban on Berber Padapim. This could be a fake from Virtus.
This could be a fake, or it could be a composition that they want to have open and pivotable too, and Berber Padapim just can't take the chance. Even on convergence, res composition can be incredibly strong, especially on the defense, with the amount of time that it forces the attacking team to have to just absolutely slog through. You can't risk having to fight a res composition on A and then running out of time subsequently on second or third.
So, question is, which of these that doesn't get protected is going to get banned? Because Magneto, very valuable protect. I imagine surely Virtus.pro ban out the Punisher here. Unless they want to get rid of something like a Luna?
Potentially
or Cloak and Dagger?
get rid of the Luna, but it is going to be a Punisher coming on for, and I think that is the better option, as Pokey was problematic, to say the least, for Virtus.pro to have to deal with every single time they wanted to push forward. Nope, there's a culling turret entirely cushioned by every single shield known to man sitting in front of it first.
All right. One last chance. One last run. No more mulligans. For Virtus.pro, it's victory or annihilation on Hall of Jalia.
Berber Padapim looks like they're going to be putting their resources into res composition. We've seen them actually play over to the res comp. It was interesting how they adopted that playstyle when they were matching up against both VP and Rad for a little bit too, where they would play it upon domination maps like Hell's Heaven, and they could potentially do the same here, where you really do just take advantage of everything that's available to you right from the rip. You've got the Soul Revives coming on through for your Mantis, your Star-Lord, your Adam, which is going to be even more time, and a full aggressive push coming out from Virtus Pro's end to be able to secure those picks and put them onto cooldown. And that's before we even talk about what Soul Bond can bring to the table in the first fight. But Virtus Pro are going to have to just see it come out and back away and give up the space, as opposed to Berber Patapim being able to win it out with a duel or building a strategist ultimate up first.
Berber Patapim going to be opening up here on the offense. And once again, Sparker putting faith in Old Glory, the Winter Soldier.
Sparker, I think, understands if there's a res composition coming on through, that means that Tanuki's going to be on that Star-Lord. So having the Tainted Voltage to take him out of flight, as well as the Bionic Hook, could be absolutely huge. Plus, it's easy to land hooks through the Magneto Shield, which is based around cooldown, as opposed to the Strange Shield, which is all about the health bar.
Virtus Pro have kind of everything they could want in terms of a ideal composition here. No excuses when it comes to having both the Mag, the Emma, the Luna, and the Loki. This is all of their strength at once.
True, but Berber Patapim, they have so many resources. Out goes Polly all the way into the back line. We've already got Saipe coming in for the God of Mischief, but it's not in time. Had to go anchor onto the point to help out the front line, and it comes at the cost of Drudero now, which means that Berber Patapim, they just fall back. They can win the fight afterwards.
Virtus Pro, they needed to get more off the back of this because Drudero is still going to be coming on back and hasn't been able to build up their own ultimate while they have fallen down. A Terror Cape early. Oh, it doesn't even get blocked out there by the Metallic Curse. And attempts to try and shut down Alex. Takes to the skies, utilizing a jump pack given over by Tanuki so much earlier. Inside of this, a great right click from Fi to try and survive. Berber Patapim got themselves 2 ticks already. Still in the back pocket though. The Meteor M ready to go from Nevik. Drudero drives everyone forward with the Fate of Both Worlds. It's so much healing to work with, and it's extra damage off the back of the Kraken Impact. Ken, the first to fall, should be able to self-resurrect in the midst of all of this. And Polly's just going to be able to go away. Tanuki needs to be shot from the sky right now. Hides away from the incoming damage from downtown. The Meteor M, it manages to grab a little bit, but not too much of a way of finished frags. Polly revived. Berber Patapim, they are on the back foot though. They might be able to try and grab on back. Sentience has been seized as Fincy lies in wait with the Sonic Seduction. The shields need to be drawn on up. Tanuki, isolated for now, gets away from the Seduction, and yet another Eternal Bond here from Alex as Tanuki falls elsewhere. A self-resurrection in the middle of everybody. It's so brazen, but now they've lost out on their Eternal Bond. The quick turnaround from Fi. A quick 180 slip, turn it around. A devious lick indeed.
Big grab from Sparker onto Alex to stop that Eternal Bond. These fights go on so long with the res composition that Berber can start with Eternal Bond, and then once we've burned through all of the self-revives and Comic Revival, Alex will have another one to potentially try to finish them off. So Virtus Pro doing a very good job of keeping an eye on that Cloak and Dagger, trying to aggressively get into their entire team and send a Terror Cape from behind. Sparker also building up to that next Kraken Impact is going to be something that Berber Patapim have to keep reminding themselves about. Solar Resurgence is not a lot of ultimate healing coming on through, but Meteor M can absolutely be used to shut the Kraken Impact down instead.
These fights have taken so long that still only a minute remains now, but when the chips have been down, Virtus Pro have consistently delivered. Soul Resurgence opening up from Ken, answered by Drudero with the Fate of Both Worlds. Extra survivability might be on the cards. Oh, Cyber Sparker! Enzo, the demon on the sticks! The man who knows everything about French food safety, knows little about Virtus Pro's safety zones. The safe space is eroded, and the point will be claimed.
The two that absolutely could not go down in that fight get picked by Meteor M. Enzo takes a bow, and now Berber Patapim move on to second for the encore. Fi is going to have a free Galactic Legend, though it's going to come at the cost potentially of an Eternal Bond Force from Alex, which Nevix can look to shut down as long as the Bulwark from Enzo has been forced out first. If Tanuki wins, though, the duel against Fi off of the back of a well-placed Terror Cape, Virtus Pro's instance into this fight gets taken out.
Show me a more clutch team than Berber Patapim, I dare you. Already, that's going to be Galactic Legend versus Galactic Legend. Slight advantage here for Fi, though, of course, as multiple element gun bullets are eaten up by the Meteor M, but still, the Fire's not going the way of Tanuki. Untouched, up in the air, rolls on through for 3 damage on top of the Fate of Both Worlds. Resurrection's going to come on through, but now Sparker can start to reset Tanuki. The next to fall on down should have their own Cocoon Revival for yet another chance, and indeed, they have returned now. Polly disengages. No, Sparker's at the top. Going to be rushed upon here by 3. They've run in for his J's, and they've creased them when they were least able to be creased. And now Polly rolling forward. Metallic Bulwark forced on out, down to such little HP. Needs to recover here. Could the chase down be real? Tanuki's lying in wait. The bait and switch. It doesn't work out in the end, but it gives Ken room here to try and play with. Almost a fully charged beam to work with for Fincy, and that's scary for the remainder of Burr Patapim. But Tanuki's been building up quickly towards this Galactic Legend.
They've been building up as well. Huge to take down either Druid or a side pit when the strategist ultimate's coming through. Terra Cape is going to be blocked at least by Nevix and Finzy, and Spark is able to catch on to Polly. No Comic Revival to bring the Captain America back. And off of the back of this one, Burr Patapim will be trying to disengage so they don't lose as many staggers as possible. Terra Cape from Alex isn't going to be able to buy the Cloak and Dagger safety. Virtus Pro will be able to hold. We've got one fight left, but if you're Virtus Pro, you are thinking about how much sustain the composition opposite them have, and you're worried about that Comic Revival. You can't burn everything in the first stage of the fight before the revives come through.
You stick up Pokey early, but he does still have that Cocoon Revival. We saw him cancel it, the nadir of the last fight in Enzo. Still, the Meteor M is available. This is what broke open the previous point when the chips were down and there was so little time remaining. The Meteor M not going to be used too early here. An attempt to try and shut it down. Now that's some safety for the backline for Virtus Pro. Enzo doesn't have that ace in the hole that could be used, but Tanuki certainly does. Their own Galactic Legend good to go. Nevix looks backwards, concerned about their backline. Good blocking coming through from the shields. Polly needs to be taken down by the end here, but the sustain is too good. Oh, the Bulwark was there. Alex in towards the back, gets into cover. Maybe there could be some punish coming out here from Sparker, but the Terra Cape is going to make a formidable duelist out of a Cloak and Dagger. Saipe falling low. Tanuki has to make a choice. Do I invest here with only 8 seconds remaining? Surely this is the point that Tanuki has to press the button. One Q to rule them all, but it's going to be Sparker who strikes first with the damage boost behind him and sustainability as well. Pokey still playing around on the outside. A second phase of the fight begins. It's time to get aggressive. Tanuki rises above it all. A little bit of HP remaining. Fitz is trying to track him down, but for now, Tanuki remains untouched. Polly's resurrected. Sparker with the Rotter Stern needs to claim the space, needs to claim some lives. The Soul Bond is perfect. Fine needs to disengage. A quick stellar shift. Almost has the Galactic Legend. Polly's fallen down as well. Fincy, the new front line. It's down to Fi to finish this one. And yes, that's going to be the strategist. Finally slain. Fi has found his man. And while there is a quick resurrection from Tanuki, I don't think they have the sustainability. They don't have the numbers. But Virtus Pro, they were in this exact position on Midtown.
Yeah, Tanuki has the patience. He's waiting for that Galactic Legend. He's not using it aggressively. They're doing the same thing that they did on A. When Comic Revival gets used, they know that Virtus Pro are going to try and aggressively push into the space. Poke's reviving everyone. So it's a zoning ultimate. Purely that, a zoning ultimate from Tanuki that's able to keep them at bay from chasing down those who get revived so that Pokey can stabilize them before you send them off to the fight once more. However, Virtus Pro are able to stabilize. Their respawn is so much closer and they're able to build up the win condition, packaging both Psionic Seduction and Galactic Legend together at the same time after Burr Patapim had exhausted all of their resources. Oh, well, this would be an amazing way to open up an attacking round. If Druidor can find the lineup and take one of Burr Patapim's players down early with just the penny mines alone, Virtus Pro would be able to get a nice little chunk of point percentage for free. But I think at this level, surely no one falls for it.
Either that, or you let your Vanguard catch all that damage and turn it into Strategist Ultimate right at the beginning. It's a viable strategy if you identify the mines.
Especially for Alex, if you can get the Cloak of Dan and Dagger with that Eternal Bond immediately, that's huge. In fact, we're very likely to see both of these teams just dancing around each other, playing footsie around the point until a strategist has built their ultimate up. But that will come far sooner for Burr Patapim with the Cloak and Dagger and the permanent AoE heal that is assigned to the primary.
An overgrown child.
AoE is not to be underestimated. It's going to have to be maybe a little bit of task here to get rid of Polly from the high ground. But look at this, Tanuki's going to be so annoying up there as well. There isn't really much you can do to try and take Tanuki off that high ground, apart from blowing up the high ground, of course, with Loki. That's rather easy already. Fincy catching quite a bit of damage, and Polly just going to be warded away.
Yeah, they saw that Finzi was pushing towards the point, which means no Emma in the backline to protect against the Captain America with the Carbon Crush. At the moment, both of the strategists are just trying to build up their ultimates a little bit faster, but Pokey gets taken down in the crossfire and has to burn the self-revive cocoon, which means that Berber Patapim are now permanently down that cooldown, and that permanently down Polly too. He's going to have to come back on the Strange.
Look at Alex's ultimate charge, just quickly moving up towards the Eternal Bond and instantly pops it, rolling on forward. Just going to give time to come on back. Tanuki's outside of the AoE though, and maybe they can try and shut down Alex here. Tanuki rests himself using that Cocoon Reviver. What a Terror Cape there from Alex. So much damage. Saipe has to respond. A demand is given, and now it's Enzo taking to the sky with a Meteor Ram. One frag here could be everything, but it's bounced off the portal of their ally. Sonic Seduction drags everybody in, and it's into the Kraken Impact, but still they can't deliver on the final blows. Nevic's taken down by a Light Force Dagger of all things. 100 charge for Fincy, but they still don't feel confident enough to move on forward. The Eternal Bond has given enough sustainability here to Berber Patapim.
There's just too many shields in the way. Fire comes through with the Galactic Legend. Berber Patapim trying to survive first with the Dagger Dome and then just kiting around the corner, but the Star-Lord's got the verticality, and the Eagle Eye is going to take down Berber Patapim's entire team. A has been secured. Virtus Pro move on to second.
Oh, they did better than they did on Midtown. Virtus Pro, the reverse sweep. It's but a glint in their eye, but it's a glint all the same, Mox.
Polly, though, can finally swap now back to that Captain America, which has been such a struggle for Virtus Pro's players to have to deal with. Having to have Finzi and Nevix permanently on the front line to block out the Terror Capes coming in from Alex means that Polly gets such an easier access to the backline without having to worry about one form of CEC. You've still got to contest with Sparker, though, and that Winter Soldier has been a turning point that Virtus Pro have been able to look to so many times.
Get another Kraken Impact. Polly feels the danger, feels the heat. Nothing coming off the back of the Barnet Cook. And that's going to be an early opening here with the Galactic Legend. Where is it going to go? It just does a lot of damage here to Polly. Forced out the Eternal Bond, yes. But this is going to be an all-in fight for Virtus Pro. They still believe it to be winnable. Tanuki already 30% towards the next one. But the same could be said of Fi. Just waiting for these ultimates to be over. Soul Resurgence gives extra movement speed now. Taking to the skies. Enzo's delivered so much previously. Junior survives with just a sliver of HP right there. And it's instantly healed on up by their compatriot of Saipe. And now for Berber Patapim, they have to decide, are we going to invest the Karmic Revival? Are we going to invest the Freedom Charge? At what point are we going to do so? Early pops onto all of this. Pokey hidden away as so many fall from the side of Virtus Pro. It's inside.
Oh, he's on the other side. They knew, they saw where the res was, but they couldn't chase it down because it's inside cover, like you said. And Virtus Pro are forced to watch as everyone they took down are now brought right back up. They've got the payload at least. All of Berber Patapim forced to just cross through a small choke against both the Emma and that Magneto, and that means that Finzi's permanent charge of 100 is going to be taking so many of these players down. Spark is still holding onto the Kraken Impact too. It comes out with the damage boost from Fate of both worlds, and it feels like Virtus Pro are going to be able to take this map at least.
Unbelievable accuracy there onto Tanuki. Polly isn't able to get anything off the back of a Freedom Charge. Still the Eternal Bond could be everything. A quick grab coming off the back of the Barnet Cook. But Alex is going to be able to fade away from this one. And it's been enough time now for Ken to build up towards their own Soul Resurgence. Still, they are absolutely shut down by that Sonic Seduction. Ken's gone down. Alex too. Pokey's nowhere near a raise. And Virtus Pro, they put their foot down. Nobody comes for the king. And nobody dares to miss. They're going to get themselves back into this series as Berber Patapim fall on Hall of Jalia.
Virtus Pro were one of the first teams to start utilizing the res comp in EMEA, and even though they're not using it now, they show that they understand how to play against it, and they do it with such aplomb. Even though the Karmic Revival, they can't get on top of the position, it forces Berber Patapim's players into such an awkward spot that they just can't come back from. The Magneto and the Emma both as a frontline, so rarely that we get to see the Vanguards get played, get making it out through that advanced pick and ban system. And Nevix and Finzi show exactly why. Finzi went down a singular occasion, by the way, the entirety of that match.
Care Finzi's getting definitely is worthwhile. This is Enzo opening up the first point here with a quick double. Great attention to detail from the remainder of our team to take out those regeneration lamps. Or maybe they may have timed out. If not, if it was a timeout, then Enzo just has excellent game sense right there. I don't think if this had gone the way of Berber Patapim, I don't think I would have ever seen a closer 3-0 in my life. But Virtus Pro, they keep surviving. The bears, they are wounded. They are crawling from the cave, half hibernated, but they're still breathing, and those teeth are still sharp.
So reminiscent of the time that these two teams matched up last too, although that time it was Berber Patapim having to pull off their reverse sweep. They showed it was possible then. Virtus Pro are going to be hoping that it's possible now, as they still need another map to be able to equalize with their opponents. And it definitely feels like we're going to be seeing a huge adjustment in the pick and bans after this. Saipei getting the Loki for Nevix, and Finzi also being able to secure the Premier Vanguard lineup is massive, given the fact that we saw Polly a lot of the time just not getting that same level of value that we had in the maps before. It really does feel like going for the Psylocke rather than the Captain America is the key that Virtus Pro have been able to use to deal with the tag team that have been Polly and Pokey.
Yeah, Polly and Pokey were must shutdowns, and that was such a clutch at the end as well. Polly just having to wait a little bit longer to try and use that freedom charge, did not have sustainability. That would have given over a little bit more meat for the rest of the team to use to try and contest as well. Unbelievable clutch. As you pointed out, the flick over onto the damage boost with the Fate of Both Worlds was essential.
Yeah, I mean, just immediate as well. Going for that 40% amp, so Kraken Impact immediately finds its mark, and Sparker gets another reset, which means another jump of CC immunity, so that he potentially can't get punished or taken down early by one of the players from Berber Patapim. Because if you're Virtus Pro or any team that's playing up against a Rise comp, right, you need to finish the fight quickly. Otherwise, give it 5 seconds, they'll all be back again.
Well, this series might be far from quick mocks. Virtus Pro have woken up, and now the formerly sleeping bears are ready to enter the ring. Find out if it's going to go to 5 after this break.
Struck down by living Chi.
the first time this series, while within grasping distance of a ticket to China, Berber Patapim are in control of where we're going, Mox.
And they decide no surprises. I think we all saw this coming. Domination map that hasn't been played, Hell's Heaven. It is their best map. We were talking about it in between the break, and they were able to triumph against Virtus.pro the last time they matched up on Hell's Heaven 2 as Berber Patapim currently undefeated on the Hydra base. Virtus.pro 3-1 with a record of it now.
Yeah, last time they matched up, we saw Virtus.pro go for the same kind of anti-strategist banning strategy that almost got them Midtown. And once again, it was Ken on the Rocket Raccoon that did so much against them alongside the resurrections of the Adam Warlock. So we'll have to see if it's going to be the same approach here from Virtus.pro. Maybe they think if they tighten up, if they batten down the hatches, maybe it's a little bit easier to win that. But feels like Berber Patapim, they've got that clutch gene.
Yeah, it feels like they're definitely going to have that rocket potential pivot over so that they can just, not so much cheese it, but definitely make it somewhat harder for Virtus.pro to make any of the picks that they find actually stick, even though I'm sure we're going to be seeing one of these teams target out the Atom 2, given the fact that Virtus.pro, at the start of the season, they love playing Res Comp on Hell's Heaven. They had such a good track record of it too on Frozen Airfield. And then Berber Patapim, the last time that we've seen them playing Hell's Heaven, they've started pivoting now to the Res Compers. No surprises. It's a continuation. Fire's Torch, I don't think it's ever getting off of the ground today.
Yeah, all right. I need to see the Psylocke ban again. If you allow Polypokey to play Cap Psylocke on Hell's Heaven, I'm going to have an aneurysm.
Yeah, surely not. There's no way. Not after the success that they just had on Hall of Dejalia. Wait.
Oh, wait, the Tanuki target
it's
ban?
the Tanuki Black Panther
they
ban
don't get another
instead.
protect for a couple of rounds, so I guess you can bring out the Psylocke ban next. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the double target ban on DPS here from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and then you can save Saipei's Loki here potentially, or you go for a Vanguard, given the fact that Berber Patapim are going to be able to go into free bans now. True. And it is going to be a prioritization of the Loki, given the fact that Virtus.pro, yeah, there's going to be Dive that they're up against with potentially a res composition, and the way that you can try and match wits with the sustain res provides is with regen domain as just a base cooldown.
Yeah, question is for Berber Patapim here. Are they going to start prioritizing things like the... Oh, no. Okay, they're getting rid of Firestar. I mean, it did do absolute wonders in the last map. Fire's just getting completely banned out, potentially. You might have to see a Fire pivot onto something like a Wolverine here, alongside maybe a Hulk Namor.
Potentially, they might be able to run the Namor, although I do like the fact that they're banning the Wolverine, as given the fact that Virtus.pro, whenever they try to use either Regeneration Domain or Invis Boundary coming on through, Tanuki has been just an absolute misery for the strategists, just watching as all of their utility, all of their Vanguards are just grabbed out of it.
So the question here is, do you ban the Psylocke or do you ban the Hulk? If you ban the Psylocke, you are essentially guaranteeing the Hulk composition. Yep, we're likely going to see Nevix roll over onto the Hulk. Now you protect maybe the Punisher.
Yeah.
The Punisher's great at poking the Hulk. So
it's just a pin cushion. Plus you have the CC immunity as well, so that you can use your culling turret to avoid potentially getting grabbed out by World Breaker. As, ooh, Virtus.pro, they use the last ban slot on the Black Panther. They've really trying to force Tanuki either onto the Torch or potentially the Star-Lord. They might be trying to force Berber Patapim onto the res composition again.
Okay, we got some stats from production going into this. Berber Patapim are 3-0 on Hell's Heaven. We call it their best map for a reason. Virtus.pro are 3-1, but that one, Mox, it was lost to Berber.
It was indeed. So track record is going in the favor of Berber Patapim. Virtus.pro hoping that they can break that record though, because if they lose Hell's Heaven, well, they lose out on the opportunity of going to the international LAN, and it would be a rematch between Berber Patapim and Rad to determine the strongest team in the EMEA region. If you're Virtus.pro, you really have to keep yourself strong, cool, calm, and collected as you come into this one, as domination is incredibly unforgiving when it comes to the other side snowballing point percentage.
Man, it's so rare that we see Virtus.pro in this position where they are contending with Oblivion. Usually they tend to have their foot on the gas through most of the series, and it's their opponents who are having to panic and try and claw their way back in. But now Virtus.pro on the back foot still have their fate in their own hands.
3,
Virtus Pro understand that Berber Patapim are likely going to be on either Res Comp or Torch. Their ban draft system has practically forced them onto it. So Sparker is going to be starting off on that Winter Soldier, being able to utilize Bionic Hook against both the Captain America and that Torch as well. Fire on the Wolverine too. They know that Polly's going to be out on the Captain America, and you can counter grab the Vanguard when he tries to dive your back line. This is going to be up to Finzi and Nevix to just play anchor right now.
Yeah, swapping away from a whole composition against the Punisher definitely makes sense. Kind of becomes an effective ban to have the Punisher up against the Hulk. He's so easy to carve on through. Here comes the culling turret once again. This was a big problem on Midtown. It needs a lot of attention to come its way, and there it is. Finally, the attention given over. A metallic bulwark onto Fincy as well. Both teams just jostling for position. Tanuki needs a little bit of care up at the top. That should be readily delivered by Alex, who now has access to the Lunar Snow, by the way, which is a great hero for Alex. He's very talented on that.
Pyro Present too is making it exceptionally hard for the anchor of Virtus Pro to try and hold themselves in this space safely. Pokey does get grabbed on out by Sparker and almost gets taken down, but the peel is there to keep the punch here up, and Berber Patapim do have Final Judgment and Eternal Bond. Virtus Pro need to shut this down before it comes through.
Yeah, needs to move soon. Eternal Bond rolling on out, and there it is. The Final Judgment. Is the pocket going to be good enough to try and keep Pokey up? You need to try and shut down Alex potentially. For now, it's all about the LOS. Everyone moving away. This is going to continually be contested, but Virtus Pro have done a great job of this. Should be an easy way to try and control Pokey. The follow-up's not going to be there, and a quick rotation around from the Fate of Both Worlds means that there's plenty of pocket, plenty of healing available to keep Pokey going. In the midst of all of this, out comes the Supernova into what's not. It's a miss from Sparker. Uncharacteristic, but Ken disengaging comes out of the Dark Force dimension straight into the Metal dimension. Hell Singers, they will be welcoming a brand new denizen of the Dark Domain.
Yeah, it was a miss on the Kraken impact, but Virtus Pro is still able to claim the first point cap, which is huge for them. They can lose the next fight, but as long as it goes long, they're still going to be able to build up a lot of point percentage off the back of it, and fire on that Wolverine too is going to be something that Polly has to be constantly worried about. It's so much harder to get a Captain America into a backline when the backline can play all the way behind the point with the distance. Finzi just trying to keep up as much charge on the ammo as possible, utilizes the Aegis to get safely back to the team, all the while fielding the damage that he's taking to Saipe, who's got another God of Mischief.
Oh, Enzo taking a bunch of damage right now. Forces out a little bit of resource to try and keep them alive. Now it's Folly moving forward with the Freedom Charge. Enzo just floating slowly after him. He's just floating menacingly. Yeah, Cypress still has the ultimate, but guess what? Fincy was left alone on point, absolutely dinghied with no friends. Final Judgment comes on through. The damage may already have been done to Virtus Pro. However, Nevix is nowhere near the Meteor M. Pokey clean with the clean up, and Berber Padum get out of this with 2 strouds.
Yeah, and just the Final Judgment used alone, no strategist ultimate invested, as they understand Virtus Pro's players. They're so split, they don't have full control of the point, which means that they can't just block the ultimate with the LOS. So Berber can hold on to their strategist ultimates and have them against both Dridros, but also to match the damage that Sparker and Fly can output with the Winter Soldier and the Wolverine.
All right, the charge up of the ultimate once again coming quickly here for Pokey. Virtus Pro are on the clock. An ambitious beginning from Fi. Doesn't quite manage to grab Tanuki. You can reign above it all with a Firestorm. Good to go. The Supernova should be coming through rather quickly. Polly falling low in his own right. Nevix delivers yet again, getting rid of Pokey. Resurrection not on the docket for now. Big grab onto Enzo, and the Ice Sarts get it done. A quick Terror Cape here, an attempt to maybe shut them down. It's going to be Spark who's going to be the primary victim of that one. The follow-up though, Fincy instantly falls down the moment they start channeling their ultimate. A waste there from the Icelandic giant, but Tanuki still falls through the cracks. Delivered back by a portal is Enzo, and the portal's also going to take away a bunch of LOS here from the side of Virtus Pro's backline. Looking towards the back, unable to grab too much. Enzo going to be quickly shut on down. Tanuki decimated by Sparker. Delivers on the promise. A quick slow onto Pokey and onto Polly. And that's going to be Virtus Pro back in control.
Yeah, but Finzi, well, I was going to say it's stuck on the Strange, but no, he's actually going to swap off of the Emma. It's Nevix who's outside Berber Patapim spawn just to stall pull them out so that the EMEA can get back into this fight. They know that they need him to control the Captain America in the fight that comes afterwards. So too to worry about Tanuki, who's off of the torch now onto the Winter Soldier himself. Virtus.pro with this delay have been able to build up Ultimate Academy though, and it is going to be both Dridro and Fi with their ultimates in play this time around. Polly utilizes the Freedom Charge, gets aggressively into the back line. Regen Domain gets invested to make sure that everyone survives the follow through, and Fi is forced back by the Terror Cape.
Get another last stand ready to go. Maybe you can pin them into your own Fate of Both Worlds and get the damage boost here. It's down to Fi to make the decision as to where it's going to go. Virtus.pro have almost grabbed themselves the airfield here. Oh, this could be brutal. You can see the shields array now on top of them. Sparker with the culling aura gets it done. You ask for a hero, and I'll give you a Sparker. Virtus.pro managed to claim this fight off the back of a perfect Meteor M. There was plenty of HP for all and sundry off the back of the Freedom Charge, but the culling aura means that they cannot save themselves from a briny grave. Berber Palapim drop the first submap, but they aren't down yet.
This is what teams talk about, the synergy that Virtus.pro have, the fact that these players have been together for as long as they have been. They're able to come on through with such smart solutions. Meteor M, they know it's not going to get the value of the pick itself, but it gets so many of the players down low. And Sparker can come through with the immediate follow through when Berber Patapim have no answer back. And that is going to be Frozen Airfield going their way, but still, it's not over yet. Looking at the ultimate charges though, Harry, Virtus.pro are definitely starting with a lead. They've got Strategist ultimates, they've got the Last Stand too, and Berber Patapim are going to be mixing things up themselves now.
They considered it. They moved back. Maybe a little bit of internal discord here as to how they're going to approach this first fight. Neither team's going to be TPing out either, so we can expect a all's fair fight for the high ground.
Dridor onto the Jeff just to give Virtus.pro a little bit of a lead in terms of arriving on the point and positioning both Finzi and Fi into a space where the ultimates can find more value. Berber Patapim going to be going dry into this one, both in terms of ultimates and no Jeff bubbles out of spawn. So Fi is already all the way around the back. Do they know that this Wolverine is here? Because this could be brutal. No, he gets scout checked out. Has to use the Feral Leap not to get in, but to get out.
Yeah, Tanuki knows these paths better than most. As an experienced Wolverine player in their own right already, that's going to be a second Ice Art and even more absolute zero given forth. Just when it comes to the raw healing output, Virtus.pro are going to be able to win this one before they even have to pop the Fate of Both Worlds. And that gives them the first control box, which is super important.
Painted Voltage comes on through from Sparker. They've got to utilize the Fate of Both Worlds, given it was Saipe who was copying it. Berber Patapim more than happy to just back away so that they don't give Virtus.pro any more lead in ultimate charges or a potential stagger. But now they have to rotate to the low without any contest on the high.
Fi unable to grab too much off the back of that Feral Leap. Now all's fair in love and war as we battle for the low ground. And Eternal Bond already moving in towards that back line. A big Terror Cape here could be everything. It's Enzo from the other side. Double mind control coming through. And Pokey's going to try and clean up all who present themselves to the Emma Frost. Oh, Nevix from downtown. A spicy meatball. And Pokey cannot take the flavor like a British person experiencing salt for the first time. They're taking on down. Now it's down to Fincy taking down Ken. Still in control of the point of Virtus.pro. They're close to letting it run on over. An attempt to try and grab Enzo away and send them into... Oh! Fi just managing to take Tanuki down. Still Virtus.pro lose control.
Yeah, the flip comes on for... They just don't have the strategists to keep the Vanguard up. Sparker almost goes down, will be able to just throw out that bionic hook, immediately gets the shielding that it provides without hitting that ability regardless. Virtus.pro are going to be able to try and push and take this fight a little bit faster than Berber Patapim would want. Meteor M is going to have to be held for Polly too, given the fact that Sparker and Fire are a little bit too far away from their ultimates to shut down the momentum push.
Saipe going to be quick on the trigger here. Oh, that's an early grab as well. Speaking of grabs, Fi has to be given over the shield after being taken down by that Emma. Now, the Meteor M reigns above. You desperately want Redro, unable to find them. It's on the wrong side of the staircase. And that means that Enzo fell through. Fi sacrifices himself to the gods of the underworld. It's a bargain of flesh, and the flesh is readily accepted.
Yeah, no Magneto, no Metallic Bulwark to stop Virtus.pro from finding all of the stagger picks onto Berber Patapim. Tanuki without the bubble goes down, and Berber Patapim have to try and come back into this next fight, but Final Judgment with Eternal Bond is going to be up. Virtus.pro a little bit far going to have to stall for Nevix to be able to build it. And now we have the reaction check once more. And speaking about reaction check, perception check is there. They spot Sparker.
Sustainability. Once again, nice metallic bulwark keeps Pokey safe, and midway through this final judgment, Saipe can't really stand up to this one. The Virtus Pro, they still have a little bit of sustainability off the back of the fate of both worlds. Sparker starts to get in close, gonna get very aggressive, but the adjudication shotgun is too much to deal with. A good pocket going the way of Pokey. Virtus Pro are just gonna try and stall out for a little bit of additional percentage here. It's Tanuki who pops off in this case.
It's going to be Psionic Seduction who gets more value. Both the teams have follow-up and can take advantage of the silent stun it's going to lend the team spiraling into. Kraken Impact Psionic versus Supernova Psionic. The difference is that Alex already has the ultimate. Saipe has to wait, take a little bit of damage coming on through for the rest of the team to build up the God of Mischief. And Virtus Pro feel like they have the need to go.
Worries now about where Tanuki is, that Supernova is going to be cooking. Double Ice Arts, Absolute Zero also waiting in the back line. That Saipe has to use it real soon. And indeed, a lot of space has been given over here by Boba Padman already. They want to try and strike back afterwards, but they need to sustain first. And that means when it's time to start using the Psionic Seduction, the culling turret in the back, it's going to all come down to this fight here. Berber Padapim will maybe take into a third map with Fincy going down. Certainly seems like it might be the case. Tanuki's still holding on to this Supernova. Gets dragged in by Sparker, an unbelievable bionic hook, and now it's down to Pokey to try and match the energy that Spark is bringing to this. The metallic curtain saves Nevix for a moment. Sparker floats in the air, dangerously above. Yeah, the culling aura comes on through, but is a follow-up going to be there? A quick Scourge Grenade is a dodge away for Pokey, and an acquisition from Berber Padapim is taken down by Phi. Tanuki, so much reliance is upon him right now to deliver the damage, but you can't break through what the Luna's cooking. Virtus Pro are back in control. Polly needs to stand up to all of this, but they're chased away. Nevix is raining through with the Meteor M. The Aegis blocks most of the damage. Enzo just playing on the corner. Tanuki's got some done as well. Pokey's returning back. They're not taken off the map here by 5. Punishment by Alex comes forth. Virtus Pro are running low on members. I don't know if they're going to be able to TP on back. Fincy's trying to come back on the Hulk of all things to get back in low time. Sparker is going to be taken down. Nevix the same. They can't find the touch. Virtus Pro are scuppered when they had it in their hands.
Oh, Saipe builds the God of Mischief, doesn't have a strategist in line of sight to copy for the ultimate stall. And Berber Padapim are able to fully restabilize on the point, and we go Monument. Saipe will at least silver lining for Virtus Pro have the ultimate in the hand for this next fight. And Ken does have Eternal Bond, but Pokey does not have Final Judgment to follow up off of the back of it. So it is just going to be base damage implemented from the Terror Cape follow through. If Berber Padapim even decides to utilize the ultimate, it could well be Pokey just on the culling turret trying to get Final Judgment online before the Cloak and Dagger invest theirs.
Virtus Pro up against the wall once again. Oh, I'm shaking with excitement, Mox. One of these teams has to go to China. I've got no favorites. I got no predilections. I got no predictions for you. All I know is that no matter who goes, they have a good chance of dominating.
It's too close to call. It's so close to call. Virtus Pro, Spark is so close to that Kraken Impact. Tanuki already out in the field, but so too is Phi. He's been able to spot out Polly, the Captain America, not going to be able to make an inroad for the team, but there's the culling turret from Pokey. Instantly gets broken off of the back of it, but that was a huge chunk to the Final Judgment as Ken tries to clear the space with that Eternal Bond, but Phi's been able to grab one out of it.
And so we got grabbed for last stand, still good to go. An attempt to try and escape here for the Cloak and Dagger. Berber Padman might be able to grab the first cap here. Phi uses the last stand to take down Enzo. Here comes the Final Judgment. It's always been the one and only for the side of Berber Padman. It's been what's decided so many a fight, and this one's no exception.
Sparker just goes down before Kraken Impact can come on through. Berber Padman decide to go aggressively with not just the Eternal Bond for the space, but also the Final Judgment off of the back of Fate of both worlds coming on through from Alex. It does mean, though, the Virtus Pro have an opportunity here, Harry. They're going to have Kraken Impact. They've got Psionic Seduction. Berber Padapim only have a defensive in the form of Freedom Charge, but do they get the space to be able to utilize it? The spam pressure coming on through from Berber Padapim is so extreme.
I think it's a China. purchased potentially by Spark. If a Supernova is the early opener here, Virtus Pro have to make a decision. Do we commit or do we disengage? And for now, the ebb and flow seems to be that the river's flowing outwards.
Just wait, but if you wait longer, Enzo's gonna have the Psionic Seduction. It's also free point percentage for Berber Patapim too. Pokey is already halfway to the next final judgment, and Virtus Pro haven't been able to challenge a huge Bionic Hook from Sparker into the Trooper's Fist, takes Tanuki down, and this is Virtus Pro's green light.
Unbelievable play to begin with. Nevix once again delivers on the Meteor M. An early flip here from Virtus Pro was sorely needed, as Alex is going to get staggered out towards the end. The disengagers are being chased, but they should be able to escape with their lives.
Yeah, Berber Patapim very much playing so that they can set up for this next fight extremely quickly. They're going to have Eternal Bond and Final Judgment. Virtus Pro do have both of the Strategist Ultimates to be able to live it, but Saipe might not be able to keep everyone alive through the fate of both worlds. Finzi utilizes the Aegis, just shielding off Thigh on the culling turret, trying to get a little bit more damage onto Berber Patapim's approach, but Tanuki on that right side is something that the team have to watch out for, as it's going to be Final Judgment Mirror.
New combo about to drop, and that's going to be the Metallic Curtain drawn up on top. The Culling Aura gets it done. Fi delivers for damage, and it's Sparker with the final hits. Tanuki up above, barely stands a chance. Virtus Pro, they all in on that fight, however. That was 6 ultimates, essentially 5 if you don't count Nevix.
Yeah, but Berber Patapim also all in. They're going to have Supernova after a little bit of pressure coming in from Tanuki, but that's what you're looking for Nevix to now. Meteor M can absorb parts of the Supernova, and then your Punisher can take the torch down in the sky alone. 62% and more picked up for the side of Virtus Pro. Sparker as well, getting Tainted Voltage to connect onto all of the players stacked upon each other. Finzi gets the Crystal connection onto Enzo, but here comes Tanuki. The Supernova's already claimed the Punisher. He gets grabbed into the regen domain. The Meteor M comes out, but it's from Berber Patapim's side.
They desperately want this. They want it so bad. They want to go to China. They want to meet Rad once again for a redemption arc. Berber Patapim starts ticking up once again.
Berber Patapim went before Nevix could build Meteor M. Such an aggressive fast push bought them so much space. And now it's one last fight for Virtus Pro to have to just push into Raw before they go for that strange TP. Sparker gets taken to half, can't possibly go down. It's to him that Virtus Pro are going to be looking to try and secure these picks in the oncoming fight.
It all comes down to this. Polly has a freedom charge to make sure that everyone's going to have enough HP. Sparker already falling fairly low, needs to back away for a moment. 5 building up close to this, moving on to the point now. The freedom charge from Polly is the answer, going in towards the back onto Saipe. Enzo's falling low in his own right, but now here comes the combination that's changed it so many times before. Nevix reigns above it all, looking for the backline. Alex is the next one to fall on down, but now it's going to be a match of the final judgments. Fi on the other side can potentially get it done. Saipe drags everybody forward. Pokey's gone down. Sparker above once again. There's going to be a chance for a last contest here from Berber Patapim, as they have a portal ready to go, surely.
Yeah, the portal's going to come in through from Pokey, but Finzi's going to have Psionic Seduction built up, and Berber Patapim spent everything. Enzo and Tanuki. Tanuki's even off of the Human Torch onto the Spider-Man. They don't think they're going to get through the portal in time to touch.
Kickbacks there, the touch is through. Enzo and Tanuki are already down, but here's the sustainability coming through from the side of Alex. Psionic Seduction will drag all in, grabbed up and destroyed potentially. Berber Patapim have what they need to keep this contested, yes, but Virtus Pro have all of their skill, all of their marbles, all their crowns, and all of their traditions are being arrayed in a line to try and keep them alive in this series. It's Tanuki raining above and raining down the fire. Polly falls on down, a big grab through onto Enzo. You look to the stars, you see Ursa Major, and here comes a roar as Virtus Pro demand respect and demand 5 maps.
We go 5 maps. Harry, we said, you and I, when we looked at the schedule, yeah, there's the potential we have 12 maps for casting today. Kind of feels like we're headed to that territory right about now. Virtus Pro remain in the series. The reverse sweep potential still on the cards. What a turnaround of Hell's Heaven. Sparker's Winter Soldier has been absolutely standout, and he's getting so many resources. Like, the synergy that the team have, every single time Finzi is able to find a Carbon Crush, it feels like there are just 3 people immediately turning onto the poor sucker whose throat is currently clutched in Emma Frost's hands.
Unbelievable. A reverse sweep potentially on the cards. Berber, Patapim are giving it their all still. But the Bears, they're known for both strength and for endurance. When the chips are down, they refuse to give up. They refuse to let despair take grasp in their minds.
It feels as well like they engineered the composition that Berber Patapim were on. Tanuki going over to the Torch, it was meditated. Sparker with that Winter Soldier pick just made it so much harder for Tanuki to commit into these fights. Yes, we saw some amazing gameplay coming on through from Tanuki, the Supernovas too, but even coming on through, having to fly above the point rather than directly on top of it, Virtus.pro would take advantage of, so they would be able to find map flips, even when there were players of Berber Patapim still up and standing.
I would say that Rad Esports are waiting in the wings, like VOD watching and studying, but honestly, I don't know how anyone could look at this analytically first time through and feel anything other than sheer joy. This is esports, Mox. This is such a series.
This is Marvel Rivals being played at the absolute highest level. These are players who understand when an ultimate comes out from your team, that is the win condition. And they all in on that win condition. Every single time we got to see these final judgments coming through from either side, look at the amount of resources that the other Punisher has to be able to break through to finally win the final judgment joust. We've got Magneto Bulwarks, we've got Emma Aegiuses, we've got Psionic Seductions to make sure that the other team is silenced fully and can do naught but turn and walk towards the pretty shiny. And this is such a banger of a series.
I don't know about you, Mox, but I need a break. So we'll be back for map 5 after this. Mox, how could it be anything else but 2-2, the last possible moments? Virtus Pro versus Berber Patapim. It's all on the line. A ticket to China to the grand finals, a share of a $250,000 prize pool, but also going to the first ever international LAN for Marvel Rivals.
And bragging rights as well, where you can finally say once and for all, Berber Patapim or Virtus Pro, which team are better? Because we came into this season, that was a question. That was at the back of our minds, at the back of every single team's minds. Whenever we talk to them and being like, oh, who do you think is going to win overall? Or rank the teams that you think are the strongest. I would hear consistently, some people would immediately put full stock in Virtus Pro, but there were rumors and whispers circulating about Berber Patapim, how strong this team was, how strong the pickups had been, the players that they'd been able to put together, the hero pools that everyone on this team had, and the fact that they were the ones winning scrims, that they've been the most successful so far outside of official game plays. And we've got to see Berber Patapim really come into their own. They went from just being very much a dive-flavored team, which meant that they were pretty easy to understand what comps you're up against, how you can potentially go into the pick and ban draft system against them and limit their power levels. And they've just fully evolved and flourished into a team that can play so many different ways, and that's what Virtus Pro has always been able to do too. So it feels like it's two juggernauts, a movable object, unstoppable force, but one of them is going to have to give.
Yeah, they have their strengths, certainly. They have their predilections and their own little flavors, but these teams can play anything, it's true. And only one can make it to LAN. Rad is already waiting hungrily in the grand finals for whatever team comes out of this. And the team that comes out of this is either going to be dead tired or fired up beyond belief. Right now, the momentum lies with Virtus Pro. The potential for a reverse sweep is so real.
The potential for a full hold on this next map, though, is also just as likely, Harry, because Berber Patapim, they decide they will put their tournament lives and LAN potential on the line and take us to the newest map. And I mean, this isn't just a statement, right? This is a gauntlet, a glove being slapped upon the cheek of Virtus Pro, because Virtus Pro have gone on record to say that they love the next map that we're headed to. We finalized this on Araco.
It's all gonna finish on the brand new map, and it's the same first bands again, baby. Don't let Ken play the Loki. Don't let Fi eat up.
I mean, they're fine having Tanuki on that torch, but that's exactly why Berber Patapim are gonna deviate. No more Captain America protection. They saved the Logan.
All right. Tanuki has been able to do so much with the Logan thus far. But now, yeah, maybe you don't have the first protect on Polly's Captain America anymore. Virtus Pro are happy to try and take that one away, and likely we're going to see Saipe's Loki protected again.
I wonder if Berber go after the Gamma. It's not the highest matter, but the last time these two teams went head-to-head on this map, Tanuki was forced over to the Wolverine, and the Namor and the Hulk made his life absolute misery.
I mean, like, we just finished an Asia Grand Finals that was an 8-map best of 7. We're going to map 5 for this one. This might be one of the most hard days to schedule around in Marvel Rivals in history, because I bet that our Grand Finals is going to go to 7, which means NA is probably going to be waiting for a while.
Yeah, well, we're going to be waiting to see more Punisher gameplay. As Star-Lord is removed from the side of Virtus Pro, Punisher is taken out from the side of Berber Patapim. So no more 1v1 final judgments. And I think this is actually a stroke of genius from Virtus Pro if they decide to go through with this. The Winter Soldier protection. They know that Tanuki is going to be out on the Wolverine. So what better way of playing versus him with a bionic hook waiting to grab him if he tries to land his hands on a Vanguard?
Gonna have to be the counter ban. Potentially on the Punisher. You don't want to have that uneven Punisher gradient. Virtus Pro had to acquiesce to that earlier and just go, okay, fine, we'll mirror the Punisher, we'll put Fi on it. One last protect here.
Wait, Harry, Psylocke's made it through, and Luna so far for both teams.
Oh, yeah, the Psylocke. Pokey's great at the Psylocke. Are you going to get as much value out of it without Polly on the cap? Maybe.
Potentially you don't have a Luna though, because I think Virtus Pro uses this last ban system slot to take the Luna out. So you can go for the Psylocke 1v1, but Sparker will have the lead. Both of them are going to have, both of them are going to have the EMEA projectiles so that you can go for your mirror form and potentially have the upper hand against your opponent. But no, Virtus Pro actually prioritized the EMEA taken out, and Luna Snow makes it for both teams.
Okay, Luna's up and disallowing Tanuki. Oh, this is it's going to be a bit of an Emma Frost. Could be a big difference maker here. That's going to force Enzo to pick up the Hulk. Enzo's very good at the Hulk. I wouldn't mind seeing Enzo play the Venom sometime as well. We've seen it get a lot of value, especially in overtime on Midtown.
Not against the Thing though. I feel.
Yeah, the Thing really is an issue for that.
The Thing was one of the first counters that a lot of people looked to when dive was becoming a problem, since you would utilize the Earthbound debuff. The Venom would go in, and then before he could swing out, boom. Guy was just prevented from moving a singular inch. No force physics necessary, so you still got to have the star strategist lineup that you wanted to. As both of these teams, as we can see from production so helpfully providing for us, are 3-1 on Araco coming on through.
The Flora Colossus is ready to once more bring verdant life to this machined block. But who will be... Oh, okay, Nevix has already been exiled. They're holding early. That's Fi on the Doctor Strange right there. This is going to be a TP. This is going to be a Team Pep style defense.
Yeah, Sparketeers on that Winter Soldier. They catch immediately the flank that Patapim try to find the Gamma Monstro taken out before it can find Virtus Pro's exposed backline of strategists. And in the meantime, Saipe more than happy at showing that Hypercritical Oath can become Hypocritical Oath when a Loki is a strategist on the line.
Yes, I've taken my hypocritical oath. Why do you ask? Nevix just bopping around with these Stone Haymakers. Tanuki's made the swap. No more Wolverine even against Triple Tank. Instead going for that back line with the Black Panther. The Brainiac Marks could be everything. An early grab here, and oh my goodness, it's so difficult to survive this as the Doctor Strange. Tanuki is demanding a huge amount of attention. The Thing has already done a good amount of damage though. Remember that.
But Tanuki and Pokey,
shuts it down.
Look at the amount of attention they're bringing. The Bionic Hook comes on through from Sparker, but you've only got one hook against one duelist. And Pokey is tag teaming off of the space that Tanuki provides. In fact, everyone looks at the Panther, and the Solo gets away for free.
Oh, that's such an unfortunate reload there for Pokey. Sparker finds him just when they're at their weakest. A big grab onto Enzo. There's still a Kraken impact in the back pocket, but you don't really want to use that one. Instead, just going to TP back quickly and use it, I imagine.
Yeah, VP just going to be sacrificing themselves on the objective itself, given the fact that they lost both of the strategists to Pokey in the back line. And it's going to be a very fast contested TP play coming on through from them. They do have the regeneration domain, so no ultimate needed to match up to the sustain that Ken provides on the Eternal Bond. But now that the Eternal Bond has come on through, out comes the fate of both worlds. Ayavakumoto catches only Nevix, however, though, and that's not going to result into anything outside of a huge Meteor Ram connection onto Dredro.
Yeah, Dredro dunked on, which means there's going to be a second strategist ultimate available here. Ayavakumoto from Fi gets absolutely nothing, but Bass Descent ready to go as well, and most of the defensive options are gone already. Tanuki slicing back and forth with the Spirit Rend, which is to slice through the flesh of the bears and turn them into burgers, as Patapim clean up on the backside of this one, investing everything they can. Virtus Pro, they don't really have the sustainability, but they are burning time. Hello, managed to get one on the backside. Pokey punished by Fincy. Tanuki awakened.
Did cost, though, the fate of both worlds, the dance of the butterflies, which means that Dredro with the fate of both worlds manages to utilize it to pocket. Now, Sparker on the Kraken impacts. Virtus Pro have one more good fight before Patapim find themselves onto second, and Nevix, with clobbering time, can still get the ultimate past the Strange.
Only time for one more fight. Tanuki tempts for hook. Oh, that's a connection. It's going to be a quick disengagement, though. Quick reset on the Spirit Rend and back up onto the high ground. Enzo looking for the wing of their team. Oh, Ken taken off the side by Fi. The Eternal Bond going to take a little bit longer to charge now. Enzo under siege from the Emma Frost. That's a take to the skies right now. However, look at that. Good shutdown could be enough to try and get rid of Saipe. What a peel coming through from a clobbering time of Nevix. Enzo's already down. Spark is still surviving. Unable to find it. Big grab onto Pokey. Tanuki taken down elsewhere. And at this range, Rotterstern's getting it done. It's going to be a movement forward here with the fate of both worlds. Sparker overwhelmed. The healing simply wasn't there at the time. It's going to be Saipe trying to turn it on around. Was that a copy there?
That's a copy onto Emma.
Oh, that might not be the sustainability that they wanted, but it might be a good way to try and shut down Ken after this. The dance of the butterflies onto the vanguards. The health pool is going to be regenerated, though, by the domain. Laid down by Saipe. 63 healing remains. That's the first point grabbed by Berber Padapim. Unbelievably clutch.
Sparker will be able to take down Enzo, but unfortunately he trades himself for it. And without that Winter Soldier in play, Berber Padapim's dive duelists can immediately start eating up so much more distance. Tanuki is off of the Panther, by the way. That Winter Soldier proving a little bit too hard for the Panther's claws to fall through. He's over to the Wolverine, despite Nevix on this thing. Last Stand's going to be in play up for 5, though, as is the Fastball Special. We're going to the batting cages, and Polly is going to the respawn room.
Yeah, Polly already down. Almost 100 rage here. Fire's going to have a great setup for their Last Stand, if only they want it. But for now, the overwhelming cleave that Nevix brings to the table might be more than enough. Pokey shuts it down before it can get too much done. Tanuki now looking in towards that back line. Fire exactly the same. Berber Padabim, they're closer to their spawn here, so the trades are in their favor. Fincy might get overwhelmed. Saipe with the rescue. The double going output is not to be underestimated, which is why Pokey has to use the wing shurikens to take it on down. Dredro, an emergency here, giving over that extra space with the fate of both worlds and dragging the team forward. Here comes Enzo. Big stun onto Fi. Forces out the aftermath. But look at this. Sparker reigns above it all, waiting for the Psylocke to emerge and slaying them thereafter.
That is the second time, by the way, that Sparker has frame perfect dodged the Eye of Agamotto stun, not off of help from his team, but the CC immunity that Kraken Impact provides on the aerial jump. He's done it on first, he does it on second, and even though Eye of Agamotto could potentially find its mark, Finzi with the Carbon Crush takes down the follow-up Maelstrom of Madness before it can come on through, and Virtus.pro stabilize the hold upon this first corner, which means it's so horrible for a space that Tanuki has to intrude onto. He's got to be careful that he doesn't go into that puddle of ground on the earth, as it is going to provide the earthbound status piece going all the way around the back carry. He's looking for a flank Last Stand.
Oh, Fincy worried about the location of that Wolverine. Gonna be a quick grab. Fi dragging players in. It's a lot of damage off the back of the Last Stand, but sustainability still there thanks to the fate of both worlds. In towards the back. Dredro's already down. Tanuki delivers when you ask for the clutch. Tanuki's there. He's always been. Saipe still channeling that fate of both worlds. Will be out of the lunar form soon and returning to the Loki. Sparker in the back onto the back line. Pokey's here with the peel, and now Saipe gonna be staggered out. The four Colossus is moving.
Finzi. TP. They're going for TP play, but Sparker is a little bit behind the rest of the team in terms of respawn. Does have Kraken Impact, but the Terror Cave and Dance of the Butterflies immediately drops Dredro and Nevix, and they just don't have the bodies to be able to get past. Berber Padapim just body block with Enzo on the thing.
I think the Pokey just dove in there the second that the portal opened and channeled the Dance of the Butterflies, forcing players to stay back to share out the damage to democratize the slices.
Sparker, too, was denied an opportunity to use Kraken Impact. Tanuki, surely they check the Wolverine. They're currently having to deal with Enzo on the thing, and the melee, the boxing match going on between himself and Nevix as Enzo comes on through the clobbering time and gets stunned out of the ult.
All right, reset available here for Sparker. No HP to play with, though. Polly delivers onto Saipe. Berber Padapim unconcerned, but Nevix going to give him something to think about right here. The Stone Haymakers don't have the range right now to try and chase down Pokey. The escape is good. Fires on that one. Pokey with a disengage. Still grabs Fincy, but fine now. They're going to do their best Sparker impression. Polly says absolutely not. The Sinnoh cosplay zone.
Tanuki's got another Last Stand. Fi can come on through with a huge dance of the butterflies, but if Tanuki can disroot Virtus Pro's defenses and go for this back line, then they're going to be giving up a lot of space to have to peel for him. They don't even know that he's on the angle. Okay, there we go. Fi scouts out the Wolverine, tries to take over the absence, and Pokey tries to utilize the ultimate. Fi's forced to go for the duel.
Oh, Fi taking another Stone Haymaker. The second that it's over. Berber Patapim, it's in their hands now to make it work. The solo last stand. Dredro needs to be rescued. It's Saipe there with the fate of both worlds. Once again, Fincy channeling the Sonic Seduction, desperately wants to try and find Pokey, but unable to grab that one. A clobbering time stuns up Sparker, and now the backline's in desperate danger. But when the danger calls, Sparker responds, and he yells, "I am the danger!"
Kraken impact comes on through from Sparker, Berber, Patapim, Tanuki. Not going to be in time with the Doctor Strange portal. And Virtus Pro will end Berber Patapim's run of Arako before it becomes a full-on push through. Something to note too is that we're currently denied the Poke versus Sparker Psylocke conclusion of who is the strongest in the EMEA region, given the fact that this Winter Soldier from Sparker has been indispensable for the side of Virtus Pro. Fi is the one who's having to flex onto the Psylocke instead.
Oh, Virtus Pro, they've got so far to go. Berber Patapim, they may have been hoping for the full completion, yes, but I think they're already happy with the distance gained. This is such a defensively favored map. We've seen so many first holds. And now, Berber Patapim, their fate is in their own hands, Mox. There's no one but the 12 players in this lobby who can do anything more.
You're worried too if you're the side of Virtus Pro with the amount of just spaces on this map where it's really awkward to try and land a Kraken impact. Berber Patapim now on the defense, they can kite when they know that Sparker's ultimate is approaching and just avoid it off of low overhanging door frames.
Raccoon skin hat.
Oh, between these two teams, who else could it have been fighting for this last spot? Rad, they prove their supremacy in the bracket. They've done so well. Virtus Pro and Berber Patapim, it's a rivalry as old as time.
Fastball. If Virtus Pro can open up this fight immediately with a good Wolverine grab, but no, Fi is not able to grab anything but oxygen. The now falls to Sparker to push back Berber Patapim around that corner, but they're not going to overcommit. They're just going to hold and wait to time the drop. As you can see, Virtus Pro so vigilant of wherever Pokey could potentially pop up from.
Yeah, that Pokey angle, it's so scary to deal with. And a team like Virtus Pro giving that kind of respect to the Sparker, to the Psylocke, well earned, considering that Spark has been dominating on it already. The passive of the Wolverine burn. Tanuki might well be in trouble here. Polly's fallen down. There's so much resources demanded by the low HP Wolverine.
Berber Patapim tried to hold on to so much space, controlling both the high ledge and also the low ground and the rotation off angle that Pokey was playing from. Pokey, though, has been slowly building up down to the butterflies, just farming it when Sparker is looking at other targets. But Sparker, I guess, utilized Trooper's Fest, put himself onto high ground, and he can immediately put pressure onto Berber Patapim's backline. Another pick hasn't come on through, but look at the space that Virtus Pro have to play with.
Oh, they've got so much space, but they don't have control of the cart for now. Oh, Pokey finished off by Fi. Sparky starts to crack an impact in the back pocket, but look at this. Nevix is going to be able to tax this entry so much for Stone Haymakers. The AoE is overwhelming.
Ken can buy Berber Patapim safe passage into this fight with an Eternal Bond, and that's going to have to be the play. Out comes the Terror Cape 2, sending Virtus Pro to back away, and Sparky gets the Trooper's Fist connection onto Tanuki regardless.
Oh, and they've warded away that Black Panther. He's going to have to wait a while to come back in now. Quick freeze, I believe. Enzo, stunned up by Nevix. And here comes the Kraken's impact. Landing down yet again over to the Cloak and Dagger. Trying to chase out that Dark Dimension escape from the Cloak. But the final note might well be the cross heal here. And a shutdown onto the Meteor M. The regen domains were everything. You can't keep this one contested if you're Psylocke. Pokey tries to cancel it just in time. But Virtus Pro still claim first in good time.
And Tanuki goes down as well. They're going to be able to stagger out Ken, which is brutal. Though Berber Patapim are at least stalling out the progression of the objective by having as many bodies on the point as they have been. Virtus Pro can still surge forward and take control of the next corner, which the defenders normally get to utilize to stall and stabilize out for such a long time. Enzo's actually going to swap onto the Doctor Strange, giving up the full charge of clobbering time just so that Berber Patapim have an extra shield, another form of CEC to potentially keep Sparker in check when it comes to the bionic hook pickups, but he still gets grabbed!
Oh, still getting the grab. Polly taken down, and when you've got two of these shield vanguards, that means all the more cleave for Nevix, who's back to the old tried and true fire on the off angle, just taking away this space. Virtus Pro, they are looking hot on Araco.
Saipe's gonna have God of Mischief. Nevix gets to play as aggressively in the face of Berber Patapim. Has the clobbering time. If Ken tries to utilize an Eternal Bond the way we saw him first to get the team safely in. 5 matches to catch Pokey before the Dance of the Butterflies is full. And it's gonna be a fate of both worlds coming on through instead.
Oh, 3 players stunned by the clobbering time, and the Culling Aura given out as well by Sparker. An attempt here at the dance with Butterflies from 5, and no targets present themselves. Enzo gets 2 stuns, one onto Sparker, one onto Nevix. The MVP's down for now, and the Terror Keep as well means plenty of damage onto Nevix. But being grabbed here could be curtained. The damage is real, but guess what? Pokey's returned, and Tanuki's here as well. Pokey's still got themselves their dance of the Butterflies to try and turn this one around. A fully charged Emma beam could be so much to try and deal with. Nevix forced to give up their little bit of positioning here, but this is going to be very aggressive. Oh, Enzo couldn't fly away inside the Yancey Street charge. They were earthbound. Pokey noted, and now an attempt to try and grab anyone who presents himself to the Emma. Full charge here for Fincy into the diamond form, sharing out the damage inside of the Fate of Both Worlds. It's impossible to manage. Polly needs to deliver on this. Oh, it's inside their own portal. What's going on over there, Berber? Still Tanuki. They need a clutch. They need a rescue. They need a hero. It's the last stand to try and do it. It will get Saipe, but not much more than that. They lose their passive off the back, and Fire's going to try and chase it down. It's a single stun onto Polly. Yet another Eternal Bond from Ken to answer the clobbering time, and Spark is caught out with few friends.
Huge Terror Cape as well, given how much space Ken was able to make into the backline of Virtus Pro. That just gets followed up off of the back of base primary from the Magneto, and that fight went on so incredibly long. It's now 1 minute and a half. Sparker, though, going to be approaching that Kraken impact. Enzo is going to have the Eye of Agamotto. Alex can line it up, can sync to the beat. Fate of Both Worlds for the damage amplifier on the Maelstrom of Madness, but it's going to have to be Berber Patapim trying to take the Kraken impact down before it takes them out of the tournament.
Early isolation onto Tanuki. Alex still has, the ultimate here to try and keep everyone sustained. Enzo grabbed, knocked back, and that's even more space for Colossus to try and play with. Multiple movement abilities have been shot on down by the Yancey Street charge. It's doing the damage. Here we go in towards the back. It's a good stun onto Fincy coming from the top. Sparker with the iframe dodges. This guy is simply insane. Oh, every single time when you think that there's a chance, Sparker says absolutely not.
3 for 3! He is free for free on Kraken impact timing into Eye of Agamotto, and Berber Patapim lose the potential of holding Virtus Pro on second, and we head into third. This is it, Harry. It all comes down to this. One team will triumph, one team will find themselves out of the tournament. Finzy's got the Psionic Seduction, Dreeder the Fate of Both Worlds, and Virtus Pro's fate is in the Vanguard's hands.
No more second chances, no more mulligans. All the weeks, months, years of scrims, it all comes down to this. Pokey already taken down by 5, filling in on the Psylocke and delivering here. A big Terror Cape from Ken could be everything. The blind is good, but the Sonic Seduction is better. That magnetic curtain's gonna drop soon, but it's enough time to escape a little bit. Tanuki still on the other side, has themselves a passive to play with. Pokey forced to disengage, has the dance of the Butterflies, and Enzo's just gonna stall out the cart with their life.
Berber Patapim, they lost the Eternal Bond too. Ken got grabbed outside of it by Sparker on the Winter Soldier. And speaking about Winter Soldier, Sparker's got the ultimate. Nevix is clobbering time to set it up. Berber Patapim have to dodge the ultimates coming through from Virtus Pro, or they're done.
5 noted on the approach here. Pokey takes them down. It's an excellent opener coming through from Pokey. Can the rest of the team now deliver on their own promises? Virtus Pro have already called this one. They want to try and take the fight with 5 ultimates later, not undermanned.
They need the Psylocke alive so that Fi can spot out Pokey's position too. And there, now they come on through, but Pokey gets the better of Fi once more. Dance of the Butterfly stalls out. Virtus Pro try to fall back, but they're running out of time to reset.
And this has been all the time that was needed here for Berber Padam to build up to their own 5 ults, soon to be 6. This is the one fight to rule them all, and in China to bind them. Ready to come down from the top. Tanuki lies in wait, a Predator above, a double stun, no, only the single one there. Onto Enzo, not so much value gained off the back. A pair of dances of the butterflies, everybody doing more damage. Retro taken down out of their ultimate here. Berber Padam might have found all that they needed. Virtus Pro at the last hurdle. Saipe isn't there. Berber Padam, they're going to China.
It's off of the back of the Loki. Saipe gets picked before the fight. Berber Padam 3 times in a row are able to pick up a player from Virtus Pro before the fight begins. And Virtus Pro not having that confidence, not wanting to go for the 6v6 brawl with that much on the line, call off the fight, reposition, and look to come back anew. And Berber Padam take the opportunity to stabilize. Tanuki and Pokey both being able to pick apart player after player. And when Virtus Pro needed Saipe the most to utilize the Loki doppelgangers and the regeneration domain to have the lead when it goes to 6 ultimates v 6 ultimates. The Loki's not there, Harry, but they don't have the time left to wait. They've got to full send the push regardless and dance off the butterflies. It's the thing that they need.
They desperately needed it, but Berber Padam, they needed to go to China more than anything else. They were putting it all on the line, facing down the reverse sweep, looking towards the Bears with momentum. They dig in their heels, they stomp down, and they say, no, absolutely not. This rivalry has gone on far enough. It's time for us to get our flowers. It's time for us to be that top team. Virtus Pro, we never could have expected we'd be looking at the reality now where they are not attending the first Marvel Rivals LAN. But who better to replace them there than Berber Padam?
I mean, there has to be discussions now that Pokey might just be the best Psylocke. End of. Just getting to see the perspective, the accuracy, the awareness and understanding too of looking for those picks, of Virtus Pro not wanting to take the fight because they're a player down, and Psylocke having the ability to get in, get out, take a fight really quickly, get the pick that you need, and then not even require all of the resources from the rest of your team as follow-through, because Luna Snow made it through the advanced pick and bans. You've got the idle aura. Your Luna is literally idle, just healing the vanguards, all the while Pokey is winning the 1v1s up on the high ground. That was the thing that allowed Berber Padam to come back into this match. For me, Tanuki was the star of the show in so many other maps, but Pokey has to be the MVP of the series.
I mean, Pokey just finding every clutch in the end. Well, we had so many moments where we sang the praises of members of Berber Padam, but sometimes it's just 3 fights in a row where you get the first pick, you drain that time bank down, and you give your team time to build up towards an ultimate bank, but in the end is a critical mass too big to fail.
Devastating, unfortunately, for Virtus Pro. Like you said, it feels like a different reality, an alternate universe that we're finding ourselves in, where we say the words, Virtus Pro are not going to be at the first international contest of Marvel Rivals esports. But like you said, Berber Padam going to show that there is new leaders in the region. Virtus Pro, we know that they'll answer back, give them a little bit of time, they'll come back yet stronger. Unfortunately, they are going to have some time, a little bit of a off-season now for them, as Berber Padam will be matching up against Rad. And the last time these two teams matched up, well, that one went the distance too. I remember Tetya asking, pleading that the BO5 transform into the BO7, much like a Loki casting God of Mischief and transforming into a Luna Snow. And I'm so happy to tell you, Harry, that we get that reality. It's gonna be a BO7, and it feels like these two teams, they're gonna take it all the way.
I mean, I was watching that winners final so jealously, man. So, well, let's just say I hope that Rad are coming in warm, because Berber Padam certainly are. They have been pressed to their very limits, but the rewards are great when the risk is the greatest. They will be representing EMEA. They are the last team we can add to our smorgasbord of invitees before we figure out who's coming from China later on. And our EMEA participants, I couldn't be more proud of them. They are going to, it's gonna be easy clap for EMEA. There's no other way to say it. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them go up against the likes of, Gen G and Reject too. As you and I, we were talking behind the scenes, like who we think is the most similar to some of these other regions, what the other regions' metas have started looking like too, because EMEA favors Emma, NA loves to let the Magneto through rather than the Emma Frost. Asia is a region unto its own. We've got to hear about Mantis and Ultron coming out from them as a star-studded strategist lineup, to the point that they actually get banned out over things like the Luna and the Loki. And I think that's really going to be interesting to see how Berber Patapim interact with those kinds of plays, given the fact that they're also pretty dive coded too. Although one thing that we have to talk about for Berber Patapim, they cracked the code when it comes to the advanced pick and ban system. Like, they went straight for the throat of the duelists rather than the vanguards, and the results speak for themselves. Like, getting 5 of that Human Torch just allowed them so much advantage in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, like, trying to ban out Fincy and Nevix, I think, is a little bit of a fool's errand, right? They're super flexible, but if you can really start to constrain the hero pool of Phi, and you make a Protector go the way of Sparker for the Winter Soldier, you just give so much more room for Pokey to decimate. Like, Pokey's situation just lights out at the moment. It's worth noting as well. All right, let's bring in our interviewee. I believe it's the coach, Sala, who's coming to join us. I haven't had a chance to talk to Sala yet, so this is going to be an excellent meeting. Hello, bud. You look all grins and smiles.
How can you not smile, man? Oh yeah, it feels amazing, honestly. I think I'm still shaking a little bit. I think the boys, I can't imagine what the boys are like right now, but yeah, it feels amazing.
So what was the energy like? Because obviously it started off really, really strong for you guys. It looked like it was going to be a lights out 0-3. And then Virtus.pro started coming back on for a potential reverse sweep. As a coach, how did you try and keep the team to task in terms of mental?
So, to be honest, yesterday was when we lost. We didn't expect to lose, or we knew it was possible, but it hurt us when we lost, I think. So the first thing was making sure that we're mentally ready for today. We talked a lot about how, look, you don't get a lot of second chances, so we have to use ours correctly. And we weren't afraid of the reverse sweep. We weren't like, oh no, they've taken 2 maps, it's looking bad. As soon as we went to Araco and Hell 7, we knew we'll win one of them, basically. And they did well on Hell 7, actually. They're an extremely good team, right? So they did well to take Hell 7 away from us, which is normally our home. I think 100% win rate up until that game. But we knew also if we have Araco, we have basically, 50% chance of winning. Or rather, we're going to win one of them, so we have a 100% chance. So we weren't too nervous about that. But honestly, the boys are demons. The boys are mentality monsters. So I was probably more nervous than them. The fact that some of them stepped up, the fact that Pokey stepped up the way he did on Araco, like, this guy's unreal. So yeah, I think, I'm really proud of them. I think they're amazing. Sorry, I'm a little bit lost for words. I'm not any better at this, but
no worries.
Yeah, us too, to be honest, that was just one of the best.
I'm also trying not to swear. I don't want to get any fines. I don't want to make good news into bad news.
Yeah, you guys are on the line for some big cash at the moment, heading into our $250,000 prize pool. Let's not lose some of it to fines. Sala, when it comes to your tenure with this team, how long have you been with Berber Patapim? Did you come in after Polly and Pokey, or were you part of like drafting Polly Pokey into like the OG core?
So I was actually with them in OG from MRI. I was there during the MRI run. It was like kind of the first week, so I wasn't doing so much. But yeah, I was there. I've been there since the start, basically. Polly and Pokey, I have to say it, was probably tenor, actually. He wanted to show a little bit of bias towards the Norwegians, but it's a good thing he did, to be honest. They're insane.
Yeah, they were
so much
absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
In terms of the pick and ban system, because we saw a major change, right, from when the two teams last went up against each other, you immediately banned out the Human Torch. How did you come to the conclusion that that was the way to beat Virtus.pro?
So the first ban we did on the first game was basically like we said, okay, if we ban in this line, we know that we're going to force them onto awkward DPSs that they don't want to play. They want to play the Torch, they want to play Psylocke, they want to play Starlord. So we knew that we basically had to ban him out. So we banned out the I think, I can't remember what we banned at first, but it wasn't the torch, we banned our second. After that, we won that game, we knew that, okay, there's a chance they save torch, so just to preemptively, we basically said, okay, he's not playing torch this game. The thing is, when he plays torch, he's able to, we're a dive team, I would say, and he's able to kind of help with the dive a lot more. So we knew that if we don't want him to dictate the pace of the game, we don't want him to have any control over anything, we're not letting him have the torch. So yeah, that was pretty much it.
Awesome, excellent insight. We're going to let you go so that you can prep the boys for the grand final.
Well, finals are the best of 7 now.
Yeah. Any words for Rad before we let you go?
Here I would normally talk very cocky, but we've just went through a full best of 5, so I hope we have fun. I know they were rooting for us, so respect to them. They did good yesterday, but hopefully we can get some revenge today, huh?
Oh,
I just want to say
so.
though, my players are. This is not so much on me. My players are insane. Every single one of them are some of the best players in the world. They deserve this so much. So yeah, it's crazy.
Certainly, we recognize their talent. So do you, and now so too will the world in China. Thank you so much for joining us, Salah.
See you there.
That was Salah, coach of Berber Patapim, reporting in after they booked their tickets to the mid-season finals. But Mox, the day isn't done yet for Berber Patapim. They may have just gotten out of a absolute slobber knock around, but now they've got to go up against the final boss in Rad.
Yeah, BO7 time, Harry. Potentially 7 maps if you watch the Asia finals. Maybe 8 if we have a draw. I would not put it past them. We now get to determine who is the strongest team in the EMEA region. It's rematch hours. Rad versus Berber Patapim. And like you said, Rad 100% were watching that game and likely that interview too. So let's see whether or not the draft system is going to be changing around that one as well, because maybe the secret's out. Maybe we don't target ban the Vanguards and go after the duelists instead.
Well, you can put a target on yourself on the fashion runway by wearing some brand new spicy costumes. Thor's majestic raiment and Punisher's Daredevil Born Again costumes have just hit the store in Marvel Rivals to make sure that you can tear it up with the best of them and look your best.
It's not just about the looks either, the sound effects that are attached to all of these amazing legendary cosmetics. They are so satisfying, especially when you utilize the God of Thunder. It's very much the God of Angelic Choirs to the backing tune of all of your enemies getting dropped.
Well, we're going to drop you guys off for a quick, have a quick drink, have a quick snack, because it is going to be a barn burner best of 7. We might go the whole way, just like Asian, and then a little bit more on top of that. So make sure that you are back here in a couple of minutes after this break.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
I'm all worn now, but I'm ready to get amped up again because that was our lower bracket finals, Mox. We have $250,000 on the line, and now it's time for the grands, baby.
That means as well that we're moving up. BO5 transforms into BO7. Last time these two teams matched up, it went the distance. Rad were able to win out against the Black Panther composition. Berber Patapim then adapted, starting to ban out the Adam Warlock. So right off of the rip, it feels like these two teams already have a very good read on each other.
Yeah, both of these teams know each other super well. They were in opposite groups to begin with as well, so they were likely scrimming plenty as some of our top teams in EMEA during the group stage. Let's have a look at Rad's roster. To remind you guys who's currently sitting at the top, there they are.
So good in all of their roles. They've been able to have such a good grasp as well of the meta. Fate was one of the first players that we really got to see utilizing the cloak and dagger and the synergy that you could find off of the back of it. Level 1 Crook, the Mantis accuracy as well. I would say easily the best Mantis that we have coming on through from the EMEA region. So definitely going to be something to keep your eye on too. Although given the fact that we've seen Berber try to ban out the Human Torch at the beginning, I would be unsurprised if Naga's Human Torch got the same treatment.
Yeah, it seems like getting rid of the Human Torch, making sure that Johnny can't whip up any storms, has been a big secret to success for these teams. Although I do wonder if Team Rad are going to go down a similar route to Virtus Pro when it comes to trying to shut down the Loki of Ken, which is definitely a big part of their success story. Of course, we didn't get to see it in the last game. It's just like we saw the power ban of the Human Torch. It was always Ken's Loki that went down first.
Yeah, and I mean, if you go for that, Melio too, we have to talk about one of the most sought-after duelists. Whenever there's a shuffle of rosters, one of the names I always hear floating about that teams wanted to be able to get their hands onto was Melio, and when you see his Punisher gameplay, it will show you exactly why.
Yeah, here's a quick look at how Marvel Rivals Ignites came to be for Team Rad. They played as Team 1, they played as Luminosity, and, well, they started off like they were a good team. They were a good team, don't get me wrong. They were certainly putting up some good showings. The Marvel Rivals Championship, where they finally got Naga integrated a little bit better. He came in during the Invitational, but hadn't been playing Marvel Rivals for very long. We started to see their power. They still got 4-0'd, though, by Virtus Pro, but now the boogeyman's gone, and thus far in Marvel Rivals Ignite in the playoffs, they have been able to just tear through Zero Tenacity, All Business, and then going very close against Berber Patapim.
Yeah, and they'll likely have been watching that previous series too. I say likely. Most definitely have been watching that last series, so they could get a read of their opponent, whether it would be Virtus Pro or whether it would be Berber Patapim, to try and figure out which maps would you want to take them to, which heroes you want to try and select to, because Berber Patapim's roster, it's definitely hard to be able to fully counter-strat them, because if you try and just remove one hero from a player, then it opens the avenue of another hero for an entirely different player. Like you said, Ken's Loki has been a huge standout in past seasons that we've got to see. Pokey just proving themselves as well, absolutely popping off on Araco, on the Psylocke, going to show why so often Berber Patapim get removed, both the Psylocke and the Captain America, when Polly and Pokey are on the team together.
Yeah, Polly and Pokey great acquisitions. We were talking to Salah, said, maybe at the start, like, a little bit of nepotism. Admittedly, I think that Poly and Poke did come out of, like, a pseudo-merger between the remainder of the original OG roster and a team called Royal Beamers, who did very well in MRC 01. Shout out to King Beam 007. The one and only supplier of Poly and Pokey sundries to your team that need an additional Vanguard and Duelist.
Poly can also flex onto many other different Vanguards too, given the fact that Berber Patapim are so accustomed to having those two players get target banned out. It feels like Tanuki, a lot of the time, his hero pool, like, he got freedom, other than maybe the Wolverine getting taken off against him. He got a lot of freedom granted to him off of just the distress that Poly and Pokey, the concept of having to ban out a Psylocke, a Captain America, and a Luna Snow, all occupying 3 of the ban slots, then immediately freed up the rest of the team to have a little bit more of a rampage run. But I feel like that might have changed now, given the fact that Rad saw how Virtus Pro were able to approach it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of evolution in our advanced pick and bans here for Marvel Rivals Ignite, that there is quite a bit of value. Previously, there wasn't as much value with the universal bans to having, like, very strong characters that are a little bit, maybe not 100% meta, like having a Spider-Man that needs to be banned out, or like an Iron Fist that needs to be banned out. We're seeing a lot more value from that when ban slots have to be taken up by the opponent for where you're strongest, like the Captain America, for the Psylocke, and that means that some generically strong heroes are still going to be available to you. Like, you're constantly going to have access to that Punisher. You're going to have easier access to things like the Magneto, to the Emma Frost, because they're not being taken away from you when you have to deal with the Poly Pokey duo.
Yeah, and I mean, Berber Patapim might also have adjusted to what Virtus Pro did against them and start really prioritizing saving that Psylocke instead of the Captain America coming on through, which brought them so much success on Araco. So I feel like immediately, even though we've seen these two teams match up, that BO5, they continued evolving and adapting every single round, every single ban phase system coming on through. We're going to be starting off right now, and there's still going to be that evolvement, that evolution coming on through from both of them. I can't wait to just jump into the first map and get to see whether or not that's going to become a reality.
All right, let's quick look at the map win rates for Rad. Convergence is by far their strongest, and I think a lot of those are probably gained on Symbiotic Surface. They are very good at defending that first point, and also really good at, like, initial muggings. They're like rolling out with that, like, damage boosted Moon Knight off the back of a portal and just instantly evaporating an enemy strategist, which can often convert into a first point take.
Yeah, Rajara's Doctor Strange teleports are definitely something to be pretty terrified of. Domination, though, proves to be a little bit of a 50-50 coin flip coming on through, and we always do start off the tournament game systems with a domination map coming on through. So if Berber Patapim can immediately grab up that first map type, then they're definitely going to be feeling comfortable. However, this being a BO7 series, Harry, does mean that at some point between these two teams, there is going to be that reset cycle coming on out, and the team that loses map number 3 will have that pick of the litter when it comes to all of the map types for 4.
Yeah, it can really open up a series when you get that map reset come on through, and you got to run through the gauntlet of map types once again. Coming into this, my biggest question is, how warm are Rad going to be? Because Berber Patapim, they are coming in not just warm, they are absolutely blazing hot right now. They are essentially 6 human torches, and I've often seen in other esports, in other brackets, when you have this final day where it's lower bracket finals into grand finals, often the lower bracket team just kind of decimates because they come in so hot that they tend to really come out swinging on the first map and knocking the reigning upper bracket team off balance.
Yeah, especially because if they were able to triumph in the lower bracket, it's likely that their original plan going into that series was rerouted and diverted into having to adapt into something else. So they've already got that problem solving, the critical thinking element of the gameplay down. And they have all of these different options that they can go through and rotate. If Rad are able to deal with one thing, oh, well, we're just going to pivot over to this other thing. So that pick and ban system is really going to be very important, not just to shut down the original composition, but to make it that if your opponent is suddenly having to think, okay, something's not working, we're going to have to swap to something, their options are significantly limited.
Yeah, forcing those adaptations, I mean, training the potential adaptations are definitely the name of the game. When it comes to adaptations, Fate really is, I think, one of the most innovative minds of Marvel Rivals at the moment. Really looks at, like, less meta characters and sees how to squeeze value out of them. And I think that's a big place where Rad have been able to get value previously, including with their novel ban strategy against Virtus Pro the first time, just getting rid of so many treasures. Like, we can really constrain their options here. But really, Fate has been able to level up this roster by procuring, as you said, for double Danish DPS. Like, if you're in Europe and you need to upgrade your DPS roster, sometimes you just got to go for some Danes. Danish hit scans, generally the top tier. You got your Melios, you got your Craggies, and of course Naga coming in from the other side as well. A long-tenured player who has been decimating European competition for a long time, and so variable as well. Both good hit scan and great projectile sense.
Yeah, and not just that too, but Fate has admitted in interviews that he watches other regions. So he gets a good read of what's meta over there and could potentially be brought over here that maybe is not seen as much, but if he can immediately see it from other teams in play, he gets the immediate understanding of, okay, this is how it's working. I'm going to be able to take that and implement it with my team, so that you can have so many different strategies in the back pocket. Like when they were originally able to defeat Virtus Pro, it started on a domination. It started with Jeff strats coming on through. Well, we got to see Jeff act as a fire extinguisher to fire on the Human Torch. And speaking about stats, we can have a look at Berber Patapim's a much higher domination win rate and convoy win rate, but a much lower convergence win rate. So I feel like that immediate pivot is evident. If you are red and you lose domination, convergence would probably be the map type that you would take them to afterwards.
Yeah, there's also, you could also make the argument that, like, when you're that much better at convergence, maybe you pick a convoy where you're more comfortable and force Berber Patapim, who aren't great at convergence, to, like, pick their poison when it comes to one of those maps, rather than allowing for Berber to really design the convoy matchup to be in their favor.
They did say, Salo was saying that they thought it would be a 50-50 between themselves and Virtus Pro when it came to Araka, which I found interesting given how evident VP are in their love of that map, the confidence that they have of playing it. So it feels like Berber Patapim definitely have comfort maps, Hell's Heaven being one of them, 100% win rate before, and then also being able to fall back onto Araka. And right off of the rip, that's two maps that if you're Rad, you know to just avoid altogether.
Yeah, like, you can just take those out of your mind, and that's another reason to possibly choose Convoy, so that you can get rid of that Arako pick until later on in the series when inevitably Berber are going to get a chance to go to it. I don't anticipate there being a 4-0 here in either direction, because Berber Patapim, I think they might be their strongest in map number 1, right? Coming off that series full of energy, might be a little bit shaky in the hands after putting it all on the line to get to China, but Rad, their quality of warm-up here will have been very important. I'm sure we're going to shout out their warm-up team as we get in towards our game. We've stalled for long enough, Mark. Casters, start the game.
Well, let's see. Which round of domination is it going to be? Is it Hell's Heaven? Can you imagine if the RNG takes us to Hell's Heaven? You would not be happy if you're Rad and it's Krakoa.
Okay, Krakoa, this is fairly even between the two of them. I imagine we get into our first ban phase here. And yeah, looks like Rad are going to follow in the footsteps of Virtus Pro and say, absolutely, Ken cannot be John Loki.
Well, let's see if Berber Patapim pries Naga's Human Torch as much as they wanted to deny Fires. No! Human Torch manages to make it through. See, if you're Rad now, I feel like you might actually prioritize saving the Torch early on.
Might be the call here. Letting Naga play that. It's going to be Polly and Pokey. Do you have to ban the Psylocke already, though, is the question. Like,
yeah, I think you go Luna, though.
Oh, okay. Makes sense, yeah.
Because the Psylocke will still come through, and then you can save the Emma so that you can have Carbon Crush to deal with either the Cap or the Psylocke. But Berber Patapim do not get to go into the free ban phase, which means that Human Torch might be off the menu.
Yep. Loki. Likely we see Luna taken off the map. To be fair, Berber Patapim don't seem to be overly concerned with going against Luna. I think because they know that they can try and shut down Luna fairly easily, utilizing their own Black Panther in the back pocket. So they often let it go through the ban phase.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen from Rad multiple times over. Fate really prioritizing having that one-sided cloak and dagger, which they utilized against Virtus Pro, and then Virtus Pro started utilizing against every other team that they ran into as well. As Rad now get the opportunity to block a hero band from Berber Patapim. What is the call to be? Captain America for them, so Rivars is going to be able to run out on that one, though they don't have the Psylocke to back them up.
Oh, question is, do you need to... Yeah, we anticipated a Human Torch ban here, but maybe you have to pivot over to banning a strategist from the enemy. To be fair, I don't know if Berber Patapim are too concerned. They've been getting so much value out of Ken playing Rocket when they're in these weird scenarios.
It's the Adam, though. Rad have been liking to play res composition. Berber Patapim likely going to be trying to force Rad as well into either banning Adam or potentially an Ultron if they've been leaning into watching some of the Asia regions. This is Berber Patapim trying to lead Rad away from banning Pokey's Psylocke, but Rad decide that they'll let the res comp go through one-sided as well on Berber Patapim's side in priority of taking the Psylocke as follow-up from Polly down, and I think that is the correct choice to go for.
Certainly would make some sense. Yeah, getting rid of... You cannot allow the Captain America Psylocke to go through from Polly and Pokey. Still, Pokey's been getting a lot of value thus far out of the Punisher, so this is far from broken here for Berber Patapim. Rad opening up with a fairly confident draft.
Yeah, Rad could potentially pivot too. We saw that the Mantis came out for the side of Berber with that protection. They might play it. They could go for the 12% damage boost to have the better break point and the faster burn through if a Punisher Final Judgment mirror comes out from the side. But Storm is also on the table for both of these teams. We didn't get to see it at all in the previous season, but a lot of these teams in EMEA have been liking to pair the Punisher up with the Storm for the 12% boost off of the Goddess boost cooldown. Rads, however, have been liking to put Melio on the Ultron to be able to pocket the Human Torch with the Imperative Firewall.
The battle starts in 5.
That overhealth can be so useful. To roll out, it's going to be Carousel, which is our first map here.
Got it?
Not the greatest of maps for flyers to come on through, given that there are a lot of annoying ceilings to dodge around, which can put you a little bit too close to an Emma Frost's Carbon Crush. Berber Patapim actually going to be playing Ken on the Rocket Raccoon, which we've seen come through from time to time, just having the BRB to out-sustain Rad's numbers.
All right, Culling Turret already set up in a very dangerous position. Actually forces out the Diamond form. And also escape the LOS of that Culling Turret was the Aegis took most of the damage. Seems like there's going to be an exchange of fire on the point as Berber Patapim are making a full-bodied rotation over there. Naga just getting constantly suppressed. Does have that Snowflake, though, coming through. Oh, Enzo, great accuracy there. Hits the Iron Volley and the right click as well. The Mag Cannon delivering. Melio's getting super aggressive over here, trying to back up Naga, and it's going to be fully punished by Polly.
Yeah, Rajara is not able to find the inn either currently. They were really trying to box Berber Patapim into a small room with just the fires coming on through from the Human Torch, but it's not to be, and the fight goes now on to point with Brawl. But Berber Patapim have the better numbers, and they've already got the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier built up too. So this is going to be a fast retreat from Rad, an early point cap for Berber Patapim.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to mean that Crux ult may end up being a little bit aesthetic in terms of the amount of healing it does.
Not if they pair it with Melio's, which is a lineup that we traditionally see when the Mantis and the Ultron ult at the same time, so that you can then utilize all of the damage boosts onto both your Human Torch and the Ultron themselves.
Croc already taken down. Tanuki grabs that one early right there. Maybe a Feral Leap just took them well out of the area of effects of the rest of their roster. Oh, an attempt to try and chase down a Human Torch with a Captain America. It's a little bit ambitious, but it still keeps Naga on notice.
Yeah, Tanuki gets to just take full advantage of the lack of Magneto and also Invis Woman on the side of Rad. Doesn't matter that you're not grabbing a Vanguard, you're separating the Mantis and the Ultron, so Rad couldn't utilize either role in the past.
All right, Supernova from the back half. For now, Pokey going to take a lot of damage off the back of this one, but now you've got to hide away. You can't risk taking the fire. However, two ultimates already been... Tanuki traced himself out there. Classic from Hell's Heaven. A nice clap back here from Rad. Great understanding of the tempo. Unable to connect onto Melio with the Meteor M there. And Enzo just can't get it done. Alex gets resurrected in the back by the Battle Recall Beacon. And now it's Melio's turn to rain fire. The Rage of Ultron certainly is raining plenty of it. Trying to put that mostly onto the Vanguards. But inside of its invisible boundary, Bertha Padman are feeling nice and pretty. The princesses now have their castle broken into by the fate of both worlds, giving Rad a huge amount of space to work with. Still Pokey, able to lay down a lot of suppressing fire. That's Naga who's able to deal with it rather quickly. And Rad yet to turn around the control of this point as Enzo just taps in on the edge.
Tanuki's gonna have last stand. Pokey, another final judgment. It's up to the Human Torch to try and clear them off of it, but Tanuki's been able to find the Mantis, and that means no sleep, CC. You can go for the back line, and the entire team just falls under the focus that is the Wolverine. Rad were able at least on the lining to find a cheeky point cap behind them, but it feels like it's just temporary measures.
I forced out the Ice Arts from Fate. Remember, there was no CC available in the form of the Absolute Zero to try and stop Tanuki and Polly from running them down. And that was one last chance for Rad to try and contest. I don't know if they're going to be swapping over here onto a Doctor Strange. I don't think they've got the time to try and do so. It's going to be... Oh, what a push onto Rajaro. Alex is on top of things.
Yep, Alex gets the Force Physics to connect onto the Captain America, and Rad get no opportunity to go for the overtime wick. Berber Patapim 100, managing to grab Carousel in such a dominant fashion. Rad got about 10%, and that was off of a back cap coming on through when Berber Patapim's heads were turned.
Turn your head around and you will get punished for it. Berber Patapim, as anticipated, starting off strong here on domination.
There's just no high damage output coming on through from Rad if they don't have the space. If they lose first fight, Melio and Naga on the Ultron and the Human Torch can do nothing into the pressure that Pokey can output on a set up and established Punisher. And it means that for Berber Patapim, when Final Judgment came out, they never actually had to utilize a Strategist Ultimate to safeguard it. So even though Rad were on triple Strategists, Berber Patapim could still hold on to the Ultimates and match.
Mad if they're to match those, to be honest. Tanuki getting a bunch of value here, even against very evasive Vanguards. Oh, contemplate it. Naga's safe for now, though.
Yeah, Wolverine, not the greatest opponent into the Human Torch, but he's going to go for the portal to get higher, and he gets the barrel grab onto the Human Torch, and Naga is snuffed out like a light.
Oh, holy cinema. Oh, my goodness. The Marvel Studios writers, they're going to be stealing that one away. Tanuki, just a choreographer for future X-Men movies.
You know, sometimes we see some really smart plays around the portals on Cradle. The Atom reses for the portal so that everyone is safe even more than 30 meters away from him. But that one, like you said, was absolute cinema. And it was horrible news for Rad too, because they were relying on the prospect of Supernova stopping Berber Patapim from grouping up and helping the Punisher.
Flying? I don't recall asking. Enzo, just able to watch over here. Knows that that teleporter is not active yet. However, hello, a little bit of a tail coming through from Naga. Pokey's already received the information that they are going to be under siege. Can, of course, become CC immune by using their final judgment, meaning they're unbothered about the Psionic Seduction. And now it's a big investment coming through from Rad already. They've used both the Sonic Seduction and the Soul Resurgence, but they can't move forward because they're too scared of the damage coming through from the Punisher. A big overwhelming of the Meteor enemies has to be thrown out quickly before Enzo can really contemplate the target. This Mantis needs some help, though, in the back, and Enzo's happy to put them to bed. A quick sleepy time is given over by the Iron Volley. Naga grabbed yet again. It's got to be so damaging to the mental to constantly have this anti-Vanguard presence knock you down as a flyer. But when it comes to the overall healing in the fight for sustainability, Rad tends to win.
Finally, Rad are in control of the point, and this with that composition should easily be a 50% surpassment. They do have to concern themselves, though, with the damage amplification of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, as well as the prospect of that last stand, scooping someone out of reach from a defensive ultimate, either from Fate or Rajaro. You're going to be keeping the Punisher at bay, the Pyro Prison zoning Pokey's angles out, but he's still trying to build up to the next final judgment as Berber Patapim play peel for the Punisher.
Naga's disengagement angles may be a little bit limited here if they're not careful. Still has the option to dive on in and do extra damage if need be. That's a big grab coming through from Tanuki. And there we go yet again. Crook and Melio overwhelm the fire, the follow-up. The fire and the flames of Tanuki drags Rad through. And Fate desperately needs to get back on the point here with Fate of both worlds. Healing up the remainder of the team. It's going to be a sustainability gap here in favor of Rad. But Naga once again has been grabbed out from this one. Rajara manages to chase down Alex. Pokey falls as well. And Rad, they hold strong despite the early picks.
Yeah, once Tanuki and Pokey go down, the damage potential for Berber Patapim plummets exponentially. There's going to be a couple of late picks as well coming on through so that Rad can get as much point percentage as possible from that last fight. Trust me, is going to have Psionic Seduction, so too is Supernova going to be in play. All of that is going to be utilized in reaction to Final Judgment, either before the Punisher gets the opportunity to press the ultimate or when he's midway using it.
Trust me, the Psionic Seduction to try and play with. If Polly goes elsewhere, that means there's only one shield to deal with. Still, the invisible boundary is going to be everything you need to try and survive this one. All eyes onto the battle recall beacon. Naga's going to be prioritizing that one. Melio's in so much danger right now. You are not going to match the damage of the Punisher. Franklin Castle punishes you for the audacity to rage in front of him. That's my Wolverine's job and nobody else's. But when it comes to rage being a raid upon a player, it's Naga who's able to put out the most damage here. Rajaro just domineering over the point. Still has to worry about the freedom charge coming through from Polly. Enzo floats above it all. Might decide to go after the backline, but it's a good dodge away there. Fate's just absolutely flummoxed Enzo here. Naga doing their best to dodge away. Has to deal with the Seer. A lot of extra damage, but it's not going to stay around for long. Fate's finally chased on down. Naga needs to be taken off this angle. A quick poke back from Pokey with the teleport. And well, trust me, he's managed to make it onto the point. Should be able to get a Carbon Crush kick to keep Pokey at arm's length. Tanuki needs to be rescued from the auspices of the Captain America. It seems like the target focus right now is starting to fail Berber Patapim. Rad are just working the margins and it's given them time enough here to get the freedom charge.
Rad are coming back. They're trying to hold on to this as long as they possibly can. The freedom charge is stalling. Alex goes down before Invis Boundary can come on through. Fate's about to have potentially another Fate of both worlds too, which is going to land even more stall and balled up. Trust me, space to push up in the Psionic Seduction. But Tanuki invests the last stand, perfectly catching the Luna before the ultimate comes out.
Okay, Tanuki hits a little bit of hero mode, I have to admit it. Good ult tracking there onto Fate, but it does mean that the counterplay to the Fate of both worlds might be lacking.
Yeah, just prevent the cast from coming on through entirely. Last fight for Berber Patapim. Rad at least do still have the Fate of both worlds, and that can be used to amp up the damage coming on through from the Supernova. Looks like they're going to be contemplating about taking that teleport once all of the players are regrouped to potentially find a surprise pick onto Berber Patapim's backline.
Oh, once again, grabbed by Tanuki. The jump scares are real, and they can hurt you. Tanuki grabbed up by the Carbon Crush. Extra damage coming through from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Level 1 Crook won't be long for this world, even with the extra healing coming through from Fate. A choice made, and a choice is good. Melio struck by a surface-to-air missile. An AMRAM from Enzo as he drops the hammer, and Berber Patapim claim map 1.
Tanuki's Wolverine might just be a little bit good, you know, just a little. I mean, his ult tracking was perfect in that fight. Just being able to catch Fate before Fate of both worlds can come through, and then hearing the sound cue of the teleporter going off, being able to find a grab onto the Human Torch before Supernova can come into the mix, which would have been used to clear off everyone from Berber Patapim off of the point, allowing Rad to stabilize their forces and establish Rajara and Trust Me on the frontline core, so that Pokey and Polly would be called up to have to contest an Estrange into an Emma in a frontline fight. The Estrange is going to be losing that every day of the week when Carbon Crush is on cooldown.
It feels like Melio got zoned out of his fight. It's pretty hard, unfortunately. Couldn't really find the uptime on the Ultron damage that you're really hoping for to take advantage of a team that's relying on, you know, Invis and Rocket. I almost said Team Rocket heals. I mean, I'm Team Rocket after watching Ken play it, but isn't the greatest throughput for triage. Let's quick look at our highlight reel, and I imagine a lot of it is going to be Tanuki.
I mean, Tanuki is blasting off again. Is essentially how Cradle opened up, being able to just go like, okay, wait a minute. I can't get uppies off of a fastball to get the height to try and go toe-to-toe with the Human Torch. I'll give myself uppies off of the teleporter. And poor Naga learns the hard way what happens when Wolverines can fly.
Literally off the top rope. There's no other way to put it. Pokey still getting so much value out of a Punisher. And now you got to pick your poison if you're Team Rad. You need to start dealing with the Punisher ban as well. Are you going to allow Pokey access to that Psylocke? I feel like this was fairly close. Team Rad definitely have a workable strategy here, and their sustainability was not to be underestimated. But in the end, Tanuki just gets so much value out of this Wolverine.
Yeah, I feel like the pivot might be the Wolverine. I feel like the pivot needs to be the Wolverine, because Tanuki, even if he's like going in and not finding picks, he's still a presence that you're having to worry about. The entire composition from Rad is built around, we give our flyers damage boost. We manage to out-damage our opponents, and once we're in control of the space, we can then use things like the Ultron and the Human Torch being up in the sky, getting that amazing angle to try and scout out whether the Wolverine is rotating or not, to then put the pressure onto him and force him out off of just spam damage alone. But that never happened because the flyers were just permanently forced off of the angles, either by Punisher culling turret, Punisher alone, or Tanuki, his mere existence.
Yeah, Tanuki, the jump scares, they come thick and fast. But there's going to be a moment for a breather and some time for reflection for Rad as we have ourselves a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Orgs, this is your 1 month notice that you can pick up Berber Patapim. Maybe Luminosity can make it to LAN after all.
True. Berber Patapim being able to make it to LAN and being one of the few unsigned teams. We don't know if they're the only unsigned team because China is still to figure out which teams they're going to be sending, as I believe they're 1 week staggered in schedule in comparison to the rest of the regions. And we know that all of the teams that have made it thus far in all of the other regions have been signed. And we also know where Rad are going to be taking us in their attempt to try and equalize the scoreline. Hall of Dajalia is where we're headed next, a convergence map that we expected to see given the fact that Berber Patapim's statistical scoreline of this map has not been the greatest in the past. 33% win rate on convergence. Oof.
Yeah, and I believe 0-4 on this map in particular. So
Double oof.
This is a big oof for Berber Patapim. But that also means that maybe you don't get as much mental strain when you lose this map. You know, you're like, we're just not a Hall of Jalia team.
See, I wonder if Berber now make adaptations to protecting Tanuki's Wolverine. As it is going to be a Loki ban coming on for both of the teams. Emma Frost has already been blocked for Red, so Berber won't be able to freeze her out any further. There is debate. We're not seeing an insta-lock on the save. Berber are really weighing up the options, thinking probably about the Wolverine, the Psylocke, and settling on the Captain America instead.
Just opening up those off angles. The Protector for Captain America does kind of force the hand of Rad. Like, we probably have to get rid of a Psylocke here. As usual, though, Rad seemed very comfortable to continue going down the strategist banning route. Venom ban. Okay, so this is just going to stop Trust Me from pulling that gamer maneuver at the start. I don't know if I really value. I mean, admittedly, Trust Me does play plenty of the Venom on this map. Maybe it's more of a target ban. Hold up. A Protect for the Rocket, maybe, for the first time?
No, it's the Manta save, because now Rad, yet again, are thinking, are they going to run a res comp, or is this a pocket comp coming on for... Again, it's trying to just force the hand, see whether or not they'll bend the knee and potentially pivot to a ban of Adam rather than the Psylocke. But no, Rad will stick to their guns. And still, Pokey Psylocke will be removed. However, they could only ban the Psylocke. The Punisher has been able to make it through once more.
Yep, Punisher is still a good option here for Pokey. Maybe not going to have as many options to try and sustain themselves, however, through the final judgment without many of those strategist ultimates being available.
One-sided Magneto as well for Berber Patapim. If it does go down to a Punisher mirror, Pokey's going to have Bulwark and Meteor M when final judgment comes through from the other side. But it looks like Rat are still going to try to work with this composition. I mean, granted, Hall of Dajalia does give you a lot of natural terrain for your Human Torch to hide around, but it's going to be rough given the amount of protection that's available on the other side. Plus, breaking that Punisher turret without a Venom to play distraction, that's going to be brutal.
Oh yeah, that is that's going to be nasty to try and deal with. Still, maybe I think that this is definitely where Rad are at their most comfortable, or at least where they've put their opponents at their most uncomfortable. This has never been an amazing map for the side of Berber Patapim. It's a brand new approach.
It's also a new approach to this map because it feels in the past like the Strange TP was the immediate pivot that the attackers would try and make. Now it feels much more that we see the attacking sides walk to the left side and challenge upon the opposite high ground, the defenders, so it becomes a duel, a race to essentially build up a win condition, either a full offensive ultimate like Final Judgment or the defensive Eternal Bond that can come through when all of your players are stacked. And speaking about a duel, Tanuki is going toe-to-toe with Naga, one of which has an Invis and the other has an Ultron, so it is a battle of the pockets right now.
Yeah, Tanuki just trying to play a little bit slower here. Doesn't want to get too involved, of course, because they are on the defense. Wow, there's a lot of space already gained here by Naga and Melio. They're making an aggressive flight forward, so Tanuki has to give away a bunch of space, but that has also opened them up to Pokey being able to just take down Melio with the assault rifle. This is the price you pay when you make those aggressive pushes to try and take Tanuki off the angle.
I mean, Pokey has quietly been building up as well to that first final judgment. Polly not so quietly invading Rad's entire back line and forcing them to have to deal with the Captain America primarily, which frees up the space both for Tanuki and Pokey to get the job done. And Rad are losing player after player.
Oh, Tanuki. Feeling hot to trot right here. Does not want to go in on that diamond form EMEA. Instead of just going to try and poke them down from elsewhere. And wow, the iron volley from Enzo finds the final hit.
Yeah, normally when we have the Cloak and Dagger, it's a race to pull Eternal Bond, but neither of these teams are currently running that strategist. So once more, we get to see all of T'Challa. One of the problems the attackers have to face is walking up that long open line of sight when Tanuki gets to play around this building defensively. Rad are going to try and body check him with the 2 versus 1, the Torch and the Ultron, trying to make sure that they can get past that. As we can see, Pokey just got a very long wraparound coming through from a Human Torch behind them.
Yeah, saw that one coming. Tried to nip it in the bud. Pokey taking so much damage here. There's the Captain America coming through from the other side. Extra damage. Oh, run, Melio, run. The Rage of Ultron, it needs to leave right now. Oh, he's not leaving that fast, though. Naga going to be body blocking for that, we'll call it. And, well, it's a big disengage from Rad after using 2 ultimates. And the chase from Berber Padavim seems to be well informed. They want Melio. There could be a punish, though. Nice dodge from Tanuki getting around the corner. The Guardian Shield could save Tanuki for a while longer. And Rad, they're running low on time.
Yeah, a huge Guardian Shield comes through from Alex to stop Tanuki from being seduced into walking closer to the Ammo Frost. So now you've still got Supernova in full play and no Meteor Ram on Rad's side to absorb it. On the opposite end of the stick, Enzo's been holding onto his ultimate, waiting for Naga to use his.
All right, here comes the Supernova. Coming on through, trying to eat up all of those tornadoes from Naga. It does go astray, though. No final hit going to be found off the back of it. Polly frozen up by the Absolute Zero. Sleep now for Chain CC, but it's Alex sending out Psionic Blast to tear through the backline. Was that a mid-air F-dash from Polly? Oh, he's so nasty.
He is just the Captain America, it feels. The genuine article Steve Rogers. As Tanuki has got another Supernova, Ken's going to be able to boost it up with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And it feels like, right, they've still got the Strange Portal. It's not quite panic in case of emergency, but we're breaking out the res composition so we can just try and suffocate the sustain that Berber Padafim have access to.
I mean, the res comp, yeah, but they're not going to be able to build up the resurrection for a while. At least in this last fight, 3 members will be able to come back in short order. Lots of damage coming through. They were forced forth by the Rage of Ultron. Alex taken down. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier needs to be managed, but you also need to manage the damage from Pokey. They didn't finish their meal when it came to shutting down the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so Pokey just puts out so much damage here. And it's a good retake thus far from Berber Padavim. Still down 1, as they do not have that resurrection available. Pokey already down. Polly disengaging here. Finally, the rocket has come on back and attempt to disengage is scuppered by the forward momentum, the extra movement speed of the Mantis. Polly just going to play the peripheries, trying his best to hunt down Fate here. Remember, they've still got that cocoon revival if it's needed. And here's Pokey on the opposite side. Yeah, the Culling Terror ain't going to last for long. That much is a guarantee. Tanuki cannot get the TP off.
Huge play from Naga. Such heads-up decision. Goes so deep that Pokey's final judgment takes out the Star-Lord, but it's so far away from the rest of Rad's players that even though they drop 1, it's just someone who can immediately revive back into the fight, and level 1 crit comes on through with the Soul Resurgence so Rad can stabilize, and they're finally able to break first and head into second. Big sedation 2 comes now onto Polly, who a sliver of health bar is forced to back off, and that means even more payload distance picked up as Berber Padafim have to contest, just being boxed into these spaces by the Psionic Seduction as Rad make up for all of the room they'd lost out before.
The shields just do not last against this much damage. The constant damage boost onto Naga, making him an absolute demon of raw output.
Right, put 2 is what Rad are going to have in this next fight. They've still got the Mantis damage boost. They're going to have the Soul Resurgence too. Fate can afford to let all of his teammates go down because he'll have another Revive Cocoon to keep the Revive aura around him even if he goes down prematurely. Mid-comic Revival. Freedom Charge comes on out from Rajara, continuing the aggressive push into Berber Padafim, but Fate has fallen.
Yeah, Fate Fallen can't get up, won't be able to use the Cocoon Revival either, as it was used at the Nadir at the first point as well. Melio likely to go down here at the auspices of Enzo, and it's Crook in the back. It's a little bit tragic for Rad. They won't be able to really utilize their Karmic Revival here from Fate as we head into, once again, the last minute of the offense.
Can they keep all of their players up, or will Berber Patapim be able to pick one off and force the Karmic Revival out early before Rad even get to see the objective? No, the disengage is good, but Berber Patapim's ultimate economy is insanely strong in comparison to what Rad have to work with.
Sentient seized, damage delivered. Trust me, the brand new front line does still have that diamond form in the back pocket. Wants to try and shut down Enzo. Slams them into a flame tornado, but it wasn't. Oh no! Oh, the resurrections! They're just feeding into the tornadoes now. Welcome to the oven! Screams Tanuki as Rad find themselves awakened into a hot space, a supernova, and they don't become neutron stars under the pressure. They turn into brown dwarves, and the pants are brown for a moment now when faced with the final judgment of a Xia boosted Punisher. The damage from Pokey can't be managed. Yes, there's going to be one last attempt coming through. Oh, in comes the portal. Waiting with the shotgun, using the cart for cover. They avoid the side seduction coming on through. Still, there's going to be a chase down from Naga. And Tanuki manages to grab that one. Fate finally turns up to the party, but Pokey tears through them.
Oof, out of the fire and, well, into the absolute barbecue grill that is Tanuki Supernova. That Karmic Revival, so often Adam Warlock's reses have been scuppered and melted out of any momentum by a Supernova. Just seeing where they're playing from, and Tanuki still has parts of that ultimate to throw. The lack of Magneto on Rad's side really felt there, not just for the engagements for Naga to be able to spin on through and build up the Galactic Legend outpacing Enzo, but just not being able to keep a check of that Human Torch when Rad needed the numbers back the most.
Great heads up play as well from Tanuki, tracking the potential of Fate's angles for a resurrection. Take some time out from that fight when they could be doing damage, playing it a bit more greedily to look for Fate instead, realizing what the win condition of Rad is.
Berber Patapim now gonna be going for their own approach, and they were able to keep the Venom through, as were they able to secure Polly's Captain America. So there's going to be a lot of pressure going out onto Rad's players in the backline, and if they turn and pivot to deal with either of those threats, Pokey gets a free culling turret setup on the high ground on that left side. CC immune too, so not even level 1 Kirk, trust me, gonna yank them off of it.
All right, Rad. They went to this map with confidence, knowing Berber Patapim were 0-4 on it. Berber Patapim keen to make it 1-4.
Rad, at least now with that res composition, going to be making it costly in terms of time for Berber Patapim to pick up point percentage. But Berber Patapim doing a very good job of avoiding all of the poke angles that Rad could utilize to build up some of these ultimates. The dive's already onto the backline, and that's a Soulborn Force already.
On the chase coming through as well. Had a Force Physics follow-up to try and pull people off when they were going after that Venom. Tanuki doing their best to avoid most of the fire, but Melio manages to catch an angle after they were softened up by Naga. And now the temptation is not to go too far. Tanuki gets resurrected up, but they don't want to try and engage to stop that resurrection because you'll be going straight into the zone that Berber Patapim can control the best and control your disengage with that Force Physics. Melio under pressure. Pokey punished for it though. And now Naga needs to break down this Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The damage has already been done though. Trust me, Rajara have fallen on down. Fate is 10% away from being able to convert onto a resurrection, but I don't know if they're going to be able to poke on out that early. Here they go. The resurrection's ready to go. They've been carried on forward by the ultimate of the Mantis. Soul Resurgence has given Fate all the space they need to work with. Most of Rand have already respawned, though. They're waiting for the portal to come through from Rajaro, and he does arrive, but it's inside of an invincibility, an invisibility barrier indeed. Melio gets 2 off the back of the Rage of Ultron. Ken and Alex both down. Enzo knows it's time to call it, but one ultimate to turn that around. What value from Melio?
Melio imagined coming through with a huge Rage of Ultron, bailing out Rad after Feast of the Abyss. Takes advantage of the utilization of Soul Bond prematurely in that fight. Rajara was forced onto the Strange, had to come back on through with the TP to reconnect with the team. We've still got Karmic Revival in play, but Rad don't have the point percentage to set up for it to afford to sacrifice. If Berber Patapim can find the team wipe and afford themselves onto that point, Rad, even with the numbers, can still lose the first.
Early play should see Tanuki get resurrected here, but I'm not sure if we really want Tanuki to be rezzed. Caught in a back room right here. And the back rooms ain't kind to Berber Patapim. Rad get it done with only a single ultimate, so efficient.
Huge duo team of Trust Me and Naga. Trust Me going in aggressively with the EMEA Carbon Crush so that Naga with the Blaster Barrage can find the pick through without having to worry about trading his own life forward. Now we're getting to see the synergy come through even down that Magneto. But Berber Patapim, Harry, they've been building towards this next fight. They have so much for it. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, the BRB is going to be back on cooldown too to potentially match which of the sustain that Rad can use with just numbers that Berber Patapim have to deplete.
Oh, Ken brings out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to save themselves from a stun, but was given over by Rajaro there with the Eye of Agamotto, trying to chase down Polly. The damage might be unbearable. The healing's not quite there. Fate's already been taken on down. Does have a Karmic Revival still ready to go after a Cocoon Revival in their own right here. A disengagement. It's going to be difficult to manage, but that's okay because you could just fall on down and allow for Fate to play it from the other side. A quick revival. 40 seconds remain. But Berber Patapim, they still have their invisible boundary to move on forward. Rad are out of tricks. They're out of second chances. They're out of mulligans. Maybe an overwhelming here, but Rajaro takes out Pokey. That's a lot of damage that's already gone. Naga noted over here. Tanuki gets in close, but up against the element guns, it might be the Star-Lord who has the advantage. A pickup now. It needs to be a massive one, and indeed it is. Enzo delivers. Melio, Naga, Crook, all falling at the hands of Berber Patapim. Rad, maybe they can find something off the back of Naga here. 97% towards their ultimate, but it would be foolhardy to go in 1 versus 5. They need the setup to be delivered. Enzo's already picked up 2, and Naga's going to have to call it.
Yeah, Galactic Legends are still going to be up, but maybe the Star-Lord's not there. Ooh, they're trying to keep him up, and they will be able to disengage with the Duelist safely intact, but Berber Patapim have been able to see through the threat of the full hold, and Pokey now so close to another final judgment too. Rad going to have to make sure as well that Enzo doesn't get to build up the Meteor M before the Star-Lord gets the space to ult. It's going to have to be an aggressive play, but Tanuki is chasing, anticipating the Star-Lord, putting a stop to the momentum. Berber Patapim pick up.
He plays around the back. Pokey definitely public enemy number 1. Indeed, the bounty is going to be claimed here by Naga. A dark maelstrom racks the veins of Berber Patapim as Rajaro claims the space, and that's going to be some stability.
Oh wait, they don't know what Pokey is. They don't know what Pokey is. Pokey got brought back by the rest station. And he's got ult. So if you're Rad, you have to scout out where that Punisher's going to be popping up front right now.
All right, Tanuki just going to do their best to avoid poke as they commute their way over to poke this front line.
Tanuki also building up to that supernova incredibly quickly. Psionic Seduction comes on through from Trust Me. Pokey answers back. The CC immunity from the Punisher means that he ignores the Emma Frost's call to arms. And Berber Patapim shut down Rad Stall.
I'm not a huge fan of the area that invisible boundary was in. Still, Fate being caught out here. Does have a Cocoon Revival ready to go if they need it in just a moment to try and get those resurrections going. Rajaro falling down. Yeah, that's Fate pulling the trigger right now. Level 1 Crook is instantly going to be, what is this resurrection? It's right in main, and it could be easily followed. Oh, Enzo! Oh my goodness! That was filthy, rancid, diabolical.
Just taking full advantage of Karmic Revival being invested. Tanuki and Enzo both just able to turn the field into an absolute battleground that Rad can't sustain from. Rajaro has to go for a strange teleport play, but Ken's gonna have the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and the activator. The second the strange steps through, and Fate left behind goes down to the Human Torch.
Oh, the same here for Crook. Tanuki just having an absolute bit of freedom for Rage of Ultron's the last chance saloon, but they're not on the objective. Berber Patapim pick up their first win on Hall of Jalia in Marvel Rivals Ignite in our EMEA Grand Finals.
Okay, if we're going for res comp, I feel like we need to get a couple of things out of the way, and Human Torch is one of them. Because every single time, Tanuki just finds where those red spots are. Even though he's a flying unit, he should be getting so much pressure coming on through from Fate on the Adam Warlock, who is a hit scan in his own right. Tanuki just gets to play perfectly around the map, perfectly around all of the resources that Enzo provides, and if you're trying to spend time dealing with the torch and looking up into the sky, Pokey gets a free run through. This is quite literally a crossfire that Berber Patapim were able to set up on Hall of Dajalia, and it was one that Rad were never able to break.
The thing is, when you're running this Mantis, Adam, and Ultron, it feels like the triage capacity is a little bit low. We're seeing that Rajaro and Trust Me are having to play a very sheepish game as vanguards, and it's often meaning that punishing Polly when they go too deep or trying to overwhelm Enzo, who's essentially a solitary frontline, can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, and trust me too, on the EMEA has to utilize Diamond Form for setups to go with the Star-Lord rather than a Magneto who literally just bubbles the Star-Lord and calls it a day, so you don't lose physical presence on the front line normally we see when we see the res comp come on through, which meant that Polly on the Captain America every single time just had to wait out Trust Me to use Diamond Form, and then we've got a green light go sign for Captain America that doesn't have to worry about getting grabbed out, which means more harassment into the back line and more resources that Rad have to use to triage any of the potential attention sent their strategist's way.
I mean, I gotta shout out Ken again. Like, we're seeing this very pointed ban phase to try and get rid of a bunch of their strategists, and Ken is delivering so much value on the Rocket Raccoon. What's the deal with that, my guy? Like, managing to get so much out of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier as well. It's really good with Pokey. It feels like if you're gonna ban out the Pokey Psylocke, and you're also going to try and force that Rocket Raccoon, having it alongside the Punisher might not be the greatest setup for you to force.
True, and also we don't tend to see Cosmic Yarn Amplifier survive all that long because a lot of the time it has a health bar, right? So what the other team does in reaction to Finesse is that you use something like Fate of Both Worlds from your Luna, and everyone just looks at the Rocket Ultimate and it's immediately disintegrated. But when you're running Adam, Mantis, Ultron, you don't really have, when you utilize one of those strategist ultimates, the potential of giving everyone the space to take down the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier before one of your players gets traded. So Ken's rocket is finding so much value.
A rocket ship to the greater part of our $250,000 prize pool, potentially. We'll see if our best of 7 is going to go back in Rad's direction after this break.
Struck down by living chi.
2-0 here to Rad. It seems like the lower bracket hot hands are proving true right now as they pick up their first Ignite win on Hall of Jalia in the grand finals against Rad.
Hot hands indeed, as Tanuki's torch has proved to be an absolute terror in the skies, being able to dispatch and deal quite handedly out against the res composition, since lacking that Magneto, you lack a lot of tools to be able to run that comp properly, Harry. We don't get to see the great engagements come through off of the bubble into Blaster Bar Spin coming out from the Starlord, nor do we get to see the Meteor M being utilized to buy yourself space to stabilize off of a comic revival position that the enemy team gets to see just glaring out into the dark night sky like a lighthouse to the ships outside the sea.
Once again, Rad have a choice of where we're going to be going for our next map. And the question is for Berber Patapim, when does the energy run out? But honestly, I feel like you just get innovated by earning that land ticket, you know, and they're just like, okay, we just beat Virtus Pro. Like, we're gonna dispense with Rad. We walk away with a fat check. We walk away with our biggest advertisement saying, "Org, you gotta pick us up, otherwise you are gonna look super duper dumb." For Berber Patapim, like, every little bit of momentum is in their favor right now.
Yeah, Berber Patapim, like, that was Rad's big chance, really, to try and stop that momentum push coming out after the win on Krakoa, right? They took us to Berber Patapim's historically worst map type. Historically, their worst map. And Berber Patapim did not look like the worst team in that matchup. They looked like they had the full read of Hall of Jalia coming on through, both in terms of rotation, of tempo, and understanding too on when to take offensive fights when they were on the attacking side as well. Like with the dive, both the Venom and the Captain America providing so much freedom of space, it was rough for Rad to have to deal with.
Yeah, having the versatility in your Vanguard line as well to be able to play both for Venom and the Captain America at a top tier competitive level is such an asset for Berber. Rad, the choice is yours. I believe it has to be a convoy map now. So it is indeed Idrisil Path where we will be hanging our hats next.
Well, Captain America is the first pan coming on through from Rad. There's the pivot.
Yep.
And Berber Patapim immediately removing the Magneto as we saw the problems that Rad ran into not having that Vanguard in play.
Question is, now with Ken freed, will they counter Loki Protect here? Allowing Ken to really stretch their legs on what was most commonly known as their best hero for a long time. So has at least friend them through a loop of touch, seeing that Cap first banned.
Rad did go for a Loki save as well, so that Berber Patapim don't get one-sided Loki if Ken does decide to save for it. But now they have a little bit of an issue. Do you save the Loki and forgo a Vanguard? Or do you potentially save a hero that Tanuki likes to field towards? Looks like they're putting the prospects and resources into the Loki coming on through. So both of these teams are going to be able to have the Asgardian strategist on their side. What Berber Patapim aren't going to have, though, and I think this is smart as well, is the Punisher. If you're running that Loki, that Psylocke threat that you had previously, especially since there's no Captain America, becomes much more easy to mitigate.
Yeah, I vibe with this, getting rid of that Punisher. Pokey gonna have to potentially run the unassisted Psylocke if you don't want to invest yet another ban in this. Getting rid of the Team Rad Psylocke. I don't know if Team Rad really get as much value out of Psylocke as Pokey does. But the Magneto ban, I think, definitely makes a lot of sense here. Maybe you can save your own Emma Frost for Berber Patapim.
Yeah, I think they're going to potentially save maybe the Wolverine so that they can utilize the fastball special, try and break first corner when they're on the attack of Yggdrasil Path. However, Rad banning that Magneto earlier now means that Berber Patapim are going to have to deal with likely a Punisher save for Melio in this next block. And if it isn't a Punisher save, then it absolutely has to be a Punisher ban when Berber Patapim get the ball in their court.
All right, really targeting down Pokey and Polly here. Trying to make sure that they are lacking in options and, wow, their own Punisher here. I think that this is a great draft here for Rad. They are leaving every strategist open for the side of Berber Patapim, but that isn't that much of an issue, honestly. I feel like Rad know their way around like a Luna Loki.
True, but taking out the Doctor Strange could be an interesting adaptation so that you wouldn't have Strange Portal recontest plays. You also wouldn't have the Strange Portal at the beginning for the Punisher culling turret, nor would you have the opportunity to utilize a Luna Fate of Both Worlds from either a Luna or the Loki that copied her to amp up the Maelstrom of Madness, but they actually decide to pivot over in the end away from the Strange and ban the Thing instead. So if Tanuki wants to flex over to the Wolverine, he's still going to be able to put the Sorcerer Supreme under pressure.
All right. It's going to be Idris Path. We saw Pokey hovering the hell indeed. And this is going to allow for Ken to get resurrected if they do get picked off early due to that Ragnarok Rebirth team up. And I believe that the Hell was actually the first hero I saw Pokey playing when they were on Royal Beamers doing remarkably well in MRC.
It's a very good Helen map too. Lots of good off angles, lots of high ground rotations, and with Psylocke being out of the rotation for both sides, you don't have to worry about winning out that duel. Plus, as we've seen from other teams, Hela against Wolverine with the Soldier in a cooldown can be particularly problematic, but it does look like Berber Patapim have decided to go for the Gamma. It's going to be Namor that Pokey picks up. Enzo going to be playing the Hulk. As we can have a look and see, Rad Melio on the Wolverine. Look out, Vanguards. Your lives are in danger. The Wolverine comes flying directly for your face.
Something is off here.
Essentially, aside from the Vanguard's a bit of a mirror match here between our teams. Trust me, just opens up that portal. I believe it's just going to get Rajaro behind and then closing it instantly to swap over onto the Hulk. Get maximum value out of this. Oh, they actually put Naga over there. Oh, Naga instantly gets exiled by Enzo. Oh, Naga's in danger.
Oh, Blessing of the Deep is not so much a blessing because it just prolongs the inevitable.
Staggering of the Deep.
I mean, it did buy the attention. Berber Patapim turned their heads to deal with the Namor. Rad's other team players got to move around the corner, and with the regen domain, they've already been able to break through. However, Tanuki sees where the actual Loki is. Divas Exchange comes into play, allowing level 1 Crook to escape. But Pokey is just keeping such a good track of all of the off-angle rotations that Rad could make.
All right, Unbreakable Barrier put on up for the Vanguards here. An attempt at a Gamma Spear, but Rajaro is able to dodge away from that one. And now the backline pressure is starting to mount on up. Oh, Alex, now the pressure's going the other way. Una reverse card for real right now. Rajaro and Melio can't stand up to the ice arts for finger painting. Too difficult to get past.
Regen domain having to be invested as well from the side of Rad so that they don't lose another player to a stagger. Pokey's already been able to build up the first Horn of Proteus. Melio, seeing that the Wolverine strategy isn't going to break open this corner, swaps now over towards that Punisher's Blessing of the Deep and Regeneration domain have been forced to just stabilize the Namor from Berber Patapim's end.
All right, Horn of Proteus, good to go. And you can see in the back there's potential for a damage boost. Goodbye to Crook and Melio. And say farewell to your own Strategist Ultimate as well. Fate still got one in the back pocket. Of course, won't be using it here as he's just trying to avoid getting staggered out. Rad.
Oh, no.
Oh, yep, trust me, doesn't even get to reset inside.
Berber Patapim can absorb as well this final judgment, or they can just leave the area and not bother with it in the slightest. Fate is going to have the Horn, the Fate of Both Worlds available to either bolster Naga or Melio's own ultimates, as Tanuki is going all the way into the back line, and he's found himself a Rajaro.
Oh, Rajaro is having a very bad, not so good, terrible time right now. Unbreakable Guard onto Melio, walks past the Aegis shield, but it seems
they
like
just run.
mostly, yeah, Berber Patapim, they simply disengage. Enzo, whoa, what a timing there on the ultimate. Still, damage going to be done even outside of the LOS of the strategist. Cannot last for long. Enzo taken down, but Tanuki follows up their own last stand very well. Rolling forth now, and that Unbreakable Hulk is feeling quite broken. Trust me, just gets decimated. It's going to be a stagger as well.
Oh, the body blocks so that he can't run back to his tomb, and then the Wolf just utilizes it to keep up the rage. 1 minute left. Melio doesn't have final judgment. Naga could come through with a huge Horn of Proteus. Fate can potentially provide the one-shot potential, but this has to be a magical play from Rad.
All right, Gamma Squids thrown on out here. Berserk state achieved. They want Rajaro to get control. Damage boost undelivered for now. Burberpadam survive the biggest whale, the biggest biomass that was levied against them. And now it's their own turn to try and strike back. Also lacking in the value. But that's because Melia was taken out in advance by the Emma Frost. Pokey needs to make a decision. Are they going to invest that Blessing of the Deep inside of the regeneration domain? There is no need. Trust me, has to roll on forward, but is executed by Pokey. Tanuki finds Naga elsewhere. 10 seconds remain, and yet again Rad, who are waiting in the grand finals, getting all of their information, find it so difficult to break through a defense of Burberpadapim.
Rajaro was able to contest. They'll have level 1 Crook and Melia's ultimates in this next fight that goes longer than Namor 2, but Burberpadapim have the cover of corner and space to disengage.
Melia needs to turn it around for their team. Oh, they can't afford to go on down, but Tanuki's desperate to try and make it work. 15% away from the last stand. Melia's finally got themselves a good angle. Polly gets into cover, but disengages once again so strong. And Enzo's the only casualty to fall off the back of this one. Pokey pokes out again and again. You've still got Tanuki in the back. 98% towards the last stand. It could be a ruinous finish as the culling turret down the lane is going to make a recontest incredibly difficult. The lack of damage drop-off could be everything. And now down the World Breaker Hulk, trust me, in the back is going to continually be a thorn in the side, a thorn in the backside of Burberpadapim. Tanuki going down. The damage boost is fine. It's just sustained on through on the other side. Everybody's got the Loki crystals to try and survive. Polly taken down, but Naga traded elsewhere. Overwhelming force is alleviated from Enzo by the healing of the fate of both worlds. Melio's turret has to go down once again. Pokey so accurate when it comes to these. Tanuki's finally arrived, and he's made his presence known well. A freedom charge, a freedom from point A is demanded. Melio, a second ultimate, yes, but nothing to be gained off of it. The Sorcerer Supreme is saying, let me show you a trick as I make your Punisher disappear. And it's an exile onto Tanuki, slowing him down for but a moment, coming straight out of spawn. They're not on the point. Rad are getting pantsed by Burberpadapim.
Oh, Burberpadapim, they just understand. Rad's hand is forced in overtime. They have to make the aggressive play and use Final Judgment just to break the corner. And Burberpadapim, again, they just disengage it. They know that when the fight continues afterwards, they're going to have all of the ultimates to come back in with. And then they keep up the pressure, taking down Fate, taking down level 1 Crook. Even though Melio gets the Final Judgment, there's no strategist. Rajaro's got the freedom charge, but it has to be on the objective so you don't lose out to overtime, which means no pocket for the Punisher. Emilio finds no value with Final Judgment, and Rad finds no point. Not a singular part of Yggdrasil is picked up.
Oh no. Yet another map chosen by Rad. And yet another lackluster attack. Burberpadapim just came out of that, that lower bracket finals so bloody hot. It feels like they're undefeatable right now.
Pokey too, showcasing how strong the Namor can be when you have the Luna to line up your ultimate cooldowns. That and Blessing of the Deep just providing enough time for Burberpadapim to turn their attention to the Namor, who is coming under trouble, allowing him to play so much more for shutdown to the off angles that Rad were looking to create. But now it's that turn on the defense, and it is an easier defensible position. That first corner, trust me, he's gonna go for a little bit of a cheeky portal play at the beginning, just to give a better angle to Melio, potentially hope for Burberpadapim to walk directly through, but they don't fall for it.
I'm not sure what that one was, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe a touch of a tilt play. I'm sure in the replays it might be made a little bit more concrete as to what the objective was there for the side of Trust Me. For Pokey, though, the objective right now is just to continue fragging from the front line. So accurate with these tridents. The Lord of the Deep is making Dalagan proud right now, as yet again just having to disengage into those regeneration domains. Polly's fully charged on up.
Oh, the exile.
Isolated. Oh, the excellent timing on the release from the exile as well. Already halfway towards that last stand. Tanuki is dominating.
Level 1 Kirk has been able, though, to translate the damage that Burberpadapim have been outputting into a strategist ultimate. Fate of both worlds comes on through, but the Wolverine still falls. Burberpadapim can light up as well. Hornet Proteus just before Ken's ultimate ends. Maybe he keeps it in the back pockets that Rat still can't regroup.
Enzo, a triple arm. what? I think that Tanuki may have just interrupted the Eye of Agamotto. It might have been a solo 1 versus 1. Trust me, he's not going to be able to teleport anybody back. Berber, Patapim, what is going on right now? They are looking invincible. Enzo with a 3K with the Hulk on the rollers, bro. What is going on?
Yeah, it was rough for Rad there. Berber Patapim showcasing how you break that first corner. Anna, it's Ken's Loki. Regeneration domain was placed. Every single one of the doppelgangers literally paved the way like stepping stones for the vanguards from Berber Patapim to just walk leisurely through and into the space of that corner, which in reaction, everyone from Rad had to take a big old step backwards, and that then bled into the angles that were afforded to Pokey and Tanuki, and the safe spaces as well that Ken and Alex could play from. Alex, by the way, survived the entire 2 rounds, did not go down on the Luna at all.
Unreal. I mean, those of you who didn't know the secret lore, now you know why Ken was getting target banned by VP the entirety of that series. You cannot let this guy on the Loki. He's just different. Might be a true Asgardian.
Yeah, definitely potentially adopted by Odin himself right now from all of the Loki gameplay that we've seen coming on through. And Berber Patapim, they just used so much momentum against Rad too. Like, they made sure when they broke that first corner, they caught the disengages. They sent out the Hulk. Enzo on the Hulk was going in and uprooting Rad's retreat so that they weren't cleanly able to just shuffle themselves into the side rooms, wait out the threat of value coming out from that regeneration domain, and then push back into the fight when the Loki major cooldown was just waiting to come back into play once more. They did such a good job of controlling the objective, the space around it, the angle too on the far left, which can sometimes be problematic for the defensive duelists to get a peek into you as you cross around the payload. They had it all down pat.
It's match point. In a best of 7 here for our grand finals, Berber have the hottest hands I have ever seen. Can Rad turn it around utilizing all of their power coming through from the winner's bracket? Find out after our break. For Team Rad, it's reverse sweep or perish, simply, as Berber Patapim coming from a lower bracket, already having done a 5-map slobber knocker, currently 3-0 up.
Yeah, it's been a rough time of it for Rad. We really can't sugarcoat it, Harry. So they need to spend the time just like during this and in between the next map resetting, right? We saw VP versus BP go the absolute distance. It is entirely possible that you can start making a comeback and grabbing some of those maps. And we need to see a pivot. It feels like Rad tried to come into this thinking that they got the better of BP the last time the two teams matched up off of the res comp. And they put so much stock in the res comp, but I feel BP put just as much stock in countering the res comp when these two teams went their separate ways afterwards.
Yeah, right now it really seems like Tanuki Pokey go brr is kind of how they're managing to deal with the res comp. And it feels like right now there's some frontline dominance going on between like Enzo and Polly are just unbreakable right now. We've seen Enzo find exactly the right moments to try and break out of the scrum on the Hulk as well, to really find the attention on that backline, being able to pick up the strategists of Rand towards the end of that Idris path, when it looked like it might have been a good enough hold. And we saw Trust Me getting isolated in some random position with Tanuki on the Wolverine, maybe got Feral leapt up there, tries to go for the solo Eye of Agamotto, gets stunned out of it by the last stand, and we didn't have the portal to recontest either because there was that weird portal at the beginning. For Rad, there are a lot of things right now that I think can only be described by Tilt.
Yeah, if I'm Rad's coach right now, I'm just like telling all of the guys, hey, calm down. We beat them once before. We can beat them again. We just need to make sure that we're playing our game and we're not playing to their game, because Berber Patapim are a very good team at taking a little bit of momentum and translating it into a lot of momentum. Like you said, having things like Enzo on the Hulk being able to... Trust Me did not have a fun time. That he just... He got exiled and then just the immediate countdown of 3, 2, 1, exile breaks. Only the Hulk can choose when the exile breaks, so they perfectly coordinated it in sync with Tanuki's feral grab, which was just not a fun vacation for the Doctor Strange to take.
Yeah, Doctor Strange really does struggle quite a bit against the Wolverine, and that struggle is even harder when you're getting feral ups twice as often because he's just getting thrown at you with the old fastball that Hulk has available. For Rads, now they have a big choice to make. Their last stand, potentially. And they're going to be able to pick the map. But because we've gone through all 3 map types, now the map pool has opened up, Mox. They have so many options.
Well, one of them's not going to be Hell's Heaven, for sure. Domination can come back into the mix, but you're not taking Berber Patapim to Hell's Heaven, or if you do, wow, that is a big decision. Maybe they have a whole game plan around that, but I feel like Berber Patapim, their best map is Hell's Heaven. Their best dive map is Hell's Heaven too, and we've seen that Red have struggled with dealing with the dive. Personally, I would love to see a prioritization of the Magneto come through from their side, just so that if Tanuki's Wolverine does make it through, or even if the Hulk manages to get through as well from Enzo, you at least have the bulwarks to be able to give a little bit of counterplay. Heck, even going for the Invis woman. I know it sacrifices the ultimate versus ultimate in terms of the strategist showdown, but force physics is an invaluable cooldown, and it feels like Tanuki's Wolverine isn't really getting all that much respect when it comes to trying to deal with it right now.
I wonder how much of this can really be solved in the ban phase, because they almost saw like a pseudo mirror on Idris path as well that was so different from any of the other compositions we've seen go up against each other, and it was still absolute domination in favor of Berber Patapim. They won out in every single aspect, it felt like, when it was coordination, when it came to hitting the exiles. Enzo has been hitting that Gamma Spit exile so often. Like, it's such a valuable cooldown when we've seen, as you pointed out before, the release from the exile often being communicated alongside a feral leap from Tanuki. For Rad, like, do you go for the first ban on Ken? Do you go for the first ban on the Captain America? Either way, it feels like right now Berber Patapim are not a team that can really be solved in bans.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to change up how they're looking at the gameplay. They're sort of looking at like, oh, we've got Final Judgment, therefore we win the fight, right? We get so much space, we should immediately win off of the back of this. But Berber Patapim, they're alt tracking and then they're anticipating. So instead of Final Judgment forcing a cooldown or an ultimate to match it, and we see, as we did previous weeks, Final Judgment into Invis Boundary and then being able to bypass the heals per second that Invis Boundary provides, Berber Patapim just disengage. they use regeneration domain to make sure that the disengage is as safe as it possibly can be. It is somewhat blanketed by that cooldown, but they're still saving all of their ultimates to just surge out the second that Final Judgment is done. And it feels like Rad aren't really taking advantage of things that the Final Judgment buys them, not in picks or frags, but in the space that they can then utilize to try and pressure when Berber Patapim try and play into the retake.
Okay, Rad. What's the story? What's the story here? What map will be our turnaround for this series? A reverse sweep is demanded. We cannot let Asia go to 8 maps and we have a 4-0. I refuse for that to be the case. And it might well be a first ban once again onto Ken. Yep, we are not allowing that man on Loki again.
Yeah, we're right back into the swing of things, and we're still going for the priority of the Amethyst over that Magneto. Carbon Crush needs to find value coming on through from Rad. I know it means that you don't have to worry as much about the Captain America, but this Wolverine and the fact that Berber Patapim just immediately removed the Magneto, we need to see a pivot from Rad here into being able to play against Tanuki.
All right, early protect here. Making sure that Polly can continue being a backline menace. And I gotta make sure there's gonna be no uneven gradient of Loki here.
Well, there's going to be no lunar snow forecast either for the side of Berber Patapim, as Rad is once again going to go back to one-sided Cloak and Dagger. Berber Patapim going to be removing Psylocke from play. And oh, something to point out, by the way, Harry. For the first time in the series, Sestroid is subbed in.
Oh, okay. A little bit of a new look here.
That's
Naga
Hela,
subbed
potentially. Sestroid is a huge Hela player. Maybe they go the right that we saw from Crisis of low 9, where you utilize Soul Drainer against the Wolverine.
Maybe a Rocket Band this time? It seems like every time this one comes up, Ken just solves it with Rocket. Oh, the respect for the Ken Rocket. It's real!
In 2025, June, we have a Rocket Raccoon back.
Summon Inconsiderate Raccoon and no damage Rocket right now. You've got your respect.
I'll have you know that that's one damage Rocket. I believe they had to remake their account, unfortunately. As Rad are going to be able to give themselves the Mantis, which means that Berber Patapim are forced into banning out the Atom in case it is a Spider Island res composition to stall this out even further. I wonder, do we get the Invis Woman coming on through now so that you can give a Guardian Shield over to Sestroid if he goes for that Hela play? Or do you just once again try and play this Ultron matchup, but have Sestroid on the Ultron so that if it goes wrong, you can pivot?
I mean, you've got great options here just to play a double strategist as well. I feel like Fate and Level 1 Croak between them playing the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger, they should really allow for Sestroid and Melio to try and take it to the double DPS, because the double duelists at the moment, Pokey and Tanuki, they tend to be able to find a bully 2v1.
True. Spider Islands are not really known for the duelist angles, very much known for the spawn hold strats, which rotate around having a sheer amount of vanguards in your lineup. As this is going to be the first time we're getting to see Berber Patapim on Spider Island, so an unknown quantity coming on for, at least for broadcast. It's definitely going to be a certainty that Rad know, or at least have some form of idea of what Berber Patapim are going to run off of scrims. But scrims are scrims. This is officials, and this is also match point for Berber Patapim. Rad need to take this, what the series is done.
All right, EMEA Grand Finals, $250,000 on the line. Do or die for Rad.
Brad once again coming out with the Mantis, the Ultron, and the Lunar Snow pocket composition. Tanuki once again on the Wolverine. Pokey's already been forced off of the angle though, which is giving Red a little bit more space to play around with. No Vanguard heavy compositions, so we're going to be fighting around second corner rather than first.
We're running a double strategist with only Mantis and the Invisible Woman, Berber Patapim. Might have been a solve right here. Melio dives on in. Rivars's there as well. Finally, some action. A little bit of vibration in the back here from Rad. They have been roused from the grave.
Is this the strange TP play coming through from Berber Patapim? Or are we going to see a pivot over to something else? No, that's still holding the strange portal. We're going to walk directly to the second fight and potentially hold off on that portal for third contest. Level 1 Crook's already going to have the Soul Resurgence in this next fight, trust me too. Building towards that first Psionic Seduction. And Berber Patapim looking a little bit more fragile with the composition that they've been forced onto, as Tanuki is off with the Wolverine onto the Ultron to match the sustain that the other side can output.
All right, Melio reigning above it all. Usually it's Naga who's playing on that Human Torch, but this time with Sestroid in. It's going to be Melio taking over those duties. Oh, Crook's already down, which is a little bit shy of managing to grab that one. Melio up too high. Pokey finds a crossbow bolt from across the map. And look at that, shutting down the follow-up onto your own Psionic Seduction to shut down Raja in the back.
Trust me, he's gonna fall. They should be able to get everyone else safely back into respawn. But opening that fight up with Psionic Seduction is a rough one, because now Berber Patapim can just put up token resistance presence on second corner, wait for the ultimates to be burned, and disengage before coming back in you, just like we saw on the map before. Polly up on that rooftop too is gonna be able to scout check out Melio, who offers coast down immediately.
Okay, Rage of Ultron opens up already here from Sestroid, looking and speculating towards the back, but not really getting much in the way of contact here. Sestroid unable to really convert upon that ultimate. Still did force out the Invisible Boundary, which is a major cooldown. Berber Patapim are going to be lacking now. A full investment from Berber Patapim. They're certainly feeling a little bit spooked here and goes wide on trying to shut down Melio. How do you survive the firestorm now, Melio? He's finally cooking, and Rad have entered the kitchen for the first time in this series.
Big sedation came out from level 1 Crook as well onto Pokey, so that the Psylocke couldn't pressure the torch through the ultimate. And finally, Rad will be able to, for the first time in the series, pick up a point on Convoy, and they've got momentum to keep that movement going. Rajara is going to have Freedom Charge, Fate of both worlds too, as Berber Patapim, ooh, we're seeing a different side to them again. Pokey is over to the Adam Warlock. They've seen that Rad have so many flyers. Berber Patapim decide we're putting Pokey onto the Adam Warlock to have hit scan to challenge them, and then Tanuki is going to take the aerial dogfight up in the sky with Melio and Sestroid.
Mum said it's my turn on the res comp. Trying to track down Melio already. However, just going to go for a little bit of a disengage. Oh, that's a nasty little clip right there. And the Cosmic Clusters take down Melio from downtown. Crook rolling on forward here. Not going to be able to meet the Soul Resurgence that Ken previously used, but Destroyed getting aggressive here. Impressive that they were brave enough to use that quick Ultron dash. Oh, the shutdown on Trust Me. Instantly lost their ultimate. Where is the burst healing? Nowhere to be seen. A dink from downtown onto Pokey. But Destroyed finds Enzo, lets them fall through the cracks. Tanuki needs to be shut down on this angle. Someone else needs to come in and hit the shot. He's so difficult to hit during the blaster barrage.
But Pokey is going to have Comic Revival. And Polly is trying to match Witch with Rajara, who's pushing for more space. They know that Comic Revival is going to be up in the next fight, and they don't want Berber Patapim to have the time to set it up cleanly. Polly now goes on to the objective, is still stalling it out, and that allows Tanuki to get into a position, challenging Melio, utilizing the iframes on the Stellar Shift to get himself out of dodge before coming on through the Blaster Barrage to force a Resurgence, coming out from level 1 Crook before he just dives, dodges right back into the safety of his boundary.
Yeah, playing safe inside the Invisible Boundary. And Pokey still has that Resurrection in the back. Melio going to make it a little bit dangerous here. Enzo starts eating up all of those flame tornadoes. Only the charged Aegis there to really catch for damage. So Enzo doesn't get too much off the back of this one. Unable to try and bubble themselves. They use it selflessly on the other side. Pokey going to come on through now with the res. Trust Me, converting on the beam damage inside the building. The flames will rain. Polly gets resurrected yet again after putting their life on the line to keep that cart contested. A freedom charge forward now. Overwhelming force destroyed. Damage boosted, yes. yes, but the Rage of Ultron unable to break through the Freedom Charge. Needs to heal up the remainder of the team. Rad, they get scuppered when it seemed like they had an opportunity.
They're all back off of the back of the Comic Revival. Pokey gets the resurrection. Melio had burned Supernova the fight before, doesn't have it to keep pressure on the resurrection position. This is what happens when Perfect Patapim can play the rest comp with the full heroes that it requires. Tanuki's gonna have a Galactic Legend. They've spotted Rajara out in the backline. Pokey takes down Melio too. Serrata missing a huge chunk of burst damage and follow-up potential from Trust Me Psionics Deduction. Everyone from Perfect Patapim is safe inside Invis Boundary.
One player seduced. Follow-up's not going to be there. Alex can't be shut down before the Invisible Boundary's already run its course. A Soul Bond here shares out the damage, but it's now over. Trust Me has everything they need to try and convert upon this fight. Tanuki wants to shut it down. It's for Legendary. Around the back, so many targets to choose, but which one will you go for in this case? A quick self-resurrection. Cocooned revival from Ken, the same from Pokey on the other side. Rad have lost control of the cart yet again. It's going to start rolling away from them. It's just the Rage of Ultron that will once more be the decider in this fight. Tanuki super low. Soul Resurgence on both sides. Yet another Meteor M. Where do you want to put it here? Directly on top of Fate's head. And Fate, now it's a lot of healing that's going to be missing. Tanuki's tracking is sublime. Second to none. Trust Me in the back. Finds Ken. Cocoon Revival already on cooldown. Overtime needs to be triggered yet again. Someone's going to go and touch the point, guys. Oh, finally. It's going to be the Captain America that gets that one going. Big Pokey Resurrection now. Ready to go, though. Brings Ken back, and no one's touching. Rad are going to have to hold it on first or hold it quicker on second.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel for Rad on that fight on second. Worse, all of the light is Perfect Patapim's Comic Revival, just allowing so many of the players to come back through in case Rad are able to start picking them up one by one, helped by the TP recontest from Fate. It has to be a hold on Spider Islands. We've seen it happen so many times before. But Rad, if they try to run the res composition, they're gonna get outmatched by the fact that Perfect Patapim get the Magneto.
Just again and again, that Magneto slips through the bands. They can't keep getting away with it, Margs.
I told you in between the break that in my personal opinion, Magneto is just as crucial to res comp as the Adam Warlock is, and you can absolutely see why. The second Patapim pivoted to that composition. The Bulwarks were getting maximum amounts of value. Even Meteor M being used just shut down Rad's momentum. Absorbing a sort of Galactic Legend, Rages of Ultron coming on through from Sestride, which probably converted into a lot of rage from Rad's VC. As now they have to pull off the hold. Spider Islands is defensively favored though, and if you have a flyer composition, you prioritize just boosting your spam damage output. You do have immediate access to their spawn doors to hold them for a significant chunk of time. Wait, oh my goodness, it's real. Harry, Perfect Patapim are on match point and they're trying to win with Jeff Nato.
I mean, points for showmanship. We'll see if it gets points for results. Alex already taken down the back Rajaro, managing to strike pay dirt with that backline dive.
Tanuki slowly building up to the first hits. Chaff Pokey a little bit slower to build up the Omega Hurricane. As Rad with control of those spawn doors know exactly where Perfect Patapim are going to be rolling on out. And okay, there we go. We've passed the BM check onto an actual composition. Perfect Patapim go. We're on res comp once more.
Back to Resurrections. Tanuki needs to be shut down. Tanuki's just been having an absolutely wonderful time up in the air. Even in the 2v1 against Destroyed and Melio, just constantly getting that damage boost. Has the healing over time from the Mantis. There we go. Finally, a delivery of damage. It's going to be Melio. Maybe a little bit prematurely popping a supernova, but of course wants to start building up towards their next one real quick. Enzo forced back into spawn. A minute gone now.
Yeah, that supernova comes through very quickly before Enzo can build the Meteor M as well. Perfect Patapim are going to be relying now on Polly, creating a disruption in the back line to force Rad's head to turn away from the spawn doors. But Sestride more than happy to match up the sustainability of the Rage of Ultron, but he goes a little bit too low. It's not too close to the sun. It's the exact opposite. He finds himself 6 feet under, thanks to Pokey coming on through.
So far from the sun, he's just voyaging past Pluto at the moment. going out into the Kuiper belt. Berber Padavim finally break out of their spawn. They just love Melio here. Maybe there's going to be a quick teleport back from Rad, but looks like they're just going to opt for a regular second fight instead.
Yeah, no one's on the strength. They're all too close to their ultimates to sacrifice to a 50% gut of the ultimate charge reset coming on through. And that does mean that we're going to be seeing 2 fights potentially of Spider Islands first, which is more than happy for Berber Padavim, given the fact that Pokey has got Comic Revival up.
Got that free reset ready to go. Opening up here with the Freedom Charge already forces out the Soul Resurgence from Rad, and Polly just says, okay, that's it. I'm just going to leave for a second then. We're going to win out over time inside the invisible boundary. Going to be difficult for Melio. Slowed on down. Supernova lays down a bunch of damage. But remember, if you can wait this one out with your resurrection, everything's going to come your way. Multiple players get taken down. They dive into a flame tornado inside this space with the Soul Bond. So much damage needs to be dealt with. Oh, big grab coming through from the side of Trust Me. Tanuki unable to be followed up upon, though. Just going to lose a little bit of time out on that uptime as Pokey still playing around the backside. Melio being hunted on down. Pokey so accurate when it comes to the start of that, and Warlock just hitting all of the hit scan shots that they need to. Trust Me, gonna possibly do this one alone. Rajaro's gonna be able to portal back just in time, and there's gonna be plenty of healing coming through from Sestroid with that drone rolling on through. Running low on time now are Berber Padavim. Only 45 seconds remain as Enzo takes to the skies, lays it down. Libronzo strikes again. Sestroid needs to be shut down, and you better believe it, it's Polly of all people who gets that one done. Ground to air violence from the Captain America shows you air supremacy.
Fade's trying to stall it longer though. Fate of both worlds comes on through, just trying to bleed Berber Padavim, having to commit more resources which they don't have access to on the second. Freedom Charge has been forced from the side of Polly. Rajaro was able to pick out Ken, but this should still be Berber Padavim claiming that first place position. Level 1 Crook with the Soul Resurgence. Wait a minute, they're turning it around. Trust Me finally gets the front line, has the Psionic Seduction, and Berber Padavim are losing players.
It's clutch from Crook to bring them back with a Soul Resurgence. Touching not really on the cards right now. Tanuki going up against Melio. It's a duel of all ages between these two damage dealers, and you can't get there in time. Rad extend the series, and welcome to the grand finals, Rad. It's so nice to see you.
Spider Islands, another full hold after we visit this map comes on through as we get to see them utilizing that strange TP, not for the free fights minimum, but to make sure that they can throw themselves onto that objective and just get themselves into a position where the Emma can go aggressively forward with the frontline pressure. It looked rough, it looked really dicey, especially when that Comic Revival comes on out and Melio is already out of Supernova charges to be able to uproot the resurrection position on the inside of the building, especially given the fact that they'd been holding on to Soul Bond to stabilize and then lead into the Galactic Legend recontest. But Team Rad are able to stagger their players massively onto the payload, even down the strange TP timing. And with just sheer amount of stubbornness and strategic ultimates, they hold themselves in the tournament.
Look, I'm just saying, having a Luna and actually being able to put some triage healing onto your Vanguard meant that Trust Me could do so much in that game. Like, if you keep your Emma Frost alive, your Emma Frost will deliver, I promise. And that seems to have been a real issue for Team Rad thus far. No surprise, but Trust Me walks away with the MVP for this matchup in the first map that we've seen Rad win.
Yeah, I mean, Emma needs to be aggressive to find value, right? She can be such a valuable Vanguard. She can be one of the best heroes in the entire game, not just looking at that role that she finds herself in, but you need to actually damage to be able to upkeep your charge. If you don't have a Luna, if you're relying off of heals coming on through from an Adam, an Ultron, and a Mantis, and so much of those heals are resource based, especially for the Adam and the Mantis, then the Emma has to be very cowed in terms of how she gets to play, and that then impacts the amount of charge that she has available, the value that she's going to be able to get off of Carbon Crushes, because she's not going to be in positions to utilize them. And we really got to see, Trust Me, getting to play the game essentially, instead of just having to play peel and wait and play a reactionary. He got to play aggressive, the way that you want your Emma Frosts to be in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, let Trust Me play the game, maybe, and things start to turn around. I mean, honestly, what a glorious day to be a res comp hater. The success rate at the moment is feeling real low. Res comp merchants is feeling real low.
Yeah, I mean, Rad are probably very beside themselves too because they were able to get through that map, but they might be finding themselves taking a little bit of a low turn too because now Berber Patapim get to decide which map we go to, Harry, and that was a convoy map. You know what that means, right?
Oh yeah, Hell's Heaven.
Domination's still around the corner, and it's likely gonna be a pivot over to Hell's Heaven almost immediately.
Yeah, if it's not Hell's Heaven, I will be flabbergasted. Maybe the Rocket Band has some legs, by the way. Respect the Ken Rocket. We'll see if it continues after this break.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Is it reverse sweep season here in EMEA, or is it what the most degenerate chatter you know would call a fake comeback? Rad managed to claw their way back into this series and activate for the first time in our grand finals.
True, but as we talked about, Harry, on the other side of the map win from Spider Islands, you flip the coin and it lands in Berber Patapim's palm, and that means they picked the map. Domination was not picked. It was a convoy map of Spider Islands that Rad took us to. So Hell's Heaven is going to be up next on the schedule, and that is Berber Patapim's self-confessed favorite and best map to play on.
Yeah, and this kind of makes banning Cap / Psylocke mandatory. You can't go to Hell's Heaven and let Berber Patapim play Cap Psylocke. They are, well, after we talked to Fate, after their last series, Fate said that Berber Patapim, they're the best Cap Psylocke team in the world, and Cap Psylocke is at its best on Hell's Heaven. However, Rad, they have a little bit of initiative now. We'll see if Naga's back in or if they're sticking with Sestroid. Sestroid is a nasty Hella player, as we pointed out before. And it seems that Sestroid is going to be staying put.
Well, so too is staying the insta-ban against Ken's Loki, and Berber Patapim once more keeping Magneto out of the midst of Rad. This time around, though, well, that's a huge pivot, and that now puts even more pressure onto Rad to ban both the Psylocke and the Captain America. That's a Lunar Snow insta-save from Berber.
Okay. Interesting. Really prioritizing Alex here. Well, Alex is doing the ban, so maybe he's yeah, it's time to look out for number one, you know? Time to keep it 100 here. First protect coming through from Rad, gonna be the Emma Frost. And hopefully it's gonna get some good support behind it this time.
Yeah, Rad taking advantage of the fact that Berber Patapim don't get a save now until they're lost, which means that they can't try and block the Psylocke or the Captain America later. Is Berber Patapim not going to be allowing Rad to get one-sided Loki? We now go into the two bands coming through at the same time. Tanuki is going to get targeted. The Wolverine has been removed.
All right, Wolverine off the table. Notorious Tanuki map for the Wolverine, but has enjoyed quite a bit of time on the Black Panther here. And this does kind of necessitate that Rad should use their last ban on either Cap or Psylocke.
Yeah, but one of them's making it through regardless.
Yeah.
I feel like they're gonna let the Cap go through, given now that they've saved the Wolverine and you can utilize the feral grabs onto the Vanguard. As Berber Patapim are gonna target out the Captain America coming on through from Rad's side, so their ability to bounce the point as well as pressure Berber Patapim's backline has been significantly reduced. As Berber Patapim see the Wolverine, think, okay, Cap might be a good play here. But do they go for the save of the Vanguard over the Psylocke?
Yeah, looks like they're going to go for that, knowing that they're going to have access to the Magneto as well, providing it's not banned out here. And there we go. Yeah, you cannot allow for both Cap and Psylocke to exist. For Berber Patapim, it's simply too difficult to deal with. Although, I imagine there was a world where maybe they wanted to ban out the Thing as well. But the option's too thin on the ground. Looks like Luna's going to make it through on both sides as well.
Tanuki's Panther makes it through too. As Rad could well now pivot over to the Thing that you talked about, utilizing the Yancey's recharge and the Earthbound debuff status that it applies to the enemies caught out in that circular AoE so that they can't utilize Earthbound and movement abilities. Pokey, though, is going to be going over to the Namor because I think they've read the Thing coming out from the other side and they're just going to use them as pincushion for the Namor to just build up Horn of Proteuses.
Yeah, just that easy. I mean, you get your one-taps off the back of a damage boost. Fun and fair for all involved, Moss.
Probably not the Vanguard player, though. So it does look like they were going to be rolling out the Groot as well, so maybe you're trying to utilize the damage reduction from the Thing's jumps to give your other Vanguard a little bit more tankiness when it comes to surviving on that point and anchoring the position. You've got a lot of wombo combo potential too, off of what Strangling Prison can set up.
Mox chat, I don't know about you, but I am wishing for a Game 7 between these teams. Rad are finally awake. Let's see if they can deliver on Hell's Heaven.
This is Berber Patapim's self-confessed best map. It's also one of Dive's best map, and no surprises, they're doubling down upon it. Enders on the Hulk, Polly the Captain America. Rad's backline are not going to have a fun time, and that's why we see the triple strategists come on through.
Really, you Flavor is about to hit. And Flavor Town is going to be populated mostly by Rad here. First coming on through, Spirit Rend. Reset on the other side, Tanuki just with a little tap here and there. A love tap. A quick kiss on the forehead to let them know that he cares before diving in fully. Has to worry about that Yensis recharge though. We see that it's Rajaro who's actually putting out on this nice shutdown on the momentum. And this is why I said they wanted to ban out the Thing. Rajaro really gets the value there off of Yancey.
Yeah, and Rad playing so stacked together, Fate's going to be able to build up the Eternal Bond in record timing as Melio drops Polly off of the map.
Okay, Rad are back, baby. And for those of you who haven't watched EU before, just disregard those first like 2 or 3 maps, you know? They're a real team. They're a real team, and they are really good.
Yeah, they're having that warm-up. Now we get to see the true grand finals coming on for Pokey is also going to have the Horn of Proteus, but Alex has not been able to keep pace with the damage that Nemo's been outputting. No Fate of both worlds to give it that one-shot potential. Tanuki on the off angle, just waiting for his team to regroup before they try and hit in with a dive composition. But Enz has already had to utilize the Unbreakable Resolve, and that means that Rad's backline have a little bit more safety to wait out the cooldowns to come back through.
Okay, Rajara on deck to always use that Yen's Tree Charge. The second that you hear that your backline is under pressure, you don't want to use to try and shut down Enzo. Instead, just relying on Melio to shut that one down. Yet another excellent exile coming through. Our players are grabbed out of the Eternal Bond. A great response from Trust Me. Alex falls down, but there's still plenty of healing remaining for the remainder of Burbo Padum as they move on forward. Bash Descent ready to go. Melio finds Pokey. Ken falls off the map after the reset, and Burbo Padum are back to a drawing board.
Yeah, and all of the potential damage from Ken's Terror Cape is just mitigated by the fact that Radaron triple strategist. Even if one of your Vanguards gets applied vulnerability, you can still keep them fully healed on up as the last stand comes on through from Melio. Package delivering Enzo into the waiting arms of his team's front line. Tanuki sees that its last fight, tries to pull Rad's attention back to the point to let the rest of his team walk.
Fast Descent could be brutal. Forcing out a Soul Bond early would also be super valuable, and there it is. The Soul Bond used by Destroyed still has that Karmic Revival in the back pocket. It was going to be needed. However, with Crook channeling the Fate of both worlds, it's going to be unlikely. Rajara gets 3 stuns, 2 Vanguards, and Pokey both confused instantly in onto the Adam Warlock. Tanuki puts it all on the line. 36 HP remains. It should be a self-revival here from Destroyed in the midst of all of this. Yeah, that's going to be the Cocoon Revival. It's yet another Strangling Prison as well that claims Pokey, and here's the Revival as well. Destroy doesn't want to give up any chances here, and while it might not be the optimal ult economy here for the remainder of Rad, having used that resurrection, Berber Patapim dropped the first map of Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, Rad just could not risk Berber Patapim coming back on through. Fate was so close to the Eternal Bond that they sacrificed the entirety of Karmic Revival to bring him back, since he can't cocoon and revive himself. But like you said, that means that Karmic Revival has now been removed from play, at least for this fight, as Berber Patapim was swapping off. Instead of going for the Black Panther, Tanuki is going to go into a different form of dive, Human Torch being a hybrid between both dive and spam, and Pokey is thinking about the Hela to try and deal with Melio on the Wolverine, but Eldritch Monument, not Hela's best map when it comes to keeping yourself safe on those off angles.
Yeah. Hela can also be a real pain for a thing to deal with as well. Just eats so much poke off the back of that and has no real means of interacting with the Goddess of Death ultimate.
True, but you do have to watch out. If Rad are in control of the area first, then they have a lot of spam potential to just keep the pressure onto all of the angles that the Hela could potentially raise her head from. As Rajaro is going to be holding Melio aloft, who is going to get grabbed out first? Potentially one of these flyers, as Pokey's actually out on the Iron Man.
Double fly. I don't think we've seen too much of Pokey on the Iron Man. To the skies. Not that much of a vertical angle here. Never mind. I lied, by the way. Tanuki grabbed out there by Melio. Feeling what Naga felt previously. A quick dunk. It just gets rid of the group walls there. Enzo didn't want to throw it in towards the midst of Team Rad for some reason. Fate on the off angle. Nasty play with the Terror Cape. Delivering with the back of the Eternal Bond. It's his favorite time, but it's Alex's least favorite at the moment. Dragged in by the Sonic Seduction. Immortal Pulse Cannon grabs Rajaro, and it brings Trust Me incredibly low. The healing just isn't there. The strategists have been previously decimated, and Burbo Patapim get control.
Yeah, there's got to be a pivot now from the Vanguard lineup. You can't run group thing into double flyers. I think Trust Me's going to stick with the group for now, just so we can utilize Strangling Prison in this next fight. But off of the back of that one, it's going to be time to swap potentially to the Doctor Strange, as Rajara's on to the Emma Frost. Having that shield, mitigating some of the spam pressure coming on through, as well as giving yourself an umbrella to hide underneath for when that maximum pulse comes on out from Pokey's side once more.
Strangling Prison off the top rope, potentially. Trust me, he's already cooking, but his feeling his wood start to get a touch cooked by the Human Torch in turn. Off from downtown. Oh, what an Aegis! Unbelievable play there from Polly. Read them like a book, baby. Saw that one coming from a mile off. The bait and the switch works on out. And now Berber Patapim, they're just going to have to try and rescue Pokey. Big Sonic Seduction coming on through. Multiple players need to be sustained here by Crook, but it's easy enough to do with a Lunar Snow ultimate. Now it's time for Supernova to rain from on high. Melio, I believe, was just instantly impacted by the pulse cannon, perhaps in midair. Now the big threats coming through, and that's going to be the Punisher, the final judgment, laying down the damage. Polly can't escape too easily. Combined damage of both the Meteor M and Alex's usage. Oh, wow, the midair Spore Bomb. Okay, trust me, he's making up for a little bit of a fumble as Rad get control back.
He's already almost got another Strangling Prison from the damage that Trust Me was able to output onto this Groot. Ken's going to have an Eternal Bond, but we already saw on the map before how Rad dispatch with it. Strangling Prison and grabbing everyone outside of it. The CD is going to be CC immune, but the rest of the team, the same cannot be said. Melio's also going to have the Dance of the Butterflies ready to go the second that they're outside of the AoE, and that's going to force the Eternal Bond immediately.
Yep, Eternal Bond used a little bit prematurely. Isn't even going to reach the point, by the way. That's going to be the Vanguards dragged on in. The healing cut off by the Ironwood Wall. Enzo falls. Polly's able to get out with their life for now. But Rad still have all of the space they want to work with right here. A new Invincible Pulse Cannon. Pokey says, just in case they come up. I've got a little surprise for them.
Nah, Rad, they're not falling for it. They don't need to. Melio's going to be able to scout out where everyone's setting on up, displays the information to the rest of the team. Rajara takes a little bit of spam pressure coming on first. That Fate and level 1 Crook can equalize ultimate charge to what Berber Patapim could potentially build in this next fight, as we do have to worry about the one-shot. The Pulse Cannon is on the field for Pokey, but he's currently just not getting the confidence to use it. Good dodge of the Terror Cape with the terrain directly in front of him, but this Iron Man is still being focused.
Yeah, the Iron Man catching a bunch of poke here. A fully charged up Trust Me is going to be able to lay down loads of damage. Oh, it's a speculative Invincible Pulse Cannon, but Pokey gets nothing off the back of it. And now caught in the corner. It should be easy follow-up here for Melio. Level 1 Crook gets temporarily controlled. The Meteor M from Lebronzo once again strikes home. It's the shutdown you've been waiting for, but a shutdown in their own right, as Enzo is absolutely atomized against the central pavilion. Polly stands by themselves against the tides of Rad. And no matter how hard the diamond is, the pressure's too much.
Yeah, they've got Strangling Prison. The second that Berber Patapim all drop out of this strange portal, it has to be a shield block on the Groot ultimate, or this round is done. Supernova comes out from Tanuki. They look to try and shut it down immediately with Melio's Dance of the Butterflies, and Berber Patapim just don't have the place to soak it. Out comes Ken with the Eternal Bond, keeping the place, keeping the team in this fight, and Sestroid gets taken down.
Yeah, level 1 Groot's got a good angle from above, but Berber Patapim just being able to break out of there was so important. Like you said, Tanuki got instantly shut down there by the Butterflies and by the Strangling Prison as well, but 2 ults for 1, not the ideal trade.
He's back on the Panther. Perajara is back on the thing immediately to counterplay it. Trust Me, he's trying to build up the next Strangling Prison, knows that Berber Patapim are down defensive ultimates. Rad wants to make an inroad into this fight and quickly.
Enzo got to be careful about that disengagement path here. Yet again, has the Meteor M good to go. Is out farmed, destroyed here. Melio around the back, looking to see if anyone gets grabbed out by the Sonic Seduction. The strategists have had to look around. Destroyed once again, dunked upon. Oh my goodness, I think Trust Me just got frozen out of their ultimate. What a play from Alex, but Ken can't survive. Yet another freeze. Every ult is being caught, but it's Berber Patapim on 99% with everything they need to turn this one around. Yeah, you see the ults get cancelled. They've played these games before. And there's just no time for the portal.
Alex is the savior, the hero of the hour, not just being able to freeze Trust Me out of the Strangling Prison cast after Meteor M had been burned too, taking Sestroid down so that the Groot doesn't have to worry about the ultimate as a projectile being absorbed. It's off of the Luna, swapping Fate of both worlds to the 40% amp boost that the Maelstrom of Madness and Eye of Agamotto manages to find the damage to take Rad's players down. What a huge play coming on through from the back line. Ken and Alex really just trying to make sure that Berber Patapim do not lose the win rate of Hell's Heaven.
It's their best map for a reason. They're uniquely suited to the geography.
Frozen Airfield is the next and last round of Hell's Heaven's rotation. This is an easier map for dive too. Lots of verticality, many off-angle routes. And you can see that Rad are anticipating that Black Panther to be sticking around for a little bit longer, but Tanuki is off of it. He's on to the Star-Lord. Pokey has also swapped over to the Winter Soldier to try to bionic hook either Cestroid or Melio when they try and show up too.
Eyes on Rajaro early, confirm that they indeed made the right choice here. Rajaro does not want to send the Wolverine after the Star-Lord. Would not be the smartest matchup for the little mutant. Here we go towards the back. Speculative for now. Wants to try and grab Tanuki, who's being so evasive up here, but at the moment it's all distractionary gameplay. Tanuki's just an amusing sideshow. Was that yet another freeze? No, it does manage to at least hit pay dirt here onto Alex, but the solo focus is not enough. Ken got the value there out of the Eternal Bond. This is plenty of sustainability for Berber Padman into the Dark Force dimension. The clobbering time takes Enzo low, and that's a great delivery of a Terror Cape as well to make sure the follow-up is good.
Yeah, Rajaro just perfectly timing the spacing of that Dark Teleportation, ending to catch everyone from BP as they drop out of it into the Thing's ultimate. Sastroid now is going to be holding on to the last stand too, but you do have to worry about Berber Patapim. The ultimates that they have coming up into this next fight is going to be delay strategies from Rad so they can build up level 1 Crix Fate of both worlds to match wits with the Kraken Impact.
Oh, Melio spotted it. What a grab coming through. That's both Stellar Shifts now used. But in the 2v1, Tanuki still grabs Melio. What's the deal with that? Looking in onto Fate now. This may well force out the Fate of both worlds. And indeed, it does. Aggressive plays down on Melio. They need to be made. Berber Patapim are lying in wait, though, with plenty of ultimates in their own right. Lebronzo, can he deliver again? Not in this case, it would seem. But Tanuki finds the low Fate and brings them up. The low tape of Fate in this case gets destroyed as Polly racks the nerves of the back line, and this should be Berber Padman getting their first flip.
And not a single duelist ultimate invested either, which means in this next fight, Pokey, just the way we saw Kraken Impact CC immunity frames being used to dodge Eye of Agamotto earlier, can use it. Oh, never mind.
I think that
cannot
might have
use
been a
it
reset
to dodge Triangling Prison.
Finger.
That is an unfortunate timing of an ultimate press.
Oh boy, Pokey's going to be kicking himself for that one, but it's okay. Still super winnable here for Berber Padman off the back of just the Galactic Legend. Trust me, once again, going to be very careful of this Aegis shield from Enzo. Sees Tanuki up above, knows that a solo over there is a little bit too risky. In towards the back, that's both of the strategists grabbed on in, and it's absolutely clinical from Trust Me. Destroyed, swapped over, yeah, onto the Adam Warlock, so the Soul Bond was instantly available to deal with Tanuki's ultimate. Beautiful play from Rad.
Yeah, especially because they heard Pokey use Kraken Impact on the point itself. Fate's going to have Eternal Bond for free too, so we can make an aggressive play with Psionic Seduction from Rajaro and mirror the sustain that Ken can bring to the table. Tanuki is going to go over to the Black Panther off of the Star-Lord, is still going to be able to receive the 35% trickle heal coming on through, but Rad aren't allowing Berber Patapim any passage through the chokes. They come in early. Dance of the Butterflies, carpeted up by the Eternal Bond on the point, and Berber Patapim, all of the ultimates that they had just got forced.
Eternal Bond equally forced out here. Tanuki around the back does not want to deal with a full charge Emma beam. At least just going to catch a little bit of poke coming through from the Eternal Bond. On the chase right now. Pokey finally has built up yet another Kraken Impact, but do they have the damage to try and convert here onto Trust Me? No. The healing's going to be good. The Fate of Both Worlds has been deployed. Rad might get it done on Berber Padman's preferred map. Destroyed can't afford to fall. They need that resurrection. Enzo gets multiple plays here off the back of the Sonic Seduction, but gets isolated by the walls that Trust Me's erected behind them. And that's going to be an attempted bash this end. Tanuki's getting it done in the midst of all of this. A rend after rend. The Karmic Revival's good to go. Destroyed knows that their location has been found, though. They've lost him in the midst of all of this. It's going to be a last-second contest from Rajaro. Destroyed has resurrected themselves, coming back off the back of the TP. Destroyed has decided to call it.
Yeah, Sastroid was in the cocoon form, just baiting Berber Patapim to have to follow him in case it was a revive into the Karmic Revival. And now Tanuki on that Black Panther is going to be looking to try and figure out where exactly that Adam Warlock is setting on up. Rajaro back onto the Thing because the Black Panther's in play. It's chess into checkers, and only one of these teams can come out on top.
Tanuki wraps the back. Has himself a spinning kick to play with multiple players. Are managing to avoid that incoming damage. Soulbond already used as we roll on forward. Melio has grabbed one. Ken's down as well. There's no healing on the board for Berber Patapim. They're going to have to get it done off regular skill alone. And Pokey's got it in spades. This Hela is pumping out the damage, but it might be overwhelming because still the healing can be delivered by Rad. It's a flip over in their favor. A last chance saloon for a recontest is not going to be on the cards from a Doctor Strange. It has to be Pokey coming in from one side and Tanuki from the other. Up to the sky goes the Goddess of Death, but no one's on the point. Rad steal away Berber Patapim's best map.
Tanuki just overshoots, and unfortunately, Pokey on the Hela, Goddess of Death, lifts you above the points that you don't count as contesting. And Rad, 2 maps in a row now, steal it away. The hopes for the reverse sweep, Harry, very much intact. We have a grand final series on our hands.
Oh, picking up the MVP. That's the one and only Low Taper Fate right there. 48k healing, 6 final hits, and Rajaro just on this constant merry-go-round of trying to shut down what Tanuki was bringing from the table. I believed for a moment when Pokey picked up those 3 frags, man. I was like, okay, is it going to be another one of those? Is it going to be another one? The end of a VP series once again for Pokey, but the damage was already done. It was a great setup from Trust Me. Yet another fantastic strangling prison.
Yeah, and a great read as well from Rad coming on through. They know that Galactic Legend is in play on Frozen Airfield, swapping Cess right onto the Adam Warlock just so they don't have to build up an ultimate to deal with the Star-Lords. They can literally just hit the shift button, have everyone tank the damage all together, nice and cozy on the point, which allows them all of the follow-through onto Trust Me as well. And they can still have Fate with the Terror Cape connecting onto everyone who got scooped up by the group.
Unbelievable scenes here. Rad far from dead. They refuse to go quietly into that good night. And with $250,000 on the line, who would? This is what this team was built for. We had our graphic before the matchup. Mox, this team has never been the number 1. They've never been the big winner. They got 4th in MRC Season 0, 4th at the Marvel Rivals Invitational, 2nd at MRC Season 1. They've always had the talent. They've always had the perseverance, but they've never had the results, and it felt like once again they were doomed to that 2nd place. But when the chips are down, Rad have said that no, we refuse to lose again.
Do we see as well the results of Hell's Heaven putting now a new strain on the pick and ban system? Because like you said, they thought about going for that Thing ban so that Tanuki's Black Panther could roam a little bit more free. And we even saw in the past when these two teams went head to head, Adam Warlock as a ban started becoming a thing for the side of Berber Patapim after they lost domination to the res comp strategies coming on out. So I feel like we're going to be seeing a new adaptation on the other side of this break.
It's got to be convergence. Break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Some good, honest, soul-to-the-earth, blue-collar Marvel rivals. A 3-2 scoreline. Mox, it always had to go this way. None of that 4-0 stuff happening here in EMEA. The reverse sweep dream is alive, and it's real.
Yeah, it has been revived, you could say, much like Rad utilizing the Karmic Revival. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a very different advanced pick and ban system come on through as we head to this next map, which will be Convergence, and it's going to be Central Park. I don't know who's going to be able to take it though, Harry, because both of these two teams, it feels like they're starting to really understand the strategies of the other.
Yeah, we really are starting to see these teams come online and get the download done. But for Berber Padpim, every single map we go deeper into this series is longer that they've been playing at the top of their ability. Fatigue may become an issue as we get into map 6 of our series. And this is also Convergence, which historically has not been a great mode for Berber Padpim. They did manage to take away Hall of Jalia earlier, which was the first time they'd won on that map. But for Berber Padpim, that might weigh on them a little bit there. Historically, their results here have not been great.
Yeah, I would agree. When you're looking at the statistics, you do definitely raise an eyebrow. But I think for Berber Padpim, like, if you thought that they were weak on Convergence, they'll have been working on Convergence, right? It's just the way that we saw Virtus.pro every single time they found an issue, they worked away at it for like a week, just full target focusing on that in scrims and coaching sessions. And I feel like Berber have been doing the same thing, because when we saw them earlier in Hall of Dajjal, they did not look like the weaker team on this map type.
Yeah, they did not look like they were hopeless on Convergence by any means at all. I feel like the real shift thus far, though, has been in Trust Me being able to actually play the game. Once Trust Me gets online, things get a lot more complicated.
Well, that's going to be getting complicated. Both teams instant banning out the Loki, which means that Berber Padpim will also be able to get the instant save onto the Lunar Snow, and Rad can now start targeting out the Vanguard's likely going to be a Captain America, or maybe they go for that Psylocke yet again. No! Punisher off of the rip this time around.
Maybe attempting to even bait in the Cap Psy. It would be wishful thinking, that much is for certain. A quick protect onto Trust Me's EMEA wouldn't go awry. Of course, you're rarely going to see Trust Me's Groot catch a target ban in this day and age. Maybe there's one where you could ban out Tanuki's Wolverine, though, so that constantly remains a threat.
I think as well, if you secure the EMEA Frost, like, it is going to be tough if both teams go res comp route, but you're anticipating Enzo on something like over the Hulk or the Venom to be able to just dive into the back line and create a little bit of a diversion for Berber Padpim's rest of the team to get what they want done. So having Carbon Crush online is going to be doing a lot of distance to taking the dive out. As Berber Padpim remove the Psylocke from Rad's side, Rad notably not going for either the Psylocke or the Captain America or the Luna as of yet.
Likely going to be a Mirror Punisher ban here. Choice to try and take out, oh, Polly. Yep, there they go. And now the question is, if you are Berber Padpim, do you want to protect the Wolverine in your own right and have an unequal Wolverine gradient?
Yeah, taking Melia's Wolf off of the board does make it a little bit harder for the Flyers to get looked at too. If Berber Padpim want to put Tanuki onto the torch in case this Wolverine does get banned out, as Rad are going to be able to secure Lunar Snow for themselves too before we go into the next ban phase for Berber Padpim. This is going to give us a really good insight onto what they want to utilize and what they put stock onto removing. Do they want to get the Thing, or do they want to target out the Adam Warlock?
Yeah. Oh, hello. I mean, yeah, I don't think you necessarily want to ban the Human Torch when Nag is not in. And there we go. It is going to be the Wolverine gradient, I imagine, if they commit to this. I'm surprised that if they were going for this, they didn't go for a preemptive ban on the Thing. But the Resurrections have been troublesome.
True, and having to actually maneuver the Thing into a position where he doesn't just eat a ton of poke and then have to remove himself from the fight entirely. It's a little bit harder to do on Central Park, especially on your attacking round.
Yeah.
As we're going to see Rad think about the Psylocke, remove the Emma yet again, so no more projection team up coming on through, although Pokey will still be able to play the Psylocke, and with a Lunar in play, that's definitely going to be a point of pressure for Rad to have to pivot to deal with.
Yeah, I love the protect here onto the Lunar Snow, though, from both teams, but especially from Rad, as I've been constantly pointing out. Just have someone who can keep Trust Me up. And Trust Me is kind of delivering right now. Really seems to be the difference maker on the two maps that we've seen won by Rad.
Difference maker as well on this map. Magneto is in play for both teams. So we are going to be seeing Cloak and Dagger on the field, but you do have Bulwark to protect against the one-shot potential when you're mid-Eternal Bond dash. And we have also counterplay against things like the Tanuki Wolverine, with the Bulwark being used in case the Vanguard does get grabbed on out early.
Also going to be a difference in those psionic projections being available, with only one team having a Emma alongside their Magneto. Looks like for now, Pokey just going to be hopping around on that Psylocke, as we've come to expect.
Rad going to be on the defense first. Sestroid already on that Ultron Imperative patch. We can see pocketing right now. Melio on the Human Torch as he looks to just get as much poke and spam into Berber Patapim as they can. Enzo is indeed on the Hulk that we expected, which means that Trust Me is going to have their hands full in terms of targets for Carbon Crush.
Oh yeah, and Melio is going to have their hands full when it comes to extra occupants of this airspace as well. And here he comes. Going to be an attempt to dodge away. Nicely played. Crook already falls down, though, to Pokey. A great opening here for the Psylocke. And this is going to be next up. Yeah, Rajaro on the docket. All the way into a backline. Things are getting real complicated. Might be able to use their Psylocke projection to get out. No, not going to be on the cards right here. This could be cooked already.
Huge bait and switch from Berber Patapim. Rad thought it was going to be a target dive onto Melio, but in actual fact, it was Pokey setting up the hit onto level 1 Crook. And Berber Patapim overwhelmed Rad's triple strategist composition in a matter of moments. Sestroid off of the Ultron isn't in time with the strange teleport, and Fate getting picked late as well means that Rad lose even more space to hold on to second.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely disastrous here for Rad. Far from over at the moment. The Mantis hater in me is saying that maybe you don't get as much value out of it here if you're Rad. I'd love to see Force Physics to try and shut down Tanuki and to give Melio that team up.
Yeah, I feel like Invis Women would definitely make things a little bit easier in terms of the neutral, but you do sacrifice sustainability for the ultimate. Melio goes for the dive. They've been able to pressure out Enzo, but it comes at the cost of Trust Me. No one was helping out the Emma Frost in the Lunar Snow Mirror.
Yeah, the Emma got aggressive. Caught also, what is Fate doing over there? Did not see that one coming. A quick freeze, yes, but the remainder of the team remains unfrozen. This is an absolute masterclass in momentum.
Yeah, it feels like Rad are just getting separated, split at the moment. They try and pivot to look at the Hulk, and Berber Patapim just communicate that everyone's looking at Enzo. Deal damage elsewhere, and it will permanently stick. Out comes the Diamond Form from Trust Me. Soul Resurgence invested from level 1. Crook forces Ken's Eternal Bond out, and Berber Patapim are more than happy to make that trade.
Okay, Soul Resurgence used. Destroyed falls through the cracks. The healing not quite enough when compared to what Pokey's bringing to the table. Melio starts raining down fire tornadoes. And might be able to find the backline here. They need to take out Ken. And indeed, the fire tornado delivers in this case. Tanuki takes out Crook, but not much more than that. Fate next up on the docket to try and get sliced on through. But damage too much to bear. Destroyed needs to use their ultimate here to try and sustain the remainder of the team. It's going to take so long for Crook to come on back, though. And Melio falls to Enzo in the midst of all of this. Must have been grabbed out of the air. What a great play coming through from Enzo. Oh, there's the attempt at the teleport coming through as well from Ken. Enzo just put down for a nap for now. Rad still keep it contested. It must be Rajaro. And Enzo, says no one puts down Hulk for a nap. Hulk sleeps when Hulk wants.
Well, Rad are able to find 2, but the Unbreakable Resolve comes out from Enzo, and he's got the mobility with the non-cooldown chomps. He's got the pick onto Cestroid as well, and Rad managing to overlap both the Freedom Charge and Rage of Ultron from Rogero and Cestroid. Now it means that they're down ults in this next engagement. It's going to have to be a stack up and try and absorb the damage that Pokey can output, but that means that their position is forced. They're not going to be that to prevent the distance picked up for Convoy.
Yeah, and stacking together can be ruinous when LeBronzo's on the other side, or well, Polly in this case, on the other side with a Meteor M. May not have got as much respect as Enzo just yet, but hello, level 1 Crook to be catching a bunch of this damage. Forces the Soul Resurgence. Polly looking for a victim. Fate manages to dodge away. Great usage of escapes right there to make sure they manage to stay well out of the AoE. Melio wants to cook from behind. Enzo's going to be in a little bit of trouble after being slept up, but you don't want to try and commit too hard onto Polly after all this. Pokey gets their sentient seized, and that means that there's no way to try and avoid the Rage of Ultron that's being ran on down by Cestroid here. And finally, with the buildings being reformed, good choke points here for Rand to try and play off.
Yeah, but Berber can push on through with an Eternal Bond. Supernova comes on through from Melio, but the exile from Enzo! The Torch almost gets cooked. Fate bails them out with the Fate of both worlds, but Berber Patapim have been able to break through Choke, and they've still got the last stand after all of the sustain ups are done.
Enzo gets it done again, grabs him out the air, the intercept, Fate still, the Ice Arts, the Cleaver so difficult to deal with, Unbreakable Guard is going to be part of this. Fate's just getting stuck in over here, and it's built space, yes, for Trust Me, but Fate has had to sacrifice themselves to try and make it work. But oh, no way! No, you stop right there, Cap. Freedom is not going to reign today. Enzo is on one right now.
Exile into Slam, into Exile once more. Enzo's Hulk is terrifying right now. It feels like they have an army just off of this one Vanguard alone. And Rad are going to be feeling their backs against the wall literally in a matter of moments as they've run out of room to disengage.
Far from running out of time, though, on the side of Berber Patapim. Still 2.5 minutes. Already going to be the Silent Subduction coming on out from Trust Me. Needs to find some victims over towards the back. Maybe it could be Polly who's overwhelmed, but Alex still has plenty of healing for all and sundry inside of that Fate of Both Worlds. Tanuki may be looking for a knock off the edge. It certainly would be a lot of value. Big Terror Cape coming through onto Berber Patapim. Polly needs to be overwhelmed. Uses the Meteor M instantly. Oh, and manages to punish Crook. Unreal. And now how can you sustain through the dance of butterflies? Pokey gets their one and then cancels it early. Melio just up against the world all by themselves. Will punish Pokey, but can they get much more than this is the question. Everyone else simply hides away and forces everyone forward. A quick portal from Crook over just a couple of feet, but can you even get on through here? No, the body block is too strong. Berber Patapim say, yeah, we're still Convergence Demons.
144 full push for Central Park. They had so much momentum. It was such a fast take of the first, and then just converted into stagger pick after stagger pick in the second. Rat managed to find their footing, but it was at the very end of B, and even then there were still stumbles through C, so Berber Patapim had so much time to play with. Plus, Rat felt like they had to go aggressive, overextend into Berber Patapim's own front line, and that just meant that Enzo and the Hulk had an absolute field day.
I'm legitimately begging you to play Lunar Cloak and Dagger or Lunar Invis.
Surely we have to see an Invis.
I mean, Crook has
Surely
actually put
at
out a
some
bunch
point.
of healing, it's true. It feels like Destroyed is having a lot of trouble getting value, even out of a damage-boosted Ultron.
I mean, it feels like they're going for the approach of the Hulk can't hurt us if we hurt the Hulk before he reaches us. But there's the Invis coming on out. Coming on through from level 1, Crook at the sacrifice of the Mantis, and Cestroid now without that Mantis is off of the Ultron onto the Punisher. This should be where Enzo just gets absolutely blitzed in a blender the second he shows his face to the side of Rad.
Yeah, big control onto the Hulk. I'm actually a big fan of this pivot here. Maybe not really going to be quite as much healing going the way of Trust Me without the Luna, but it is going to allow for a lot more shutdown on the Hulk.
Yeah, not just that, but on Tanuki on the Wolverine too. He's already forced out. And that was Bulwark as well, forced to make sure that he gets out safely. The Carbon Crush is there. He doesn't have the cooldowns, but Enzo still grabs Melio first.
Oh, that's a big Terror Cape onto almost all of Rad. Berber Padhim are quick to try and follow up on the other side of it. Pokey rolls on forward. Those wing shurikens really are doing some work right here. Another throw? I doubt it at this point. Tanuki just gets off of that one. Unbreakable barrier will get everyone out.
Yeah, they just utilized the fastball team up to get Tanuki into the Hulk's hands without him having to burn the Pharaoh Lunge and potentially get taken down, crossing back to his players. He's still going to be up and about. Melia has been able to finally break around the first corner, gets a little bit of boulding to hide behind as well as utilizing Pyro Prison to put pressure on the point itself. And Sestroid has the room, the space to come in with the final judgment, and he gets the shield coming on through from Rajaro to keep him safe from Meteor Ram.
The invisible boundary wasn't brought up in time. Destroyed is lost in the midst of all of this. Alex tries to get a handle on things here with the fate of both worlds as Pokey disengages, comes in from a new angle, a brand new angle, a brand new plan. The plan is likely going to be the dance of the butterflies right here. Look at this in the back line though. Trust me, he's getting a little bit frisky. An attempt to try and cut Rad in half. Crook can't afford to take yet another slice. Meteor M in the tiny corridor. Can it be dropped down upon someone? Yeah, onto Ken. Straight onto their face, but Polly strikes back on the other side. Enzo's getting it done again. Polly's super low. Yeah, the metallic bulwarks onto themselves, but if you're in a corridor with a Hulk, I think I saw this scene in Avengers, and it didn't end well for the non-Hulk parties.
Melia Supernova gets extinguished. Ken with the strange portal directly onto Rad's Punisher so that Sestroid doesn't hold the angle and punish Birabur Patapin as they come back onto that point itself. And he hasn't been able to build up the final judgment as well through the pressure that they've been able to place the Punisher through. Dark Teleportation has to be used from Fate just to close the distance a little bit sooner so they can take the brawl fight, but no one cleared Tanuki!
Oh, the invisible boundary came up, but it was simply a little bit too late. Tanuki grabbed with the Carbon Crush. Plenty of healing coming through from Alex. Fate of both worlds keeps them sustained. Trust me, tries to drag them to the edge, but it's just a reset bait in the midst of all of this. 1 minute 20 remain for Rad.
Fate needs to build the Eternal Bond. Sestroid's final judgment has to be absolutely gigantic for Rad to be able to have any chance of continuing in this tournament. But the longer they wait, the sooner Perfect Patafim build their own defensives. Pokey hears noise, thinks that Melee could potentially be flanking around that left side and almost catches the torch.
Enzo loses their Hulk form though. Down to Puny Banner. And Puny Banner's not that good at holding back the tides of Rad. Trust me, he's getting a little bit frisky here. Polly needs a rescue, but it's not quite in time. Ken gonna be faced with the huge damage coming out of the Punisher right now. But it seems like everyone's managed to find themselves some good cover. Good knock through there onto Tanuki just to force out that passive, but you won't get much more than that. It's Melia who has to clean it up on the backside. Pokey starts to work the margins, has themselves an ultimate, but you don't want to use it now because you've already lost first. 3 minutes between Rad and Oblivion.
Yeah, I thought about maybe utilizing that ultimate, but the anchor falls with Enzo, and you don't count as contesting in your Dance of Butterfly form. So Burbot Patapim decides to pack it in and keep it in the back pocket to have for this next fight, taking advantage of the fact that Rad do not have a defensive ultimate. Level 1 Crook close to the invisible boundary, but if you can bait it with the Psylocke, Tanuki gets a go-ahead for the last stand, or they just use it now and force Rad to have to stack.
Melia almost got environmentally fragged. Incredibly lucky to have survived this one. Pokey has to be careful around these flame tornadoes. It's getting a little bit hot under the collar over there. Regarding Alex, hoping that there's going to be some healing available. Enzo just has to move their way after Ratatoska. Oh, they can start knocking him back here. Oh, this could be in perfect little bit of stagger onto Enzo. It's going to be an undermanned recontest.
Tanuki is so close to that last stand. Level 1 Crook has the invisible boundary. Rad surely thinking about the Wolverine. He's in. He gets Carbon Crushed.
Oh, the Carbon Crush to shut it down. There's still a last stand to try and play with. On top of Destroyed and Crook's down as well. What seemed like the greatest opportunity for Rad has been stolen away from them by Tanuki, Polly, and Pokey in concert.
Alex as well, quite literally in concert with the fate of both worlds. They get the Carbon Crush onto Tanuki. They don't get the pickup of the back of it. The Luna keeps them fully healed on up, and the last stand comes on through. We're not quite at last fight for Rad in terms of hopes for the tournament. tournament. Sastroid is going to be coming on out with that final judgment. Rivars going to have the Meteor M2 to try to cover for him. It's going to be up to Polly to shut this one down this time.
It's got to be shut down. Enzo has themselves their World Breaker Hulk, and he's been doing absolute bits with it so far. Destroyed with the final judgment. Could be everything. Rivars wants to try and shut this one down. Can't quite find the cloak and dagger. Can't even find the Wolverine in the midst of all of this. Needs to hide behind the Aegis. A shell of shields, a survivability onion to keep Franklin Castle gunning them down. And while there may be a last stand coming through from the Dance of the Butterflies, it's going to come down to a certified Hulk classic to try and bring Enzo the value. Up against the world, Destroyed. He's just slapped away by a backhand there. The dueling glove hits the back, and that's going to be a full completion of second as we head to third.
The fortification of Frank Castle from Rad is too good. Berber Patapim can't break through the siege. And we head to third. Supernova in the hands of Melio. Sastroid going to be trying to build up that last final judgment once more. And Tanuki, with only a minute and a half on the clock, all Berber Patapim need is one fight to go their way. And all of the momentum that Rad come through with get drained entirely.
One good fight, bro. Just one good fight. A little bit of free rage gathered off the back of that flame. Melio grabbed by Pokey. Oh man, Pokey's had such a day already. An attempt to try and shut down Fate was grabbed off the map. Manages to disengage from a carbon crush as well. Everything has gone wrong for Rad. They had the momentum, but they did nothing with it.
That wasn't even an ultimate that comes on through from the side of BP. They get to hold on to the last stand and the Dance of the Butterflies. 1 minute remaining. Rad's still not able to swap over to the Doctor Strange. And Enzo throws himself off of the map so that he can get a faster reset.
Yep. Necessary. Won't take long to get back with those incredible leaps. Tanuki just hiding in the corners for now has been discovered. Oh, the Supernova. Great play off the back of the Force Physics there to rescue Melio when needed it the most. Flame Cyclones in towards the back. They desperately want Ken, and they're going to find him, but now Melio has to worry about Enzo on the other side. Pokey coming in through as well. Tanuki can't get themselves the Feral Leap. A double carbon kick from Trust Me to shut down the Rad defense.
Brad still holding on to the final judgment as well as that invisible boundary. It's going to be up to the duelists from the side of BP. They get one more good fight to try and stall this objective all the way from the finish line. Out comes the final judgment. The CC immunity, the bulwark is there. Where's Tanuki?
Approaching too difficult right now. Inside the invisible boundary, Polly gets two. Destroyed and Crook and Pokey's there. A dance macabre, and it's a dancing celebration for Berber Patapim. They may have been stretched to their limits. They may be on their 11th map of the day, but they refuse to lose to Rad, and they take home $70,000.
Berber Patapim are the strongest team in EMEA. The fact cannot be disputed. They come out on top of every single team that Marvel Rivals Ignite has to throw at them. And Polly is the well-deserved MVP. The double pick with the Meteor M to shut down the invisible boundary brought Berber Patapim back into that fight immediately.
Oh, what value there. Just grabbing everybody in with the last stand and making it an easily served up dish for Polly to pound with the meat tenderizer of the Meteor M. And we rarely see Polly being the one to pick up the Wolverine. It's usually Enzo's remit, but showing just how strong they could be on that pick, or Enzo was getting bits done on the Hulk.
I mean, 5. He went down 5 times despite being arguably a walking hitbox. We can have a look now at some of the replay highlights brought to you. Tanuki is going to be the star of the show for a lot of these because that Wolverine was getting work done to the point that Team Rad actually pivoted to the Invisible Woman, an ultimate that's easier to shut down with that invis boundary just dropping so early if you can find a one-shot onto the strategist herself. And from there, Berber Patapim had a clear win condition. Every single time the invis boundary comes up, Tanuki just naps them all out of it.
And if it seems like every fight you can rely on Pokey for one, it's always going to be at least a 5v5, if not the 6v5, because sometimes Pokey gets punished for it, but the mechanics are just so strong from Pokey, always able to deliver on the Psylocke.
The dance of the butterflies too, just the timing even here coming on through where we saw Rad just have to invest. And it's Pokey too, who's able to find that first pick as we head into third on Rad's own attack, which just immediately stalls out the momentum that they had coming on through, allowing Berber Patapim to stabilize their rotation, their defensive positions, so that it's always an overextension that Rad have to make if they want to be able to match wits.
And there they are. Berber Patapim, the unsigned org, the underdogs maybe, but they're walking away as your champion with $70,000 in their pocket and a big old advertisement to orgs before China. Pick us up.
I was going to say unsigned as of now, Harry, because I feel like in the near and distant future, that fact is going to be changing very, very quickly. This team is so strong. I cannot wait to see them interact with all of the other teams that have been able to qualify and contend, because you know that EMEA is going to be bringing its absolute best when we go international.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how EMEA stacks up on the world stage. We've been grandstanding a bit over the last couple months and be like, yeah, I think VP maybe takes the LAN. Okay, maybe not. Berber, Patapim, and Rad are looking very strong right now, and well, North America's going to find out their champion real soon. Let's hop over for an interview with our champion. I believe it's going to be Tanuki. Indeed it is. Hello, bud. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing from that close set, from VP to going to this full adrenaline in. Like it felt amazing. Just winning and like this. Like yesterday after the loss against Rad, it was like, oof, this is gonna be tough. But yeah, I mean, today was just a roller coaster. It was amazing actually. Probably the best day of my life.
So before we even start looking at the match, you guys are an unsigned team. Take the time to just reach out to an org, say what you want to say, so that Berber Patapim gets picked up, because the fact that you guys aren't currently signed is an absolute tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're the best team in the world right now. I think with confidence, when we play like this, we're genuinely the best team in the world. If any orgs want this, you know, like this is the moment. We're champions. We're going to stage 1 in China. It's going to be amazing.
If you look like a big org, hit Tanuki's DMs right now. Like, I need the outline, Tanuki. What makes you decide when it's Wolverine, when it's Black Panther?
I mean, it's just like I just feel it. Like I just feel it in my bones, you know. If I go Panther, it's like I'm gonna obliterate this backline for the entire game. And if I go Wolf, I'm just grabbing the tanks on cooldown. These guys cannot play the game. I get big ults every single time. It's just they're just both made for me, you know. And I just feel it when I need to go them. It's unexplainable, really.
And the last time that you matched up against Rad came out on top. Were there any changes that you made consciously coming into this series?
I mean, I think yesterday. And the day against VP as well, we were really focused on what most teams were playing and not focused on what the team specifically were playing. So we were messing up a lot in the ban phases, and we fixed that against VP today. And I mean, we did the same into Rad. And I mean, going into Rad after qualifying for China, it's just you have so much adrenaline. You're so happy, like you're stomping them. You just feel it, and yeah, then you just win. You know, like. Yesterday was nerve-wracking, but today it was just we just go for it and we win.
Yeah, speaking of the double series right here, let's talk about how your team managed to go from that best of 5 against VP into this grand finals. How did you guys keep the energy up between the two games? Because I imagine qualifying for China took basically everything you guys had.
I mean, yeah, we were pretty great, but then again, we were like still full of adrenaline from winning, you know? Like we just screamed our lungs out. And then all that was on our mind was just like, we qualified. Let's just have fun. Let's just play, you know? It's just a scrim. It's just training against Rad. Why not? And yeah, it helped us. We had zero stress. We made insane plays. We played so well. I mean, I can only thank it to Pokey against VP, clutching it up, getting 3 kills in the last minute. It was so big, and yeah, it just snowballed into winning as Rad like this. There's no team that can beat us when we have this much energy.
Have you been keeping up to date with any of the regions? Is there a specific team that you guys are looking forward to being able to take on at the International?
Probably some team from America. I mean, we've played against American teams. We know where they're at, and we're pretty confident we could beat them. But if I would have to single out two, maybe 100 Thieves and Envy as the two that we really want to go against, because I think they're just the most interesting teams in other regions right now. I'm not really afraid of Asia or Oceania. I think EU is just on top, to be honest. The three teams in the EU are just so good. It sucks that VP didn't get a spot, because we would dominate the LAN for sure.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree. Snooki, you are the reigning champion of Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. Do you have any words for the community, for your opponents, for your team, shoutouts for yourself? Floor's yours.
I mean, it's just, I don't know what to say. It feels so unreal being here at 70 years of age. Same with Polly, actually, being so young and just having this moment, it's unreal. To everyone that didn't qualify and that's like not going to China and Europe, I wish you the best. I really hope you qualify for next, because I think so many teams here actually deserve it. We're really good as a region, and I'm really proud that we're allowed to show it on the LAN together with my team.
You guys as well.
That's about it.
Yeah, EMEA is going to be well represented by yourselves on Berber Padman. Thank you so much for joining us, Tanuki, our champion. Let's wrap this one up, Mox, as we close the interview. It's just been wonderful talking to all of Berber Padman. That was a fantastic series.
Exhilarating series, an absolute crazy grand finals, Harry, and I'm so happy that we got a crazy grand finals, right? It felt at the beginning of it like maybe it would be a 4-0 and done, but then we hit the halfway mark and it really was off to the races. Adaptation coming in through, the evolvement that we wanted to see as well, and we can have a look and see there it is in print official. Rad and Berber Patapim will be headed over to China to compete internationally, with Berber Patapim representing EMEA as Ignite champions.
I mean, Tanuki said they're the best team in the world, and who am I to disagree? They're certainly looking like it today. This is your docket for Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. Only 2 slots remain. China are going to be earning theirs later on in the month. Americas, they've already sorted out. They've got 3 slots, but might take all 3 of them to beat Berber Patapim.
They also haven't sorted out their grand finals champion. That will be decided today in a little bit of time, as EMEA sadly draws to a close and we have to say goodbye to so many talented players that unfortunately were not able to make the cut this time around. Still, EMEA, the representation and the pride of the region, is still going to be insanely strong from everyone involved.
Yeah, and if you want to be part of Marvel Rivals Ignite Season 2, what you got to do is get your friends together and get into the tournament infrastructure we've got here for Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals Championship is going to be coming up next week. I believe we've already made quite a few indents into the ignition bracket already. Just going to cover the end of it for the broadcast so we can see what the next rising stars of EMEA and all of our other regions are. But for now, that closes out the best of the best we have in EMEA. Thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you for North America as well, and we'll hope to see you for mid-season finals. Keep cheering for EMEA. We'll see you there.